I'm gonna start early. I won't be too much longer. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How is everyone doing today? Tyler, you were totally not Switzerland. You started the war between Twitch chat and YouTube chat. That's how it is. That is how it works. Wet camera ink. Yeah, no respect, I tell ya. What's up, MK Tar? Hey, Leftist Leo, good to see you back. It's been a minute. Captain Buggy, if we're covering dialectical materialism, can we cover Hegel's dialectic first, then get into why Marx? No, that shit's too complicated for the most of chat, which is why we're covering that today. I have a couple of really basic videos to get into on that, but then afterward, we can do that video, Captain Buggy. I think the order that you're talking should be reversed. But that's the second half. We do have some news to cover today. I promise I won't make it too long. Now, real quick, by the way, you guys can't hear the air conditioning, can you? Weird day today? What's up, Zomi? Why? There's no sound interference or anything? Let me know before we go forward. Nah, can't hear it? Perfect. It's like 85% humidity today, so it kind of really sucks. You can tell by my hair, even. Ukraine agreed to a 30-day ceasefire in return for that they get sat imaging and US intel back. Yeah, I did hear about this. I don't know how much I trust the US intel that Ukraine would get now. I do see, like, a benefit in agreeing for the 30-day ceasefire, because, like, Ukraine didn't have to give up too much. If Russia agrees to this, right, which they won't, and Ukraine doesn't have to stop fighting until Russia agrees to this, which they likely won't. If they did, A, it's 30 days. B, it's, I don't know, move troops around and all that stuff. Like, it's not a real ceasefire. Sorry, I forgot to put my phone on vibrate. It's about as real of a ceasefire as Lebanon was, as Israel was, you know? I don't think Ukraine really needs to take it all that seriously. Uh, just don't break it first, you know? If they keep shooting, then you keep shooting. That would be so bad, though. Russia would just immediately rush all their armor into the front in the guise of a ceasefire. That is true. That is true, but they're going to do that anyway. That's the thing, Zomi. Um, I don't know if I agree with the decision anyway, because I don't think that US intel is now trustworthy. So I agree with you that, like, it probably would be better not to do this, but I can understand why they did, if that makes sense. What percentage of 2014 Ukraine does Russia currently hold? Enough to be, you know, a problem. I don't know. Probably like 14%, maybe? No. No, maybe. About 14%. That's my best guess. I'm not looking it up. You guys want to see a skateboarding robot? About 20? Cool, I was close. Here's a skateboarding robot. Wait. Again, I didn't set the sound to come out of the right place. I'm always very forgetful with that one. Tisk tisk. I love you and me. And it's copyright music. I really gotta do more streams where we only stream on Twitch so that I don't have to worry about copyright anywhere near as much. Although at least tomorrow it'll be purely Twitch and not on YouTube. By the way, if you're watching, tomorrow will only be on Twitch, not on YouTube. So YouTube chat, make a Twitch. We're going to be hanging out with Cosmopolitics tomorrow. We're going to be watching The Breakfast Club, which is a movie that I've never seen. Considering I've never seen much of, you know, old movies, new movies. Can you pin a message on the YouTube side and just endlessly pin Twitch? That's probably not a bad idea. Oh, God. Are you IP banned from Twitch? Like, just make a new account and then don't get banned again. 1/5 land loss versus a nuclear power isn't such a bad result as well. I mean, to be fair, like, Russia's army's pretty shit. Same robot in Ukraine? No way. Oh, yeah. No, it is the same robot. Robot dog. What's up, Shufla Poofer?
Better to have her on your side.
There you go.
This dog is much more obedient than my greyhound.
Is it?
In this two-part
It is
now
almost
frontline
exactly
film,
Black Mirror.
shot in the
Not
winter of
quite.
2025, cameraman Jamie Wiseman and I travel to the Kharkiv Oblast frontline areas. We meet the futuristic ground drones deployed by Ukraine's most innovative...
That's wild. I'd watch this whole thing, but it's going to interfere with the rest of the stuff I want to do. Sorry, Naomi. Although I am going to add this to one of my lists so I can watch it later. And is it ban evasion, Comrade Lennon, if they're not IP banned? I mean, no, like, I would watch that. Okay, so, really quickly, as a rundown of some of the dumb shit that's happened today. The economy is crashing. We're going to have a look at how bad the markets are and all of that in a little bit, but Tesla is also crashing. Tesla's been crashing worldwide. Tesla's being boycotted worldwide. The popularity is dead. So what do? We have Donald Trump do a Tesla ad. He is absolutely just a puppet at this point.
Vehicle, although the beast is nice, but he is going to
I
be
did not shoot
viewing a
for
Tesla
link,
that is
please.
making its way to the White House complex now, I can confirm. Perhaps the press pool today will have an opportunity to witness this very exciting moment later this afternoon, but Tesla is on its way here now, and we'll see if the president likes it when he checks.
Literally, it's Elon sees that his company's stock is going down, so he needs a good ad. Let's get the president to dance like a monkey begging for money.
Look at cars.
I have an announcement to make very helpful.
You mentioned the Ontario.
I want to say, as a function of the great policies
Tesla's
of
fucked as it
President
is.
Trump and his administration, and as an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years.
Double vehicle output while people are burning them, drawing swastikas on them. Oh, by the way, vandalizing a Tesla is now terrorism, so have fun with that.
Double.
Big deal.
And fair enough, Comrade Lennon.
And by the way, he makes one car. This one I don't understand. This one I don't want, but that's okay. Without a steering wheel, it comes out next year, right?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Yes. Well, at the Cybercab starts production.
Huh. I should have watched that whole interview. Here we go. We saw bits of this interview.
You're hearing a call to action. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Other stuff? I mean,
Why
what
is
do you
your
have?
media
How are you
player
running your other
such
businesses?
shit?
call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean,
There's a
what do you-
reason
how
we're
are you
watching
running
this
your other
cocking porn,
businesses?
Comrade Lennon. I'm going to make a point.
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean,
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually.
I do enjoy watching the suffering of horrible, horrible people. There's a reason we're watching the cuck porn. This is somehow both the most corrupt and pathetic thing I've ever seen. This is true. Again, dance like a monkey.
Well, I'm going to buy, and I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets, and number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life.
All I need is for redacted name over here to just like put money in a cup in front of him. Someone just put like a paper cup on the ground. And I need this kid to just walk up and deposit like 3/4 in it.
So I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people, and I just want people.
Here's him getting in.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Just to show you that, you know, who's really in charge.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've ever.
To be fair, the busty woman selling boats to brain-dead idiots is also MAGA. Efficiency isn't always good. Sometimes it's good to not run things efficiently. The only thing I've learned from Doge is that the government's more efficient than I thought. Third attempt already and all failed. What third attempt? What, getting in the Tesla? Is that the third attempt?
Everything's computer. That's beautiful.
To be fair, these do spontaneously combust. If I was the Secret Service, I'd not be okay with this. Oh my god, he's turning it on too.
Yeah,
It's
a brake and an accelerator.
You know these cars are shit when we're watching the president try and turn one on, and in my heart, heart's like beating. I'm like, is it gonna explode?
You give Secret Service a heart attack.
That's beautiful.
Can you start it?
Should I?
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. The point is, Tesla is over as a brand. That they need Donald Trump to dance like a monkey because no one's buying them. This is what's happening at Tesla rallies. Which, by the way, excellent message. Whoever's idea that was, 10 out of 10. It's that they will never recover from this. Let's hope Elon didn't give Trump one of the ones that crash or explode. He's not buying one. He's just being gifted one. It doesn't matter. But then we get to...
Should be labeled domestic terrorists.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. You know, I've stuck up for the NFL.
I need you to understand that the people who are doing arson attacks on Tesla, like dealerships, factories, lots, all of that, they're Republicans. It's Republicans. The Democrats are protesting. The liberals are protesting. The Republicans are lighting shit on fire and doing vandalism. But we're going to get blamed for it, as always. Just like in the last administration, Republicans and right-wing militias go do a bunch of shit, which, remember, by the way, the Nazis are on the same side as Elon, but they don't necessarily like him. And so a lot of them are also going to be doing this kind of shit. The right-wing militias. Last time they blamed Antifa for anything that these people did. This time it's just everybody. Trump said he would buy one. Yeah, no, he's just getting gifted one, or he's not. Trump doesn't know how to drive. Do you think that Donald Trump has driven himself anywhere in the last 3-4 decades? Even if the perps were far left, who cares? It like doesn't suddenly make us all terrorists. Well, I mean, like, it is terrorism, objectively, but, it doesn't, because terrorism's a meaningless word these days. What terrorism actually means is a violent action with a political message, realistically. Now, violent towards property, should be classified very differently than violence towards people. And I personally don't give a fuck about violence towards property. But this is a concerted effort to paint everyone on the left as terrorists, as extremists. They've been doing this for a while. It didn't Aiden Ross... No, I thought he gave him a watch that he had to get back because it was like a violation of donation rules. And I'm saying he's doing that classic, I'm doing this thing, and then doesn't do that thing, especially when it comes to spending money. I mean, that's also true. Also, thanks for the follow, Captain Buggy. Play this for 30 seconds from the timestamp. Sure.
Or this Charles Wilson. This Charles Wilson, CEO of GM and majorly influential in crafting the National System of Interstate Highways Plan in 1947. Charles Wilson was forced to leave GM when President Eisenhower selected him as Secretary of Defense in January of 1953.
The former General Motors president stirred a controversy in Congress.
During a hearing, Congress asked Charles Wilson if he could make a decision that went against GM's interests, and he said he couldn't possibly think of a situation because, and I'm quoting here, what was good for our country was good for General Motors, and vice versa. Okay, guys.
Yeah. I mean, that is this also.
I've stuck up for a lot of American companies and other companies, but American companies. I did a very big favor for the NFL.
It's 1-to-1. Thank you, Zachap.
When you heard an American company, especially a company like this, supplies so many jobs that others are unable to do. When you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them. And
you hurt an American company, you hurt America. It's the same thing. But finally, some good fucking messaging from the Democrats. They gave like a Zoomer or a millennial the Twitter password for the Democrats' actual account. This is excellent. Ugly ass truck. That's 10 out of 10. It's true. It's accurate. It is short and snappy. I like it. Good job. Also, another big Democrat win. Representative Jared Moskowitz flips the script on House Republicans, shoving their hypocritical mean tweets in their faces, mocking their lack of concern for CRs when it comes to the minority. So, real quick. The House realized that maybe the Dems wouldn't vote on the budget bill, so they passed a stopgap bill that will fund the government until September, and to my dismay and utter rage, at least 60-something Democrats voted for this bill. How many Dems voted for the stopgap bill? Find out exactly how. Vote was 217 to 213. I guess maybe they switched their votes in later rounds of it. I was watching it live in the very beginning. But this is passed, and this is very bad. Very, very bad. So it's going to head to the Senate, and I hope it doesn't pass there, because we want the government to shut down. We want the government to crash. We want... What bill? This is a stopgap bill that just got put, forward. It's delaying the budget. So, where does it say? If it passes, it would fund the government until about September, I think. The Democrats are not happy with the actual funding bill because there's cuts to, Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security in it. So what they're going to do, I guess, is they're just going to cut all of those things before they have to pass the bill, and then they can just pass the bill. They have to make up for the signs they held at the State of the Union. It's quota, so they don't get dropped. I mean, the State of the Union was embarrassing, the signs, the dressing in pink, but it's not quota. There are just a few Democrats that still believe in democracy, but the vast majority of them have folded into the Republicans.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, that's exactly right. It's CR Day on Capitol Hill, and what is going on with the Republicans? I mean, President Trump puts out a tweet and says, please, and all of a sudden, just flip-flops. But you know what? Let me do some mean tweets.
Because, historically, Republicans have been very much opposed to stopgap bills. CRs like this when the Democrats are in power, obviously.
About how you feel about CRs when you're in the minority only. And the first one actually is from the gentleman from Texas. And it says, it's Groundhog Day in the House chamber, all the time, every day. Yet again, spending money we don't have. Apparently, only when he's in the minority.
Well, this time, that would actually be true. They do want to spend money we don't have. They want to give $4 trillion in tax breaks to the wealthy. That's money we don't have. That's literally what they're trying to do. It always is. Every single accusation is a confession. Chip Roy said this January 18th of last year.
Another one from a colleague comparing continuing resolutions to attending a P. Diddy party. In any given year, another colleague says, if Congress raises the debt ceiling, passes a CR, and rams through an omnibus bill, no member of Congress should receive a paycheck. That's awkward for you guys. How many of you are going to give back your paycheck?
Not a single one of them.
Another colleague, I've never voted for a CR. You sent me to Congress to cut wasteful spending, and I'm a woman of my word. You can guess who that is. And this one, this is my favorite. What does a CR stand for? It stands for capitulating Republicans, caving Republicans, said by a Republican. And
every time.
I'm going to miss the Never CR group. I mean, they were great, but they're breaking up. And it was great to see them live while they were together. They had lots of fans. I'm going to miss them. I mean, they were mostly a boy band. Okay.
I don't have a link in YouTube chat. I don't even see you in YouTube chat at all, actually. Oh, because it's on top chat. I need to make it live chat. I still don't see it. But I do have a video in relation to Congressman Sarah McBride.
Okay. Some of them are going solo. Appears it's only Thomas Massey. But you know what? Something tells me there'll be a reunion, but only when they're in the minority. And to quote Representative Massey, talking about Republicans, I guess deficits only matter when we're in the minority. So listen, go home to your families, turn in your voting cards, give Trump the gavel.
Moskowitz is an unlucky name for U.S. politics.
You don't need to be here.
But, like, he's killing it right now. I want to see Dems do more of this shit. Like, the Republicans tweet the most unhinged things. Bring giant signs with their tweets and read them off in Congress on camera. Are you kidding? The fact that we haven't been doing this for years is insane. These people always post, like, they tweet the most unhinged shit.
He tells you to do something, you jump. And so what's going on in the world? Another representative, what's going on in the world in the last 30 days? Well, let's see. Egg prices are up. Goods are up. Stock market is down.
It is good shit. Oh, by the way, this is new. Donald Trump's administration is preparing a new travel rule that could force Canadians planning to stay in the U.S. for more than 30 days to register their information with the U.S. government and submit to fingerprinting. So if you're Canadian in the States, they're going to start, like... They want you to get fingerprinted. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. I'll make sure to add it on Twitch chat next time. My fault. No, it's fine. I had found it already. Capitalism shouldn't require constant crisis maintenance just to cut below the bare minimum. The spending debt limit shouldn't exist. First of all, I agree. Secondly, it's not just that capitalism shouldn't require constant crisis, but the form of capitalism that these people want and enjoy is disaster capitalism, which is built solely on crisis. It's only crisis from this point forward. I mean, to be fair, it's been that way for a while. Not gonna lie, I watch Canada's president thingy, and they all look like South Park. That's a bit racist, but you know, to be fair, I do wish they picked the other. They picked the, what was her name? The other candidate. Then Mark Carney. He's not doing that bad though. So this happened with Sarah McBride, in which a chairman of a House committee fucking left the House committee because he wouldn't properly gender Sarah McBride.
Representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride. As the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Also, good job saying Madam Chair back to the man when he does it to you.
I'm
Chairman,
sorry.
could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply.
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman?
By the way, whoever this guy is, based as fuck.
Can you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America, please?
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency?
No, they don't.
I mean, I've come to know you.
Not a single ounce of decency. And yes, Comrade Lennon.
A little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
What a fucking pussy. Again, the Republican Party is the party of identity politics, is the party of snowflakes, is the party of whinging, is the party of bullshit, is the party of lying, of grooming, of sex offenders, of they are the bad people, all of them, every single one of them. Have you no shame is a solid comeback? True, they have no shame. It was actually have you no decency, not even shame. They're triggered little snowflakes, every last one of them. That's how you shut down a Republican meeting? Exactly. Based as fuck. I want to know who that is.
I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not
Trans derangement
decent.
syndrome, literally.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
Do you hear the, energy in his voice? The commanding way that he's saying, you will not do this with me unless you do it the right way. If you do it again, I will leave. This is how you talk to them. You are the parents, they are the child doing a bunch of dumb shit. He adjourned the meeting to cry in his office, literally. And apparently, at some point, either before or after this, Sarah McBride also just shut them down.
Ukraine, and also providing the ability for Moldova to generate its own power, but also run power in from Europe. Much of that's gone now, and we're going to leave Moldova at the behest of Russia, which will reinstate its gun-running, thug-running operation again.
Again, not in our best interest. Thank you.
It was Representative William Keating, I believe, that spoke up. Hold on. And that wasn't the right video. Dr. Keats self, the Republican subcommittee chairman, called yeah, Representative William Keating. That's who that was. Based as fuck. 100%. Didn't Trump say it's illegal not to misgender trans people? I think he did, but that might not actually mean anything. And Texas hasn't passed its thing yet, so let me find out more about Mr. Keating. Massachusetts 9th Congressional District. 10th Congressional, okay, so he's the 10th and 9th, he was the 9th District's, sorry, he was the 10th District's representative, now he's the 9th's. What does this guy believe? I mean, on economic issues, he seems to be somewhat rational. Relief funding, not any massive bullshit. During labor strike, okay, so he supported, joined Ed Markey in challenging the qualifications. Damn, so he's anti-labor. Fuck this guy already. Finalized cleanup and sale of portions of defunct naval air bases. Okay. Stressed his opposition to Social Security. This guy's not even a good person. He's not even a Democrat. He's against Social Security. Reductions. Never mind. Reading too fast here. All right, he's a Democrat. He's a general, middle-of-the-road, centrist Democrat. He's honestly, at this point, even middle-of-the-road centrist Democrats, to me, are just Republicans. They're just a different kind of fascism. The right is fascism, but like the Reich, Whereas the Democrats are fascism in laissez-faire economic sense. Like, they're not going to force you to see the fascism, but they're going to force you to live it. It's corporate fascism on a lower level and less evident than the right wing's much more up in your face, black bag you and take you to a camp fascism. They're on the side, the people can't change their minds even if they wanted to because they're either incentivized, blackmailed, or brainwashed to toe the party line. I mean, that's true. If somebody talked to me in that tone, I would legit reevaluate what I previously said, but unlike Republicans, I have a sense of shame and decency, clearly. Not rational enough to support the resurrection of Lenin, unfortunately. They are just Republicans to me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating also...
Okay, well, we saw this. I think this might be the video.
As the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Now, where has she shut this down other than calling him Madam Chair? I mean, like, that's cool. That's based. Keep doing that. But... did you see the doggo painting? No, I didn't see the doggo painting. You have a doggo painting? Where's the link? Nope, no doggo painting. So, in other good news, Duterte has been arrested. Oh, in the video. No, I didn't. I don't really care. Rodrigo Duterte, arrested for crimes against humanity. He went on vacation and was arrested getting off the plane.
So, you will just have to kill me.
You will just have to kill me, said the former president Rodrigo Duterte as he was arrested on board a plane landing in Manila, the Philippine capital.
Oh, sorry.
Hours later, his daughter Veronica posted this video.
He got arrested, not when he went to vacation, when he came home.
Of the 79-year-old in detention.
What is the law and what is the crime that I committed?
Well, according to the ICJ and the ICC, the crime you committed was crimes against humanity for how you went about your war on drugs. Do you like Duterte, Comrade Lenin?
The crimes he's accused of, the extrajudicial killings of thousands of suspected drug dealers. First while he was a mayor with his own death squad. And
also, remember, if you're doing extrajudicial killings, they're not all going to be the drug dealers. They're just going to be the people that you call drug dealers. I don't know like anything about him. He's a demon. That's all you really need to know. And this is good news. This is somebody facing justice in The Hague. Like, at least we get Duterte. You know, we can't have Trump or Elon or Putin or Netanyahu, but we can have this demon.
During his notorious presidency of the Philippines from 2016. Many families of those killed say their loved ones weren't involved in the drug trade at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even drug dealers shouldn't be treated like this. To be fair, like, I'm anti-war on drugs as a whole. I think if you want to fix, like, drug addiction and make people, I don't know, make communities safer, then there's significantly better ways that you can go about that. Can we get this level up? Yeah, I wish.
He's always said he did it for his country.
He was arrested in the capital of the Philippines.
You have to shoot them dead. And this is what the human rights idiots are trying to complain. If you insist on a drug war, I will kill you all. I will kill you.
I feel like maybe that's evidence enough for The Hague.
He had over 30,000 killed, and now the international...
He had over 30,000 people killed. Holy shit! Like, again, I don't know all that much about him either. I just know he's a demon, and I've, like, kept up a little bit, but...
Rights groups claim he had over 30,000 killed, and now the International Criminal Court has caught up with him. Not without help, it seems, from the current president, Bongbong Marcos Jr., son of the notorious dictator Ferdinand Marcos. It means two dynasties at war, just a few years after an unlikely peace.
I'm glad that your friend's getting justice for his dad. I want this level of smoke for Bibi. I want this level of smoke for Trump, Putin, Elon, Musk, Bezos. Again, like, all of these people are mass murderers, because I believe social murder is murder.
Duterte's other daughter, Sara, is still Marcos's
solid name for the war on drugs guy, yeah.
vice president, albeit with impeachment proceedings looming over her. But the Dutertes still command support. And as the former president is flown to The Hague, the country is once more on edge.
Well, I mean, like Schuffelpuffer, in America, a cop sees a black person they don't like, they throw some powder at them, say, "Oh, it's fentanyl, it's a fentanyl dealer," and then shoot the guy down. Like, we do this too. Thought they took one of these criminals
Earlier,
off
I
the
spoke
street.
to Richard Hidarian, senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines and author of The Rise of Duterte. I asked him how much of a bombshell the news of Duterte's arrest was.
Have you seen the Nuremberg
I think
trials,
bombshell is an
Tyler?
understatement. I mean, this is highly consequential on multiple levels. I think, first of all, it's a big good news for a rules-based international order, especially in an era of Trump, where every single global institution is coming under
It's a
attack. I think the
fascist getting
ICC
justice
can
from The
finally
Hague,
take
so-
a big win. I mean, last time I checked, the ICC had warrants of arrest against a couple of people, including Putin, Netanyahu,
Same
leaders
crew.
in Taliban, among others. I'm not sure, practically speaking, we're looking at any trial anytime soon for those individuals. So to have someone with the profile and notoriety of Duterte likely within their jurisdiction in the coming hours or days, and hopefully a trial within the coming
This
months,
is a win, you
probably
know?
3 months
Yeah,
from now or
take
so, that would be a big win for ICC, and I think ICC really needs this.
What is fascinating about this is that Duterte's daughter is the current vice president. He endorsed the current president, who now
Based.
seems to have turned on him.
Based, your dad's a piece of shit, so you get him sent to The Hague.
What's happening?
This is classic Game of Thrones, right? Loyalty is shifting all the time, and one thing you know, you're being stopped from the front or from the back.
Personally,
Well, the
I
reality-
think that every single elected official in any government in the world should have to go on trial, like, in general. I think to, like, get a clean start, we should really have real courts and real judges and real juries take a look at everybody. A good look, you know?
Is that the Dutertes were the cause of the trouble. I mean, they could have actually cruised their way all the way to 2028 with Sara Duterte, the current vice president, even potentially getting Marcos' support to be his successor. But no, the Dutertes were not willing to wait. They were entitled. They pushed the envelope. They insulted the president. They called him a cocaine addict. They incited sedition. They called for even coup d'etat, separation of their hometown.
It's funny that our president is a cocaine addict.
My goodness, what else? And then at some point, I think Marcos Jr. just realized, okay, this is an existential crisis, and I'm going to show who's the boss here.
There were thousands of people
look,
killed.
someone doing
in,
their job?
in these supposedly extrajudicial killings. But at the same time, when Duterte left office, he was wildly popular, wasn't he? So for this to happen to somebody who still commands that much support, how explosive could that be now in the Philippines?
Donald Trump is a cocaine addict.
I think Duterte is popular.
I mean,
but
to
not
be fair, these days he might be more on the Adderall or the modafinil, but like...
as popular as his survey suggested when he had that fear factor. In fact, his daughter only has a net 20+ approval rating. So that means actually they're not invincible. We have to also watch what will happen
I need
next.
to
What will
log
the daughter
in.
do?
I can't view what you've written on ChatGPT without logging in, really? Rude, rude.
What will the other surrogates of Duterte approval rating? So that means actually they're not invincible. We have to also watch what will happen next. What will the daughter do? What will the other surrogates of Duterte do who are running for the Senate? Will they be effective in coming up with a kind of a counter narrative and portray themselves as a victims
Okay,
of a
I'm neurodivergent, so is Elon Musk, but like the guy was a New York billionaire who was also a like Hollywood celebrity. Of course he was doing drugs. Like he was a real estate billionaire in New York in the 90s. There's a reason that he shits himself every day and has to wear a diaper. It's because decades of cocaine abuse and McDonald's kind of ruin your bowels. You like that's true, by the way. You can look it up. He has to wear a diaper and he shits himself every single day.
which one. So this is just round one in a new chapter.
Fine,
in
I'll make a
Philippine politics.
ChatGPT account.
Richard Hidarian, thank you so much for speaking with us.
You have to give me a second. Yeah. We're gonna read this. I gotta make an account. Yeah, I don't know why I believed him when he said he doesn't drink. I mean, to be fair, I believe him that he doesn't drink. I don't think he drinks. I don't drink, but like, if I was having to go to 3 different criminal trials every day and also do a presidential rally and then also do media appearances, I might also have a little bit of like the white powder to keep me going. All right, I've got the account, so let's have a look. Also, I still hate ChatGPT, but let's see what it said to you. The war on drugs that started in America arising to UN policies help create the anti-drug actions that Duterte has done. Yes, America is directly responsible for Duterte. This is not surprising in like any way, shape, or form. The US set the foundations for global anti-drug policies in the 70s under Nixon, then escalated under Reagan, exporting aggressive drug prohibition worldwide. The US pressured the UN to adopt punitive approach, leading to international drug control treaties. UN conventions shaped Duterte's justification. The UN's 1961, 71, and 88 conventions on drug control created a legal and political framework that prioritized eradication and law enforcement over public health. Yep. Counterinsurgency tactics applied to drug war. Duterte, with his strongman rule, took these to an extreme, using paramilitary-style executions and mass arrests, much like how the U.S. supported violent anti-drug campaigns in Latin America. And, yeah, neoliberalism. Whether or not your ChatGPT hits different doesn't matter. It's the point of ChatGPT. Like, asking that question, and then having it answer you, and then read it, is A, less fulfilling, B, less effort on your part, so less fulfilling again, and less educating than spending the time trying to find that information, trying to look for it, and try and understand it. Putting that together in your head, you know? I'm very anti-AI because I think it makes people lazy. Trump is a 101 on how a country can destroy a global hegemony in less than a month. This is true, Esther Alana. And, like, just because I don't like ChatGPT doesn't mean I won't occasionally accept that it said something correct. You know, it would have been a good play to blame China for spreading the war on drugs in America. That would be true if we had any intention of going to war with China, which we don't. We're going to pretend we do. I've been saying this for a while. China is our ally. We're going to pretend that we want to go to war with them when we don't. We don't actually want to do anything to them. It at best will give you a very generic summary of online information. At worst, it will be wrong. I mean, you can make it so it's more likely to give you specific kinds of information, give you numbers, but yeah, it can also be wrong. The only real use that I can think of for it that I'm not against is a Google search, because Google search itself is so shit now that just doing a Google search using ChatGPT, making it so like, I want a Google search for this term that is better than Google. Give me the links, and then it can give you the links. Yeah, Google is pretty fucking awful, but that's really the only main use of ChatGPT that I'd be not morally and functionally against. Mention of Nixon and drugs always make me think of the time that Grace Slick tried to sneak LSD into his tea while he was at a house party. I have it together in my head. It's just, I mean, you do as a chap. I know you do, but everyone else doesn't, and that's what I mean, you know? So, Duterte's evil. I'm pretty happy. We at least have somebody that is a fascist and is a mass murderer who's getting tried for crimes against humanity by The Hague. That's good. I'll take it. It's something. It's somebody who deserves this actually getting consequences for their actions. I had YouTube Premium through school. It just shut off. I just realized the YouTube ads are unwatchable. I wouldn't know. I have Premium as well. All right, so Trump backed down from his Mexico tariffs, and Claudia Sheinbaum is based. Entire massive W to Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum, right now, is probably the most powerful woman on the planet. Genuinely. And the most popular, at least in the top 10. They made YouTube unwatchable, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Jump over to, yeah, Twitch if your YouTube is unwatchable. And, or, I think you can, oh yeah, you can just drop me a sub on YouTube, and then you don't have to watch the ads, because I have membership open. Okay, here we go. Sheinbaum.
Is Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum the most powerful woman in the world?
She's killing it.
Well, that's what many are wondering after
Didn't they just make Adblock die again?
faced off with U.S. President Trump over his plan to put tariffs on Mexican goods. Trump has backed down, for now at least. On Sunday, more than
I
100...
don't run ads. I don't get to choose whether or not I run ads or not on YouTube. I don't run ads on Twitch.
1,000 of Sheinbaum's supporters rallied in Mexico City to celebrate the country being exempted from tariffs on goods covered by an existing trade agreement. And Trump said he made
Which would be most of them. So, like, Trump backed down on the tariffs. Trump also backed down on Canada's tariffs, but unfortunately, to my shock, chagrin, and dismay, Doug Ford backed down on the electricity surcharge that he added, the 25%. So Canada backed down on that. That makes me sad. I don't think that Doug Ford's going to turn off the electricity now. She's an actually educated leader, though. She's an actual, real leader who gives a shit about her people. I've been watching the entire YouTube stream and haven't had a single ad. That's because you have premium, Tyler. I don't run ads on YouTube. I'm not the tier of monetization enough that I can decide that. Don't know about popular, but Kim Jong-un's sister is pretty powerful too, albeit maybe not as popular. I mean, I guess, but Claudia Sheinbaum has much more international reach and influence.
Decision out of respect for Sheinbaum. Many have put it down to Sheinbaum's
No, Shufu Poofer. Canada put a 25% surcharge on electricity that it sends to America, and we got mad at it. They backed down. And Doug Ford, separately to this, had also threatened to turn off the electricity. And so him backing down on the surcharge makes me think he won't do what he said. He won't turn off the electricity. But will Claudia stop the flood of guns from America to Mexico? Well, I mean, like, you know, it's pretty difficult to do, considering right now there's guns flowing from America to Mexico, but very soon there's going to be people holding guns flowing from America to Mexico.
Negotiating skills. Well, for more, I'm joined now by Karen Cizis. She's the editor-in-chief of the Americas Society and Council of the Americas website, where she focuses primarily on Mexico. Karen, it's good to have you with us. One recent poll, I understand, found that Claudia Sheinbaum enjoys an 85% approval rating. 85, that's 85. I mean, that is a number almost unheard of in democracies today.
Yummy chimichangas. I would love some. 85% approval rating is fucking massive, guys. 85% of Mexico approves of Claudia Sheinbaum.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me on. You're right, that is an extraordinary number, and I think it's fair to say it makes her the most popular woman president in the world. For many reasons, she was already popular. She's been in office since October 1st. She came into office with riding a wave of popularity, but we've seen that approval level just go up in the months since then. And I definitely would say that her handling of the relationship...
Oh, I agree, Estrala. Mexico should impose a 200% tariff against all American imports over Americans smuggling guns into Mexico. I agree. That'd be based as fuck. But at the same time, it might make us much more likely to attack them first, whereas right now it looks like we're looking at Canada or Greenland as our first attack. I mean, to be fair, Gaza is our first, like, let's take this and annex this for America, but, you know... Well, why make it about gender? Because it's important. She is a woman president, which is pretty rare in our side of the world, at least to Americans. And it matters to Americans that this woman president is 85% popularity rating when we have tried to vote in 2 women presidents and both have lost, and that's because half of our country is just plain misogynist. There's a reason for it, because it's useful. Like, her gender actually makes its own point here, or, you know, for Americans specifically. I know that most overseas international viewers don't really understand why that matters, because y'all aren't as inundated in it. Our entire culture is built off misogyny. She's the most popular leader in general besides Dear Leader, isn't she? I think. Maybe? Hold on. World leaders' popularity. Global approval rate tracker. Wow. It's Modi and then her. Modi has a 77% approval rating in India. Holy shit. And then Milei? How the fuck is Milei number 3rd? Poverty has gone up more than 50% in Argentina. And then Anthony Albanese at number 4? Based. I mean, I didn't realize. But that's wild. Smells like constructed. Yeah, of course. You know, when a leader actually gives a shit about their people and does their job accordingly, you can actually achieve that.
With the United States has most likely only boosted that approval level. She's been seen as having a sort of calm, steady hand in these negotiations.
Yeah, and after
Trump's approval rating's at 46, but it continues to drop. I still don't understand how Milei is up there. It's notable that that all of the most sociopathic, psychopathic, powerful billionaires in the world are all men. I mean, the ones we know of. That doesn't mean that women can't be powerful, psychopathic billionaires. That's just kind of being a billionaire. Being a billionaire does that to you. The psychopathy is a creation of the money.
Winning exemptions from Trump's
Mostly.
tariffs, an
Sometimes
opinion
you
piece published by
already have it.
Bloomberg called Shane Baum the most powerful woman in the world. Let me ask you, is that what she is? And do you know what her secret is in dealing with the self-proclaimed deal master himself, Donald Trump?
You know, I think it's an interesting title, and she certainly is. I mean, we have to consider that Mexico is the United States' largest trade partner. So her ability to negotiate with them certainly puts her in a strong position. So I think
Mexico went from femicide to female president. Kinda, yeah. Wasn't the wacky El Salvador leader really popular too? Not sure if he still is. I don't know, but he's the one that's letting us send people to a labor camp there. Like, Americans are now going to El Salvador. Trump's gonna go down like a Walmart version of Herbert Hoover. I mean, I hope so, but like, what comes next is probably just as scary, if not more.
it's a very interesting title indeed in that regard. You know, a big thing that we've seen in comparison to, for example, Canada, is that Claudia Sheinbaum, out of the gate, when there have been tariff threats, she hasn't responded immediately. She said, we're measuring our conversations, we're seeing how things go before she has announced retaliatory measures.
I mean, that makes sense. Astolf, who are you talking about, the lady that hangs out with Dutton? Are you talking about Gina Reinhardt? Why do you think the U.S. Wants war with Mexico? Well, because we're an imperialist-like power. We don't want to trade with them. We want to take the land and then force the Mexicans into slavery so that we don't have to pay for their goods. Also, like, we're allied with Russia, China, North Korea, right? We want to take Canada, Mexico. We've taken Panama, rather BlackRock has, which is our PMC, and Greenland. We want these for resources, and because we're going to enslave these populations. We're enslaving our own population as well. We are, like, it doesn't matter who's we're allied with Russia. So the DPRK is allied with Russia. They're literally fighting in Ukraine. And therefore, we are allied with North Korea and China, because China is allied with North Korea. Like, there is this line of constant connection between all of these groups that has changed the global hegemonies. America's getting kicked out of the Five Eyes. The UK wants to create the Four Eyes. Any intel that comes to America just goes to Russia now. And by extension, we are allied with Russia's allies. Our allies, we've dropped. We won't protect NATO if they get attacked. We won't protect Japan. We won't protect Taiwan. Like, we've switched sides entirely. So it's whoever was on the other side. Am I going to be a slave? Yes. I mean, to be fair, you already were under neoliberalism. This is just a different kind of slavery. And it's not just Euro eyes. Don't forget Australia. We're kind of like important, considering one of the main geosynchronous satellites for the Five Eyes is here.
She has at times sort of hinted, oh, well, we're going to have a phone call with President Trump. We're having these conversations. And rather than just going ahead and taking these reciprocal measures, which would potentially result in blowback for her country, she's taken this cool, steady approach. And at the same time,
I think she's handling
Mexico,
this really
very
well.
much focused on sovereignty, declaring that no external force would push Mexico's hand. So she's been able to, at the same time, appease and respond to U.S. requests and needs. And
by the way, like in the background, there are moves being made. She's treating Trump like a child and getting him to not throw his tantrum until she's ready. Meanwhile, she is forming alliances outside of, like, Canada and Mexico are forming trade alliances that don't include the United States. There are talks between other South American countries and Mexico, creating a larger trade network. Europe is coming together and rearming itself, is moving away from America. In fact, the president of the EU came out today and said that European countries should use like a specific loan that was announced instead of buying American weapons to be able to buy European weapons. So yes, all of the alliances have changed. All of the hegemony has been flipped on its head. We are on the other side, and everyone is trying to cope with that. I think Mexico is doing an excellent job. I think they're doing a better job than Canada is.
At the same time, speak to her base in Mexico.
Look, we've seen Kami Quinoa Club, you should watch some of like the other streams that I've done. I go into this and I've evidentiated my beliefs pretty well. Now, like, you can argue that we're not entirely on Russia's side yet, but we're talking about leaving NATO constantly. We have Republican senators pitching bills to leave NATO, and Putin's talking about trade deals with America. Don't buy Ukraine's rare earth minerals, buy ours. I guarantee you, we're going to drop sanctions on them within the next couple of weeks. Within 6 months, Russia's going to invade the Balkans. We're getting reports from German intelligence agencies, from Denmark's intelligence agencies. Like, it's happening. So they're essentially Robert and Cersei, I guess, yeah.
Seen certain measures that have been taken around security, an increase in fentanyl seizures, the deportation of 29 organized crime members to the United States, and some conversations between the two countries, moving the conversation forward.
We know that Donald Trump is notoriously difficult to predict. He likes to change his mind. How confident is Mexico that Trump will stand by his word to exempt goods covered by previous existing trade agreements also, by the way, that he helped negotiate?
Literally today, Trump announced new tariffs and then canceled them also today. So,
I do think that there's a challenge here in the sense that we've seen tariffs on, tariffs off again. And that uncertainty, even if the tariffs get pulled back, because we've seen them delayed till April 2nd, creates this type of uncertainty.
Yeah, I looked up why she's so popular, and one of the main reasons is that she lifted 9 million people out of poverty and increased the minimum wage by 300%, so that fucking tracks, yeah. I never even got to try poutine. It's just cheese fries with gravy on it. We're going to see a European resurgence economically and militarily soon. America's stocks are already down. Yet we've been talking about this a lot. European defense stocks are going up. And I do like the idea of European resurgence. But as we've talked about, the arming of Europe is going to come at the cost of social spending. They're going to cut things that help the average European and use that to fund the military instead of taxing the rich more, which is a big fucking problem that you guys should stand up and scream about. And yeah, she's pretty fucking dope. Is that exaggeration? No. Like, hold on, Claudia Scheinbaum. Go. Wikipedia. Presidency. Domestic policy. Continued practice of holding mañaneras, a regular press briefing in the morning. I like that. I do like how she does her press briefings. Crime and the drug war announced data-driven strategy to combat crime, focused on improving policing intelligence and addressing root causes through social spending, mirroring her approach as head of government in Mexico City, which did work, by the way. Moved to adopt a more hard-handed approach towards organized crime, marking a departure from the previous president's hugs not bullets strategies. Good. Like, she's not a pussy. Like, obviously, she's not doing extrajudicial killings like Duterte was, but look at this. So, defended operations with lopsided death tolls, such as the shootout where the military remained unharmed while killing 19 cartel members as an act of self-defense. Okay, that's not great, but that's one instance. By her first 100 days, the government reported the arrest of 7,720 individuals, the seizure of 66 tons of drugs, and the dismantling of 115 methamphetamine laboratories. There was more deaths. I kind of would imagine that they would be shown here. And then we get to energy, right? We don't care about that. Government reform. This is judicial reform bill, etc., etc. Infrastructure. Nice. Welfare. Well, financial assistance to senior women 60 to 64. Launched the house-to-house health program, offering medical care to elderly and people with disabilities. Also renamed a scholarship. Announced a fusion of Seglamex, food and well-being. This doesn't actually mention. You have a link, somebody? Because it's not in here. I have seen this before. I just imagined it would be in here. Yeah, what's the minimum wage now? I suppose that's a good way to just look at it. Minimum wage in Mexico today. Minimum wage in Mexico today is $278.80. So this is just in the last year. Minimum wage has gone up, what, 12% just this year. So what is their hourly wage? 31 to 46 peso. Okay. And Mexican minimum wage in, give me 2018. Let's move it back far enough that there's not too much of a mix of like COVID coming in and all of that. So it went up from what it was in 2018, which was national currency, $119.4 to what it is today, to 278. What is the math on that? I'm not mathing it, so you want to you math it, and then we can go on. Pretty sure you need to. It's not like you can still get by on one job. Like, capitalism is fucking all of us forever. That doesn't, like, life isn't good just because of this. It's just better. What's up, NoCal Mike? Now, we were just trying to do some math.
Uncertainty in the business climate. We've seen a response in the markets. We've seen concerns from the private sector over these moves.
It was 278.
That creates a challenge for Mexico.
It's 278, and it's not just double because of the difference in. That's not just the hourly wages. Like, the hourly wages are different than that. It doesn't matter. Regardless, doubled your fucking wages, tripled your wages, who gives a shit? Your wages went up. Your wages didn't. Why are you worried about their wages? She's popular. Like, as Kami Quinoa Club said, you still need like 2 jobs to get by.
Now, we also know that about half of Mexico's exports to the United States fall under the USMCA, that trade agreement that you alluded to.
Which is also terrible.
The Economy Secretariat in Mexico has talked about moving more goods, and it's basically a sort of a bureaucratic process to get additional goods under the USMCA in terms of exports. What's going to happen April 2nd? We're still going to have to see. Again, that uncertainty creates this difficult environment for investors, for the business sector.
Karen, before we run out of time.
40% of Mexico workforce earns minimum wage. So, like, the increase has also been consistent. Their wages have gone up year on year, which is good. So their wages are going up year on year alone. Like, the country's minimum salary rose by 20% both in 2013 and 2024. Sorry, 2023 and 24. So 20% in 23, 20% in 24, 12% so far this year. And again, that's so far. It's been going up year on year. That's excellent. Our wages don't go up year on year. Yeah, actual growth. You know what happens here? What we get instead is the stock market losing $4 trillion in value in the span of, realistically, a day, but a week. You should hate America. It's a shithole of a country now.
Let's discuss with Frank Holland, the anchor of CNBC's Worldwide Exchange.
You can make it a good country. Right now, it is a shithole. I hope all of you can agree with this.
Eugene Daniels, MSNBC senior Washington correspondent and incoming morning host of The Weekend here on MSNBC. Also with us, Catherine Rampell, who we can now announce will officially be joining MSNBC as a co-host of the evening edition of The Weekend on Saturday and Sunday. So first, welcome. Congratulations, Catherine. It's so great to have you as part of the family. Cool. Eugene, we already had our celebration, I think, last week, but really fun to have.
What we need is a new minority group to scapegoat. They haven't killed all the trans folk yet. Get the hell out of here, smegma.
30 minutes now into trading.
Hey there, Anna. Good morning to you. Kind of a mixed start to the trading day right now.
I did cover Trump dancing like a monkey, begging for money for Elon.
The S&P just slightly higher right now. The Dow down more than 100 points. The Nasdaq coming off its worst day since 2022, bouncing back somewhat, up just about 0.5%. But that certainly isn't easing the concerns about the stock market that has lost. And I want you to make sure you're hearing this number correctly. $4 trillion of market value since its all-time high less than a month ago. I'm talking
within a month. $4 trillion of market value erased in America. Erased. Gone. Gone. Because of these fucking zombies in power.
February the 19th. Citi putting out a note saying that U.S. exceptionalism, it's at least paused. It's giving you a sense of the sentiment on Wall Street.
Comrade Lenin, they made it a felony to be, they're making it a felony to be trans in Texas. Just to exist. Which, by the way, would mean that traveling in Texas is also a felony. Your driver's license would make you committing a felony if you were driving through Texas. Let's say you were in Texas and you tried to leave. That's a felony. Sorry.
So all this action on the stock market is one thing. There's also rising concerns about the U.S. economy. Remember, the stock market and economy, they're not the same thing.
I know why they're doing
these economic worries, they're certainly fueling these stock market declines.
You want to know why they're doing this? This is why they're doing this.
The reason they want a recession is because when a recession happens, the economy plummets, a bunch of companies go bankrupt, and only the oligarchs have the money left over to buy up everything when it's being sold for a fraction of its actual worth. If the whole economy goes under, only a small group of people are wealthy enough, not only to be okay, but to start buying and accumulating. They take advantage of people's desperation by buying up all these properties that are being liquidated, so that when the economy rebounds, before maybe they own, let's just say 1% of the economy, but then when everything gets cheap, they have less money in an absolute sense, but everything else is dirt cheap. So they buy. And then when the economy goes back up, now they own 2% of the economy. Yeah, recessions are good for people who, have the hunger and who are, willing to buy.
Who are demons and evil and want to siphon all of the wealth and happiness from your life. So, Hassan can't come up with contemplate a reason for these fiscal policies. That is the reason for these fiscal policies. I've been saying that for months now. Sister to all, don't they realize they're ruining the world for their children? That makes them happy. Their children are fine too, by the way. Like, their children are also going to be overlords of the poors. We're going down a bad path. Prisons become labor camps, become death camps very quickly. We're building Guantanamos near you. Like, we covered that yesterday. Capitalism is a disease.
Important to note that it's not just one thing that's impacting the stock market or the economy. It's tariffs.
Hassan was born and grew up in Turkey, I'm pretty sure, just like me. But if they deport Hassan, he can come here. That would be pretty based, actually. It's not like he can go back to Turkey, which realistically I probably can't either. I just hope they don't extradite me.
Concerns that are fueling inflation concerns, that are fueling recession concerns, kind of like a snake biting its own tail. And now there's new concerns about the consumer. That's especially after Delta Airlines warned it expects
he
profits
was born in the U.S.? Then fair enough.
to be lower than previously indicated because of a slowdown in both business and...
Hassan was born in America. I'm more Turkish than him because I was born in Turkey and grew up in New Jersey. He was born in New Jersey, grew up in Turkey, then came back. So I am more Turkish.
Consumer spending and travel. And this morning, some popular retailers like Kohl's and Dick's Sporting Goods also painting a picture of a consumer.
I mean, like, think about it, guys. Every time we look at the news now, we see one of these. We see a fucking stock counter. We've seen Donald Trump talking, announcing tariffs with Fox News having the goddamn stock counter in the corner, watching it fall as he's announcing these. It's self-harm. Every economist had said that this is self-harm. Every single one. This is the only reason they're doing this. They want to crash the economy on purpose. On purpose. It makes them money. Who hates Erdogan more? That's a toss-up. I mean, I don't know how much Hassan hates Erdogan. I very much hate Erdogan. I'm his alternate universe counterpart. I guess, true. By the way, Tesla got outed for scamming the Canadian government out of like 50 million in EV sale rebates. Canada actually probably needs to arrest Elon or something. To be fair, we're going to invade Canada, so it's not like they can really do much, but based to arrest him. Australia has said we'll arrest Elon if he interferes in our election. I don't know. Look, capitalism isn't failing, guys. You're actually right, Comrade Lennon. Capitalism is doing great. It's just not doing great for us, which it never is. It looks like capitalism's dying, but it's liberalism that's dying. This is what they're talking about on Fox News. How they need to get rid of your unnecessary entitlement programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
He's not talking about the benefit packages.
Unnecessary.
He's just talking about the waste, fraud, and abuse that's inside these entitlements, which is an enormous number. People may be afraid to touch that, but they shouldn't be afraid to touch that. It's about fraud. It's not about the benefits, Claudia.
Absolutely, and I think he made a really important point. He was talking about most of our budget is mandatory spending.
Again, there has been 0 instances of fraud. 0. There's been no arrests for Doge-related crimes for defrauding the federal government. There's been no arrests. Not one. Anything that Doge found would have required an arrest. It would be frauding the actual government. The U.S. government. Capitalism in the U.S. could be having its last hurrah, big party before the last explosion. What you don't understand is that explosion is an egg hatching for the next iteration of capitalism, which is neo-colonial feudalism. Will Trump invade Gaza? Like, will American soldiers go into Gaza? He said they would. I don't necessarily see a reason for it. I think that Netanyahu will clear out Gaza because he's right now invading the West Bank and annexing that, and then U.S. contractors will go to Gaza. We'll have, like, Blackwater, our Wagner group in Gaza, but not U.S. soldiers. We're in World War III, Commie Quinoa Club. Do you guys not understand that? It still boggles my mind that people don't understand that we're already living in World War III. The entire global system has collapsed. Like, America has joined the alternative side. European leaders are having emergency summits on how to deal with America flipping to the enemy. America's meeting with Russia and Saudi Arabia, trying to have peace deals for a country that isn't there in their talks. Then Zelensky comes to our country, and then this started a while ago, but like it didn't start getting serious until the EU summit, until the first talks between America and Russia and Saudi Arabia. Like, that was the indication to me. That was like, oh, we're actually doing this. Like, America's switching sides. There's reports that are very credible that America was giving intel to the Russians in Ukraine. That Starlink has been given a backdoor for the Russians. That Ukrainians, when they turn on their Starlink, they just get bombed and shit. Like, we're here. We've already made it here. Now it's about surviving this. You best start believing in the montage of unfettered dipshittery at the start of the movie. You're in one? Yeah, exactly. UK and US backed ISIS in Syria. I mean, so? Yeah, World War III started a long time ago, but we were in that Colder War period. Now we're getting to the end of that Cold War period, and it's becoming the Hot War period. Again, the intelligence agency of Denmark has said within 6 months, Russia is likely to try and test Article 5. America said we will not help protect Europe. Within 5 years, Russia will be ready for a full-scale war with NATO. 5 years.
So when we talk about CR...
Look, no, I don't agree that World War III started when ISIS was formed. I don't really care about, like, when the Cold War started. The line I'm drawing is when America had the meeting with Zelensky in the White House, in which we lost our shit, in which Russian state, like, press was in the Oval Office, who got to take a photo, a video of Donald Trump yelling at Zelensky, and they weren't invited. They snuck in somehow. TASS Media. That's why it says 5 years, Bulletproof Baldy. 5 years. Russia will have the resources to start a full-scale war with Europe, with NATO. Within 6 months, they are going to invade the Baltics. They have 150,000 troops stationed in Belarus right now. Like, you people are the same. I'm here. This is the same type of shit as, like, oh, they'll never invade Ukraine. Like, it's insane. It's insanity. It's happening. We're here.
And all this other stuff that we're doing today with some anomalies to protect our Department of Defense.
I wish we weren't.
We're talking about discretionary spending, which we control, which is less than, I mean, I think it's like 75 to 80% of as mandatory, and the rest is...
Yeah, like, imagine Reagan doing a press conference and some KGB agent snuck in and took a video in the Oval Office.
Discretionary, so most of it, we need to attack the spending side. And by the way, Anna's right. Fraud, abuse, and waste is the problem. And you can look at the entitlements that we have in New York State for...
If we helped them, Comrade Ledin, we helped Ukraine. And again, 5 years is enough time for them to, with America's assistance and growing technological assistance from China in relation to building bombs, yeah, they can. The world is changing. The Russian economy is changing. Warfare is evolving with AI drones, which are terrifying, satellites, AI dogs with flamethrowers. You're off your rocker. We helped Korea and Vietnam and still lost. To be fair, we won in Korea, at least to an extent. And in Vietnam, we were fighting. We weren't, sending money and guns to them to fight. Ukraine didn't fall because of Ukrainians, not because of Russian ineptitude. Russian ineptitude made it so they're losing the war. But, like, yes, America is helping Russia. Yes, there is proof. Hold on. I covered this yesterday, like, in detail. And also, there are people in this community whose job it is to work on the Ukraine war. Like, their job is geolocators, and they agree that there is a pretty fucking high likelihood, right? At the very least, that it's pretty sus. Here's one example. I've seen multiple reports of this. Russian forces in Kursk suddenly have extremely precise coordinates for our troop locations, logistics ammo depots, and this cannot be a coincidence. I think Trump administration is trying to give Kursk to Russia before negotiations as part of his deal with Russia. As he said himself, he wants Ukraine to have no cards left to play. Then we have 2.
I want to float a story which I read now a few times on the internet.
I'm going to link you this because I can't be fucked watching this on stream because it's going to derail me. But there it is in the chat. Y'all can pick that up and watch it whenever you want. Then there's more. Like, there is more to this. Also, we've banned our allies from sharing intel. Although, like, now I suppose we're sharing intel again. Starlink. By the way, the accounts that I showed, like, those are accounts of soldiers. Looks like Elon Musk is giving Starlink a backdoor so they can pinpoint locations of terminals and bomb positions. Like, I don't speak Ukrainian, but here you go. Yeah, Zomi is like, Zomi's right. It's not that difficult. It's not that infeasible. It's not wild. It's pretty likely Russia will attempt to invade another country in 3 to 5 years, depending on the outcome of this war. I still think within 6 months, we're getting a Balkan invasion.
For example, 8 million people in the state of New York are on Medicaid. Only 5 million are eligible. That's a $20 billion a year hit for taxpayers of New York, but also the federal taxpayers pay for that because the money comes from the federal government and it's split half and half with the state. And so the taxpayers are taking a hit on the federal side and the state side. What we're trying to do is streamline the government. We're trying to make it accountable and transparent.
Fucking demons. They're stealing from you. Oh, and Australia is not getting your tariff exemption.
Well, Australia has spectacularly been...
Again, a U.S. ally that's critical to U.S. defense with the, like, Pine Gap base on Australian soil, which is 100% required.
Being dragged into America's trade war, with the White House confirming in just the past hour that it would not be exempt from tariffs on aluminium and steel. It comes amid dramatic developments overnight where billions of dollars have been wiped from the US stock markets, and that will likely trigger another sell-off here.
The US President Donald Trump has doubled down overnight despite fears he could be leading America into a recession. He's announced he'll double the tariffs for Canada, while the White House says after much consideration, no country...
Yeah, federal taxpayers are paying for that. Okay, well, most of those federal taxpayers are New Yorkers, so maybe let them run their shit their way. It's kind of true. What the fuck did Australia do to be on the tariff list? Everyone's on the tariff list. The entire world is on the tariff list except for Russia, North Korea, China. Trump is trying to devalue the dollar. This is true. They want to crash the U.S. economy. We've talked about this. They also want to crash the U.S. dollar. They want to replace the U.S. dollar with cryptocurrency so that you can never get richer. Because again, crypto has a limited amount of... we don't trade with North Korea, so of course there's no tariffs on that. There's a limited amount of crypto you can get. When all of the crypto is mined, that's it. You can't print more of it. They want to transition to that type of economy so they can steal from you. It is a nightmare scenario. It is. It is absolutely a nightmare scenario.
Country will be exempt from the 25% levy due to come into effect.
We just declared that we're the crypto capital of the world, that we have the crypto reserve. Like, we are doing it. It's a rug pull. It's always a rug pull. It's never anything else. That's the whole point of crypto.
Today. Let's go straight to our North America correspondent, Carrington Clark, in our Washington, D.C. bureau. G'day, Carrington. You've heard directly from White House officials this morning. What have they told you?
Yeah, I've just come from the private office of Donald Trump's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who has categorically ruled out Australia receiving a last-minute reprieve from these sweeping 25% tariffs on aluminium and steel imports into the United States.
They steal from you in literally every possible way they can. They want inflation to go up. They're trying to get rid of the Federal Reserve right now because the guy who runs the Federal Reserve can't be fired by Trump. And inflation is going to continue to rise as these tariff policies keep being implemented and their effects come. Inflation was at its lowest. Yeah, anyone see gold prices? Go look up what gold prices look like right now. They want to crash the dollar, but they also want more inflation. They want to get rid of the Fed, which can manage inflation and raise interest rates. Cash might not be enough if they devalue the dollar. We're going to have to go back to rare coins or shit at this rate. My advice is get a safer currency. Instead of buying gold, transition yours to a different country's currency that isn't directly tied to the US economy. They can't realistically get rid of the Fed unless they take over the country. They have! Mr. Anderson, the courts don't matter and Congress doesn't exist functionally. What do you mean? They ignored like 7 court rulings already. The country has been fully taken over. I'm going to trade all my USD to Japanese yen. I don't know how connected the Japanese economy is to ours, but, you know, we've already started a worldwide economic crisis, so... Congress is literally proposing bills just to abolish the Fed, and they're like 2 words. Yeah, that's why I say Congress functionally doesn't exist anymore. They're just like 3 words. Yeah, that's the breaking point when riots just start happening with no center organizers. They'll naturally form themselves on nobody's schedule. Again, it's very likely that in 1 month, we're going to get martial law. On January 20th, Donald Trump signed a order saying that 90 days is given to Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem to create a study and write a report on whether or not the Insurrection Act should be declared. That study is due on April 20th. Now, the Insurrection Act would then create martial law. There's a pretty high chance that we get martial law on 4/20. Oh, and we're also going to default on the debt, Pezzy. 100%. Not yet. We're not there yet, but we're going to. We've literally seen Marco Rubio on television saying that within 5 years, the dollar will not be the global reserve currency. We've watched Marco Rubio say this.
States. Remember that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese asked directly to President Trump for Australia to be exempt. Donald Trump said he would give great consideration to that request, but Caroline Levitt says that he considered it and considered against it. She says the reason is American steel, and that if Australian companies want to be exempt, they should...
Yes, because we've purged all of the high-ranking military members who would disagree with it. Like, we've already done that. And most of the grunt forces are very happy to. So, you know. The only thing that stopped us from getting shot the last time he was in power was the military saying nah. So this time they made sure that anyone who would say nah is not present. That's the whole point of Project 2025 when they say install loyalist. Yeah. Isn't the military mostly blue recruits? No, it's not actually. Most of our active forces, right, are military that we have right now. Are active military, low-ranking non-officers, and even some of the lower ranks of officers, and probably at this point, now that they purged some of the generals on the higher end too, are people that we recruited for the war on terror. Now, if you don't know, back during the war on terror, we were having a lot of issues recruiting. We didn't want to call a draft. So what we did is we recruited from white nationalist groups, the KKK, Nazi groups, and we sent them off to the Middle East. These people, some of which spent a decade in Afghanistan, in Iraq, some of which were around child abusers and pedophiles. So we've covered this on stream before, documented records of superior officers telling these soldiers, don't do anything about that. Your job, don't even make a comment. Don't look when they do that kind of stuff. If you, let's say, are a Nazi who gets conscripted by the government, not conscripted, recruited by the government, gets sent off to Afghanistan, fights a war there, spends 10 years living, eating, talking, socializing with people, some of which could be also not good people, I feel like that makes a difference when you come back. We've seen lots of reports of this already happening. Like a lot of the terrorist attacks that have been committed in the last year are from veterans who only recently returned from Afghanistan, who were deployed in specific instances. Like, I can't remember the brigade that I'm thinking of. There was one that was directly tied to the guy who did the Tesla Cybertruck bombing at a Trump Tower. Not that long ago, he was directly tied to them. Keep in mind, even rank and file cops will gladly brutalize you. The cops are more likely to brutalize you. Yeah, most of the military used to be black and Latino. They got out. Remember all those Americans who were actually pro-ISIS because they liked how they treated women? I do remember that. So here's the ceasefire.
Ongoing invasion of the country. According
Again,
to a joint statement,
it's probably not a good thing.
Expressed readiness to
check out my living resource document. It's in there, Mr. Anderson. I'm not going to find the link for you, but I'll send you the link to my document. It's also in the description of the YouTube video for any who might want to have a look. But here you go. That we'll have it in there. Search U.S. military and or extremism. I think the most important question is how can Ireland benefit from this turmoil?
Accept the U.S. proposal, which can be extended by mutual agreements of the parties. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the ball is now in Russia's court.
Today we made an offer that the Ukrainians have accepted, which is to enter into a ceasefire and into immediate negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's enduring and sustainable and accounts for their interests, their security.
Damn, Zomi, you got me scared because I thought, okay, maybe this could be a good thing, and then you brought up what like the bad things that could happen because of this. The fact that Russia could rush all of its forces to the front line as Ukraine has to retreat from like Kursk or something. But at the same time, it depends on whether the fighting actually stops. I mean, a ceasefire for Israel doesn't mean ceasefire. Whether or not it means this in Ukraine, we'll find out. And the Russians haven't agreed yet, so.
Their ability.
Happy Patrick's weekend to y'all. Oh, is it St. Patrick's Day? I didn't realize. The Education Department says 60 universities are under investigation for anti-Semitism. This is coming after the new rules on protesting that Donald Trump has put out, where any protest on a university campus can just get you arrested, deported, can get you fired, kicked out of school, expelled, all of that shit. So the Russians on the ground don't want a ceasefire, to be clear, from everything I've read on Telegram today, which makes me think that they won't follow it, Somi, which is good for Ukraine. Just Ukraine shouldn't preemptively follow it. I don't trust it all they suddenly support Ukraine again. They don't. They don't. Russia's going to take a couple tanks and march on Kyiv. The point of the ceasefire would be for like Russia to do that, to get ready to do that. What happened to free speech? Republicans killed it. Remember when Albert Einstein was the person who would call Israel's government Nazi and fascist, and everyone didn't get mad and call him an anti-Semite, considering he was also Jewish? Why is there no... Oh, sorry. This was Einstein. In 1948, on December 4th, letter to the New York Times, Einstein, along with 28 other prominent members of the Jewish community, wrote that the current Israeli political party, the first one, 1948, the Freedom Party, led by Menachem Begin, was a political party closely akin in its organization, methods, and political philosophy and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. Well, exactly. Bulletproof bullet. We used to be able to make that distinction. We used to have nuance. Nuance has died. And yeah, he was more of a baby socialist. Furthermore, describing the Freedom Party as a mixture of ultranationalism, religious mysticism, and racial superiority. That it bore the unmistakable stamp of a fascist party for whom terrorism against Jews, Arabs, or British alike, and misrepresentations are means of a leader state, is the goal. Like, 10 years prior to this, Einstein declared at New York, a Jewish state with borders and an army to protect those borders ran counter to, quote, the essential nature of Judaism. Also in 1946, he told the Anglo-American community to inquire on Palestinian issue, quote, I cannot understand why a Jewish state is needed. It is connected with narrow-minded and economic obstacles that I believe is bad. This article about military politics, not talk about active duty members, it talks about veterans. Well, we're talking mostly about veterans, but the active duty members today are objectively influenced by those veterans. Anyone joining the military today is a right-winger. And if they're joining the military today as a right-winger, then they're a Nazi. Or, you know, akin to a Nazi, at the very least. Yeah, this is Albert fucking Einstein, y'all. Russia probably gonna false flag attack during the ceasefire. I don't see them even agreeing, but... And blame Ukraine for violating it. Trump used this as justification. It's the same bullshit that, like, Israel does, but... You can't get a DNA test in Israel because they're all European. That's funny. Russia posted their debt today for February, 4.5 trillion rubles. Okay. They're joining to get benefits. Fewer people are national loyalists. I disagree. I think right now, if you're joining the military, whether or not you start off that way, by the way, it doesn't matter. They will make you into a Nazi in the military. Like how most of Israel is insane, not innately, but because they all have to join the IDF and the IDF brainwashes you. You think the US, like, Pentagon doesn't brainwash you? We've banned, like, every single word in the English dictionary. Banned words. Hold on. Like, are you kidding me? Europe is still buying gas off the Russians. I'm aware they need to. They need to stop, rather. So, we've talked about Mahmoud Khalil. This was the American with the green card, not an undocumented immigrant, not committed a crime, not come into this country illegally, who organized a pro-Palestinian protest and was arrested by ICE entirely illegally, pursuant to President Trump's executive orders providing for deportation of non-citizens critical of Israel. ICE officers showed up at the doorstep of Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil and dragged him away in front of his 8-month pregnant wife after a campaign by militant Ziophiles to punish him, for protesting genocide. Khalil is by all accounts an extremely kind, gentle person, did not engage in violent activity, has a green card, and his wife wasn't allowed to visit him at the detention center. So this is illegal. This is the undocumented immigrants is the only people that we're deporting. Lie is dead now. This killed it because this made national news. His wife is American, yes. And the Republicans are going to defend it. I mean, they're defending it openly. So that lie is dead. It's dead. Secretary Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, blah, blah, blah.
Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm glad you brought this up. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke a green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study.
Yeah, Stephen Miller literally said he wants to denaturalize people. By the way, Comrade Lennon, the reason I think that us getting drafted is below 30% and honestly getting lower is because we seem to be leaning towards privatizing the military. Blackwater is our Wagner group, and we're probably going to push more PMC activity rather than direct U.S. Pentagon activity. It's not just the Republicans that have been cracking down on Colombia. The Dems did it too. No, of course, but like I consider the Dems basically Republicans for the most part, like barring a few of them. Like Joe Biden as a president, not considering anything regarding to Israel was excellent. Like great pro-labor, great for the working class, all that. Perfect. Him, not a Republican. He's just a Ziophile Democrat. Kamala Harris, Republican. Chuck Schumer, Republican. Nancy Pelosi, Republican. Hakeem Jeffries, Republican. What you least expect always happens. We're going to get drafted 90,000%. Why would we, though? Because the goal is to privatize everything. That's what the shock doctrine's for. We've done this over and over and over again. It's always privatization. We've used private militaries before. A PMC is just mercenaries, long like Homo sapien. We've used mercenaries in the Iraq War. Actually, in one point of the Iraq War, we had more contractors and mercenaries there than we did U.S. military, personnel. And then Blackwater just took the Panama Canal. So why would we need less PMC activity? It's also much less likely to cause a stir in international affairs. No one's talking about the Panama Canal, even though Blackwater bought both sides of the port. It's one big club and we're not in it. They just use it to beat us over the head. Secretary of the State has the right to revoke visas anytime, yeah. Goes on the same list as the king controls the army and doesn't have to listen to parliament. Telling you, your Second Amendment right exists because it was to fight against tyranny. And it is tyranny. I'm not saying, do anything, but I'm saying you have the right to defend yourself in your home, in your state. If they come into your house, you have the right to defend yourself. That is true. Russians' opinion on the ceasefire. Shove your peace initiative up your ass. Now you were given the conditions for a ceasefire last year. You responded with an invasion. We understood everything. That condition was give us everything. And the invasion they're talking about is Kursk. Will private military have enough soldiers by the time? Blackwater has more than 20,000. And that was a few decades, like a decade ago at most. So...
revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm glad you brought this up. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary
and we also have, you know,
the
other
right to revoke
companies like Blackwater.
A green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of...
This is evil shit. This is a U.S., not a citizen, sorry, a U.S. green card holder. Oh, by the way, they have 20,000 troops, a military base, a fleet of 20 aircraft as well. And that was just during the Iraq War. So, you know, increase continues. We're not allowed guns in Ireland. It's too volatile. You know, you can just print them now. I feel like gun legislation needs to evolve in this day and age. I don't want everyone to have guns. In America, you're surrounded by them, so you need them. But you can just print them. Who's the CEO of BlackRock? I think Larry Fink. Yes, it is Larry Fink. Again, there's Vanguard. There's another one that I'm missing. What's the third one? BlackRock, Vanguard, and who? I guess we should also remember that the voluntary U.S. military would probably still fight with the private military. Oh, of course, yeah, we would still use them. But we would use the private military much more often because that makes companies money, and that's what we're worried about. By the way, Ann Coulter is against this. Guys, do you know how bad you have to be on the right to Ann Coulter be to the left of you? Also, like, the way she says it is fucking insane. There's almost no one I don't want to deport, but unless they commit a crime, is this not a violation of the First Amendment? Remember, this is the lady who, when interviewing Vivek Ramaswamy, said, quote, "I really liked what you said on the campaign trail. I wouldn't vote for you because you're an Indian, but still." Like, this is that lady. This is that lady. She's to the left right now of U.S. government policy. This is what we warn the immigrants of. Even if you're legal, even if you have a green card, they will deport you. It's not about legal immigration. It's about skin color. We literally watched the people talking yesterday, the white nationalists, with Sam Snyder. Vivek had a kink for it. That's why he was okay with the racism. Well, I mean, like, it's always, I will push other people further down the ladder so I can climb it. Ann Coulter was the original evil. If this shit is too evil for her, you know how far we've gone. This lady was like the lich who stole your soul back in 2000 on television. Like, this was the Fox News lady. And she's talking about how this violates the First Amendment.
Angry demonstrators gathered outside a federal immigration facility to demand the release of Mahmoud Khalil. The outspoken student activist was stopped and arrested by immigration enforcement agents as he arrived home Saturday evening, his pregnant wife by his side. Columbia University faculty have come to his defense.
His only offense has been exercising his constitutional rights to free speech and peaceful assembly.
Defenders of free speech are also attacking the Trump administration.
It is beyond the pale. It's targeted, retaliatory, and an extreme attack on the First Amendment.
President Donald.
I'm telling you, the Constitution doesn't exist. They did it on day one. You can't go to the White House website and find the Constitution anymore. Show me the First Amendment being implemented in law still, please. Beyond the pale, pork. Like, we passed the pale, like, I don't know, 50 yards that way a year ago.
Donald Trump defended the arrest on Truth Social,
Jesus
calling
Christ.
Khalil a radical foreign pro-Hamas student. promising it will be the first of many arrests to come
videos
for
on
those
everything
engaged
to
in,
chat.
quote, pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity.
Khalil's arrest comes amidst what the Trump administration...
I do actually want to watch that, but as a reminder, the point of this has always been this. This is why they're doing it. In fact, here's a lady who will prove it just openly for you. We watched this yesterday, but she is...
Don't you think that's better
really
for Americans in general?
This was the only informative part of this entire idea of America being a melting pot also wants you to assimilate, just like this lady is saying, the difference being she wants you to assimilate to the dominant superior ideology and also will not allow you to assimilate if you're brown enough. This is Sam Cedar. He's from the Majority Report. And on top of this, the second part of that statement is the actual ideology of the melting pot wants all of the ideologies to assimilate together, not to one greater ideology. Christian values doesn't exist. These people aren't Christian. Jesus would abhor these people, all of them.
I mean, that is what
They're
America
anti-Christ. Everything they do is literally anti-Christ by definition.
It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then, if that's not the identity of America?
It's American ultra-nationalist ethno-state nationalism. This is Christian nationalist fascism, which is essentially just American Nazism.
Even then, even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation.
I don't believe about bulletproof Baldy. What the fuck does that even mean?
And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist.
Yeah, she thinks that Trump isn't evil enough for her. Guys, they think that Trump is not evil enough for them. You understand that, right? I would have answered to riddle me this, why did the revolution happen? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just, again, she's laying out why her argument is wrong. She is explaining that she's fucking evil. She's openly explaining why the Republican Party is evil. They're demon. Here's her Twitter account. Real and straight in a world that's gay, fake and gay. Journalist. Matt Walsh. More fucking genocidal folk. This person is a demon. No, Sam didn't pick them. That was Jubilee. Although I do want to show my favorite one, the dumbest of the lot, one more time. Because I need you to understand, again, that Republicans, on average, are really, if they're at that level of intelligence, guys. I know it's not the worst part, but her using H1Bs as a descriptor like that makes my hackles right. I mean, she's a Nazi, Sundry Clown Car, so... It's Nazis and dipshits. That's the Republican Party. It's Nazis and dipshits. This is the belief system. This is what they want. Also, what crime did green card holder Mahmoud Khalil commit to warrant his arrest and deportation? House Speaker Mike Johnson, who got told to get the fuck out of here the last time he was on Columbia's campus, in the video below. I went and faced down the angry mob at Columbia. At the height of that stuff, it was dangerous. This guy, apparently a mastermind of that very stuff. The gnashing teeth, people screaming at me. This is about the Palestine protest last year.
Yeah. In your estimation, what crime did Mahmoud Khalil commit to warrant his arrest, detention, and the potential revocation of his green card?
Let me tell you something. I went face down the angry mob at Columbia at the height of that stuff. When the pro-Palestine...
Hey, okay, I don't give a shit about you, but can we remember when the pro-Israel protesters did actual crimes, like, I don't know, a bombing, and were not arrested? Hey, why did we never talk about how the pro-Israel counter-protesters did, threw literal bombs into a crowd? That's a bomb. If you didn't know what a firework is, it's pretty synonymous, you know? It explodes, fires out bits of it. Dan did so, they're gonna make it illegal to call them a gringo. I swear, they're gonna say that it's hate speech. I just want you all to know, you know, that it wasn't just, the one singular instance of one person that was pro-Palestine that did violence. Another streamer found the video of the event he's talking about where they spoke and they booed and they went, enjoy your freedom of speech. Yeah. Can we get some both sides for a moment? Fine. What is this? Oh yeah, and that's the Nazis for you. Oh my god, these are just people that play Warhammer all day and are Nazis. This is the 4chan Warhammer Nazi coalition. In Italy, by the way. Yeah, she was an immigrant from Canada. Who cares? Canada's not sending their best. Yep, but all of the hate speech, they will call it subversion or something. Don't talk shit about my Warhammer. Sorry, but people that play Warhammer and what was it? There was someone in my chat that played this. People that play these kinds of games are often obsessed with Nazism. It's Warhammer and that HOI 4, yeah, Hearts of Iron 4. Those are the two Nazi games. It's because Nazis also tend to obsess about like Roman Empire shit, and then they see, Fallout is where all the trans girls are. But I think that's just New Vegas, I guess. Yeah, Fallout is woke. But a judge blocked the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. We'll see how that turns out.
Columbia University. Now, this case has been prompting protests in New York City and beyond. Now, a federal judge has temporarily blocked the deportation of Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil. Now, according to Khalil's lawyer, ICE agents initially said they were acting on a State Department order to revoke his student visa. But the Syrian native is actually a U.S. green card holder. And as of right now, he is still detained in Louisiana. So legal analyst and trial attorney Robin Nunn joins us now to lean into this a little bit more. Robin, why was Khalil taken to Louisiana?
Yeah, it's unclear right now. Formal charges have not yet been filed, but many believe that the transfer...
This is like, Jesus Christ is the right answer, Schufer Puffer. We're going out of our way to beat the Hitler country. Nice to see the judges still trying to use the courts to whatever functionality it still exists. Exactly.
Mahmoud Khalil to Louisiana likely relates to federal immigration detention procedure. Louisiana is home to several ICE detention facilities.
Yeah, so they got him federally. They moved him across state lines to put him in a concentration camp. They're not going to listen to the courts. They're not listening to the courts. If they had any intention of listening to the courts, they wouldn't have crossed state, like they wouldn't have taken him to a different state. I think New Vegas is so popular with the LGBT people because of the Legion is openly anti-LGBT and anti-women, so you get to take them all out. Makes sense. And New Vegas is universal, actually. Yeah, to be fair, like I've played New Vegas. I haven't played it in like a decade, but it was very fun. I talked to some friends. We see the arrest of Khalil as the return of wrongful persecution that the U.S. is known for. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. Like we're really in there. You guys understand that it's considered terrorism to vandalize a Tesla now, right? A friend of mine was deported from America years ago. Crazy stories. I know someone who was deported for just testing positive with a little bit of weed. Look, I need you all to understand something. There's a reason that we are so, like, there's a reason that we are changing the entire global hegemony, and it's to suit our domestic policy. Like, it makes sense to you? Like, what MAGA's doing inside the country, in America, is vastly different to any country in Europe, right? They have neoliberalism. We don't. They don't want to work with these people. Their ideologies do not fit together. MAGA's ideology aligns much more closely with countries like Russia, with China, with North Korea, all countries that Donald Trump has visited and praised the leaders of Saudi Arabia, which also Donald Trump is owned by. Elon Musk is owned by. The Saudis own much of Twitter, to the point where if Elon's stock in Tesla keeps going down, that he might not have control over Twitter much longer, unless, there's some back deals going on in the government, which there probably is, to fix that stock price. But understand that their ideologies are just more aligned. MAGA just relies on stories about epic warriors who can beat anyone. Yeah, literally. It's all mythology. It's fantasy. I've done a video on it. Like, the Saudis and our current government are very intertwined. We do.
Hello, you're watching TVP World
America
Talks. I'm Jonasz Lewiński.
Donald
Trump's second term in office has already seen multiple examples of unorthodox policy making, including in the field of foreign policy. The new administration's stance on Ukraine has in particular raised many eyebrows, with both the harsh treatment of Ukraine.
Exactly, Dan Ditso. This new MAGA ideology is more like a collection of idiots who just want an authoritarian autocrat in power, even if that means getting fucked in the ass by said autocrat. That is what their ideology is.
President Volodymyr Zelensky at the Oval Office, and the mounting pressure on Ukraine, including through restrictions being placed on US
The
support.
Trump administration says 9/11 was based. Oh my god. Breaking news.
This weekend, the public was shocked by another instance of unconventional behavior, this time featuring top White House officials publicly berating Poland's foreign minister after he asserted Warsaw's stance on the Starlink satellite system's role in the Ukraine war.
Here we go.
Well, it's not shocking.
And yes, you're right, Busan. World trade is a living network, which is why we're removing ourselves from that living network.
To me, my colleague, Professor Anna Wojciuk from Warsaw University, and I wrote last week a comment in Foreign Policy where we showed that all those moves are surprising only if we don't take the simplest and most straightforward explanation of them, which is that American administration is fundamentally more ideologically aligned with authoritarian regimes like Putin's Russia or Orban's Hungary than with...
I don't even think a Republican could counter that. Like, would even disagree. You think he read all those books, or is he trying to look smart?
Liberal democracy. Okay, that's very
Probably
unfortunate, but, going through this constant ritual of being shocked, being surprised, every time
very funny, Zach.
the American administration behaves like a far-right authoritarian regime is starting to get a little tired. And I think more and more people are seeing that these are not isolated incidents. You mentioned a few examples, but the support of far-right parties, especially
I want to watch that Comrade Trump video so much.
For Poland, of course, the most dangerous one is AfD because it questions Poland.
We were gonna do like theory after this. Do we watch because it's 15 minutes? That'll take us like at least 20. Do we watch the video today, or do we watch it tomorrow morning before Cosmopolitics comes on? And we do theory today, because there's a lot of theory to watch.
And Western border with Germany, and it's openly supported by both J.D. Vance and Elon Musk. The withdrawal of support, which is already leading, has led to actual brave Ukrainian soldiers killed, especially in the Kursk region. This is not a theoretical or rhetorical exercise. It's people losing their lives. The Georgescu pressure to keep the pro-Russian candidate, supported most likely by the Russian security forces in the presidential race. The statement by Mr. Trump that EU
I haven't the time. I've got bookshelves to assemble. You should ask him for help. Like, you guys understand this now, right? Like, it's not a difficult concept.
Quote was designed, was set up to take advantage of the United States.
Like, the man is saying that the EU was designed to fuck us. Like, okay, but before you do theory, can you turn yourself into a mushroom avatar that smiles when it talks? I don't know how to do that, and I wouldn't anyway, because I don't like mushrooms.
All of those.
I don't like mushrooms. Look, before that, really quickly, before we make any difference, because then I gotta go pee.
I've been doing a lot of reading in the last few weeks and months. You know who instituted a system of justice like this? The Nazis. I mean, Hans Frank, who was the Nazis' head lawyer, changed essentially the German legal code and said that no longer were lawyers to advocate for their clients, they were to advocate for the state. And that if they advocated for their clients adverse to the state, they themselves were committing a crime. And that transformed the legal establishment to pave the way years later for what became the Holocaust. You know who else has a legal system like this? Russia, right? In Russia today, if you are a lawyer and you defend clients that are considered to be enemies of Vladimir Putin,
comes
and
up
you
when we
make
talk about Nazis, does it? Privatization never comes up. That was one of the main things that they did to be able to do everything else.
arguments that displeases the regime,
The
you
thing
yourself
is, they privatized
face,
in
liability.
an oligarchy fashion as well. They nationalized all of the industry and then privatized it. They nationalized the industry, gave it to oligarchs, which were not called oligarchs at the time, and then privatized it immediately.
And so, look, the American legal system is far away from Nazi Germany and is far away from Russia's Putin's Russia.
Privatization
but I
is
do
theft.
think we need.
I call it privatization. I always follow it up with theft. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys with this clip while I go pee because I feel like it's interesting. I kind of wish I could stay and watch it, but I'm not going to.
Today as well, we were doing a town hall in the biggest city in my district. Democrats still do town halls. And this city voted for Donald Trump in 2024, first time in 100 years. The most resonant theme of the day that I heard from these Americans was how livid they are about the way that President Trump behaved in the Oval Office with Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky flew to Washington, but he walked into the Kremlin. And the propaganda that they heard from the commander-in-chief made Americans feel less safe and made them feel ashamed. This is an opportunity for congressional Republicans to distance themselves from this abomination and to demonstrate that Americans are going to stand for freedom and democracy. Because with all due respect, people do win wars. The United States won World War II. It made this world safe for freedom and democracy. We are now making it less safe for freedom and democracy by giving Russia all the cards that Donald Trump claims they have. I was in my district yesterday as well. We were doing a town hall in the biggest city in my district. Democrats still do town halls. And this city voted for Donald Trump in 2024, first time in 100 years. The most resonant theme of the day that I heard from these Americans was how livid they are about the way that President Trump behaved in the Oval Office.
I missed lip talk.
With
Good.
Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky flew to Washington, but he walked into the Kremlin. And the propaganda that they heard from the commander-in-chief made Americans feel less safe and made them feel ashamed. This is an opportunity for congressional Republicans to distance themselves from this.
An economist that's all the rage in the UK does not sound good to me. Who is this fucking douchebag? Oh, never mind. It's a Dem. That explains it. I mean, like, it could go either way. It's 50-50 at this point. The only non-dipshits are the couple Dems, but, like, there's not many of those. All right, let's watch the Comrade Trump video.
From day one of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the allegiance of Washington to Kyiv...
Oh, and Dan did so, yes, you're right. The control of the narrative, who is Goebbels of the United States, the subjugation of the Jews. It's Elon is Goebbels right now. But at the same time, that's Stephen Miller's job.
...has been steadfast and strong 3 years long. And then Donald Trump was elected U.S. president again.
I want to watch this, Zachap. That's the thing. You didn't mean to, but I want to see it.
That allegiance, it seemed to disintegrate overnight. Trump has called Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator. The U.S. is demanding difficult things from Ukraine if there is to be a ceasefire, and from Russia, no demands at all. Tonight, my guest says this all makes sense once you realize what Donald Trump really is, a Russian asset. I'm Brent Goff in Berlin. This is The Day.
We had a great call, and it lasted for a long time.
First contacts with the new U.S. administration are cause for hope.
Putin has been very willing to engage with Trump.
The president, there's so much evidence for this, like so much evidence for this. But again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because even if he wasn't, the entire Republican Party's ideology aligns more closely with the Russians. That's why we watched that video first. The Republican Party, MAGA, that part of America's ideology aligns closer with Russia, with China, with North Korea, with India, with Israel. The like authoritarian, with Turkey even, but like Turkey's not on their side, thankfully.
As he wants
Not
to
yet.
achieve peace as soon as possible.
Europe
We
needs
do
to
too.
keep Erdogan happy.
Getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia.
Ending the West's
This
isolation
doesn't
of
help
Russia.
communism at all, Tyler, Comrade Lenin.
That's what Putin's interest is. He is not interested in
How about you
ending
shut
the
up and
war.
watch for an hour? Give it a go.
Also
You might
coming
learn
up, the
something.
former strongman president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, to
Again, with the other story, I don't give up. We've covered Duterte already.
begin the day with Donald Trump's relationship with Russia. Is it too close for comfort?
MAGA was
America's
built
new
on a
alignment
psyop,
with Russia
but
has
there is no
upended a
distinction.
world order that has been in place for decades. U.S. President Donald Trump's new deference to the Kremlin has alarmed many in the West. Trump and his administration have taken several steps favoring Russia without appearing to require anything in return.
We've asked them for nothing.
The first bombshell was an announcement in February by the new U.S. Defense Secretary that Ukraine's goals of NATO membership and a return to
Did drug
pre-2014
use go down after Duterte? I mean, probably when he started killing 30,000 people, less people to do drugs. Does it matter? It's still a crime against humanity and not how you fix drug addiction.
borders were
If it went
unrealistic.
down, it would have been temporary.
In another boost to Vladimir Putin, the U.S. agreed to hold talks with Russia on ending the war, but it excluded Ukraine. And in a further rehabilitation, Trump said Russia should be readmitted to the G7.
Look at this. Look at America rigging my polls. They don't like elections anywhere. The CIA rigged my fucking election.
Then, in what critics are calling one of the most incomprehensible examples, the U.S. sided with Russia in UN resolutions on Ukraine that contained no criticism of Moscow, again, without appearing to demand any concessions. All of the above have happened since Trump was inaugurated back in January.
But like, again, it's not communism. What Trump's doing is bad for America, but it's not good for communism because there is no communism in the world. Can we revive Lenin? Only if we can revive the Lenin pre him taking power. Like, the only Lenin I want to bring back is the Lenin the day before he took power and without any Trotsky. Americans do hate democracy, Jesse Murph. Republicans do.
About 8 weeks ago. But as we report, Trump's relationship with Russia and
Mao.
Putin, that relationship, it goes back much further.
Donald Trump didn't wait long
Donnie, do you know that we've given Ukraine zero money? You know, all of that money your big great leader talks about, the 300 billion, you know where that went? It went to Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing, not to Ukraine.
to relaunch U.S.-Russian relations when he arrived in the White House for his
Americans
second
do
term.
think communism is
But when
government
I got
control.
here, one of the first
because no one
calls I
knows what
made was to
communism
President
means.
Putin.
Which is why after this we're gonna learn some fucking theory.
And we were treated with great respect.
I'm not even a communist.
Trump's ties to Russia go back to an official visit in 1987 when it was still the USSR to talk about developing hotels. When he returned from that trip, Trump took out a full-page advertisement in the New York Times
feel like this
calling
is
for the
closer
U.S.
to
to
Pol
stop
Pot.
protecting other wealthy nations, claiming
Maybe Russia shouldn't have invaded a foreign country, Donnie.
they were taking advantage. In the following decades, Trump developed a web of business relations with people
Look,
who
I'm
had
sorry, that election was rigged and I'm canceling it because we've covered all this before. You guys should watch this video. I'm not learning anything new. I've covered all of this. Can we do Romania? I would love to. All right, I want to do some theory. I'm sorry, this is fun. I can finish this section, but I really want to get to the theory. I can see a lot of people in chat are talking about stuff they don't know about.
had intimate access to the Kremlin. He held the Miss Universe pageant in
The Ukraine-Russia war started in 2014. How is it Biden's fault, Heimer?
Moscow in 2013, and was still pursuing hotel opportunities in the years before he became president
Russia
in
invaded
2016.
Ukraine in 2014.
And his 2016 campaign manager Paul Manafort also had high-level connections to the Moscow elite.
And
Then
what
there
does
was the
VP
investigation
do?
into Russian influence on the 2016
Where did you
president.
see that money went to Lockheed? Because we only sent we sent military equipment to Ukraine that was scheduled to be retired. It was scheduled to not exist anymore. We didn't need them. So what do? We sent our old shit to Ukraine, and then we bought new ones, which went to US defense contractors. That would make it Obama's fault. Why is it not Vladimir Putin's fault for starting an invasion in 2014? Why is it Obama's fault? You people are retarded. Like, genuinely. Is the Russian-Ukraine war partly Biden's in 22 for putting NATO membership on the table? The Ukraine war had started a decade prior to that. No, NATO membership for Ukraine is good. Mods, please get these Russians out of my chat.
Campaign. On the campaign trail, Trump asked Russia
2014.
to find missing
2014 is when Russia invaded Ukraine.
emails belonging to his opponent. A special prosecutor's report found that Moscow actively tried to help the Trump campaign.
Yeah, Mao was good at military stuff, but like that doesn't translate into ruling, guys. Fascists are great at taking power. They're not good at ruling when they're in power. No, war is not good. That's why Russia shouldn't have started one. Peacemongers. Oh, but fighting back is being warist. You're pro-war because you want to fight back when the foreign country comes and takes your shit. What if Mexico invaded America? Would you be in favor of going to war with Mexico? What if they came and they took New Mexico and said, this is ours now? Shut the fuck up. And obviously the US did dirty coup stuff. No one thinks America's good. America is bad. America's been bad for a very long time. We are now worse. We have went from we're fascist in the neoliberal fashion to now we are just fascist. We are inching towards Nazism all over the place, like in every spectrum of the country. Lenin was good before he took power. Fuck Trotsky. Mao wasn't a fascist, I'm aware. But I'm saying the government of China is fascist. Mao was good at taking power, and then he became a fascist, or at least an authoritarian. He became an authoritarian. I don't know enough about what Mao to call him a fascist, but he absolutely was an authoritarian.
The past two videos have been building the foundation.
I would not expect countries on the other side of the planet to finance it. Motherfucker, we built the world for that purpose. You people don't understand why America built the system this way. It's so that we are never in danger. The reason that we help defend Ukraine is because it helps us. It's in our best interest. It's the same reason that USAID existed. It's not like we were giving poor people medicine because we're good and kind and out of the goodness of our hearts. It's because it helped the US militarily. It's because it built a system where no one could ever challenge us, attack us. All right. We're going to talk about historical materialism first. So, let's get started.
For discussing historical materialism. In today's episode of Fundamentals of Marx, we will be covering precisely that. If you haven't watched the video on materialism and the video on dialectics, I strongly encourage you to do so. To provide a concise definition, we can say that historical materialism is the application
and who ignored the Budapest Memorandum entirely? It was Russia. Geopolitics 101, yeah.
Of materialist dialectics to the study of history. Many of the central aspects of dialectics and materialism, at least as they are understood by Marxists, are more or less unchanged in the historical materialist method. For example, in line with materialist dialectics, historical materialism fundamentally believes that history and the societies we study are
Once they start putting images on screen, it'll be a lot simpler for y'all. It's just base plus superstructure done.
Motion.
Yeah.
They are always changing. This change can sometimes be quantitative, while at other times it becomes qualitative. Qualitative changes are normally found in explosive events like revolutions or wars. Additionally, the various phenomena in societies are interconnected and cannot be understood in a vacuum. To study and understand one concept,
Donnie,
you will inevitably...
I don't give a shit. Cope. If you don't like how I talk to you, then leave. Don't be a dipshit. I'm sorry, I don't care how Russia defenders and peacemongers feel.
We have to understand many more concepts. The main force of motion in history is the material, specifically the material conditions of societies. Whereas idealists believe that history is moved by great people and great ideas, historical materialism suggests that great ideas are born from specific and concrete conditions in history.
Whoopsie. Let's try that again.
Material, specifically the material conditions of societies. Whereas idealists believe that history is moved by great people and great ideas,
Yeah. So, like the base concept here is that everything is interconnected and systems constantly are changing. In every fashion, everywhere in the world, nothing is stable, nothing is consistent, everything is changing, and everything connects to everything else. The material conditions in which we exist, in which we live day to day, affect the ideas, the actions, the behaviors, the beliefs, the movements that we exhibit as society, which then also impact and change the material conditions, which then impact and change the motion of different things in our society, different political structures, issues that are pushed, and this being interconnected to all other things affects all other things. No, this is why I often say no country is an island unto itself. No person is an island unto themselves.
Historical materialism suggests that great ideas are born from specific and concrete conditions in history. A historical materialist acknowledges the influence and contribution of
material to ideas as opposed to ideas to material, or just both? It's both.
Individuals and ideas, but places them in a web of political, economic, and social trends occurring in their time. Because history is in constant motion, and because nothing exists in a vacuum, historical materialists reject the notion of eternal principles or phenomena. Proponents of capitalism like to identify
as in there is no system that is unchanging.
Elements in past systems as proof of the natural origins of capitalism. This is unscientific and ahistorical because it pulls certain elements out of their context and forcefully places them in locations where they don't belong.
Lots of networks of
the motivation for this is ideological. Exactly. Supporters of capitalism want to legitimize the current system by suggesting that the principles and mechanisms it's built on have existed forever and are simply the way things are. If we follow the method of historical materialism, we would quickly see that capitalism is a specific social development in history with a unique economic basis. It cannot be found in the feudal system because the social and political structures of that time developed from a fundamentally different economy.
As in, the reason that, like, let's say in a feudal society where the monk at the priest at the monastery has to pay tithes to the Lord, right? They are doing labor, they are growing food, for example, for themselves, for their community, but this labor is not creating a commodity because even in the tithe, there is no exchange relationship. That labor is used to produce the food, and that food is then given, but there is no exchange of commodity.
Historical materialism finds that the development of societies is primarily contingent on the forces of production and relations of production. In simpler terms, the way a society looks and functions is determined by how and with what things are produced and the social relations associated with the production process.
As in, the tools that you use to produce things and the methods of which they're produced. The production. Like, it is the means of production in the most simple form you can put it. Now, obviously, the means of production can apply to much greater things than just the tools that you use to do labor or the methods in which you do labor. Like, for example, stocks. These are a means of production, but they are not necessarily a physical tool that you use to do any labor, nor are they a method of production. They are just ownership of the means themselves, if that makes sense. And the relation to production is how society organizes the people involved in the process. Who owns what?
The feudal era in Europe, for example, relied on serf or peasant labor, which utilized livestock and handheld tools to produce goods. The relations of production were organized around the lord-serf dynamic. The tools of that time were notably more complex than the tools of past eras. To incentivize optimal use of the means of production, feudal lords were better off loosening the grips on their subjects, at least in comparison to slaves and the slave labor that dominated the past. Thus, peasants were no longer considered property like slaves were, and actually had some of their own property which they used to
Someone's
work.
reading Capital? Fucking base. It is a challenging read. I've read a few chapters of it on stream, but it seems like y'all got too bored of me just reading Marx, so I stopped doing it. Capitalists will always say that, quote, the employer is always paying you less money than the value he is getting from your labor, but that's never true. Sorry, less money than the value he's getting from your labor. Sorry, that is true. But it like never occurs to them how that relationship inevitably just extracts all the wealth from the entire community. Sorry, I misread that the first time, into the hands of like 3 dudes. But like the thing is, it's built for that. The system is built to extract wealth from the entire community into the hands of the people who own the means of production.
Their lord's land. Capitalism brought with it a new
That's a
economy.
great suggestion,
Industrial
Jesse
production
Murph.
meant that
you should join the
individual producers
Discord.
could
You
not
can
keep
post that into the media analysis section. Also, hello, by the way. Anyone who hasn't been here before, feel free to join the Discord. As a Tesla driver, I feel oppressed. Good.
up with large enterprises. As land and resources began to be bought up by capitalists, social relations changed as well. Now the economy was predominantly determined by the capitalist-worker dynamic. Unlike lords, capitalists offered their social subordinates wages.
Capitalist-worker relations, as in the boss and the workers. We know what this is.
Instead of physical security in exchange for labor. The change from serf labor to wage labor meant a necessary shift in political structures and laws. Complex machinery and the use of highly developed equipment meant that the capitalists benefited from, and indeed needed, a more educated and sustainable labor force.
Yes, this is a part of a TLDR playlist, but I think that like understanding this is kind of critical for a lot of people, of like how structures are built and how economic and social systems are built within that structure. Where is the foundation? What are the pieces? Getting in the visualization here is really helpful as well.
Each new social formation with its own distinct economic base was in some way or another more progressive than its predecessor. Serfs had better lives than slaves, and workers have better lives than serfs. This is why many Marxists acknowledge the historically progressive role of capitalism. The next stage, however, is a radical departure from the previous systems. In the past, we saw the preservation of a core dynamic in each system, exploiter versus exploited, dominant versus subordinate, etc. There was always a powerful minority that dominated a disenfranchised and oppressed majority. Socialism, which Marx and others saw as the next stage after capitalism, is at first a reversal of that relationship. The majority becomes dominant. A people's revolution necessarily transitions the power from a minority class of exploiters to a majority class.
As in, that's just what socialism is. That is the point. It is you get to have control of the means of production. Captain Buggy skipped over the Neolithic mode of production, but it doesn't matter. Also, where I disagree with the scientific socialism is that we can reliably predict future outcomes based on historical outcomes. Like, there's no guarantee we'll do socialism due to antagonism in capitalism. I do agree. Right now, it seems like we're headed towards corpo nation states. It looks like corpo anarchy is what we're headed towards right now, but that could be in the long term positive, because corpo anarchy could lead to proper revolution that leads from an anarchy standpoint. I don't believe that violent revolution ever ends in good outcomes. But like in a case like this, it doesn't need to be a violent revolution. Under a case like corpo nation states, I do see that it would have to be, and that also wouldn't be good as the long-term outcome. When people say communism has never worked, what do I say? I say that no one's ever tried communism. No one, like, there's never been a country that's tried communism properly. All of the socialist or communist countries in the world in history have always kept capital around. You can't be communist or socialist with the existence of capital. The existence of capital will always beg the existence of a capital class. This is why I get mad when people say tax or get rid of the rich, and people say, but then who will give us jobs? People really in America can't even just imagine a system, an idea of doing labor and building wealth without someone at the top controlling the entire relationship. It's sad. It's sad. Capitalism has never worked. No mode of production is forever, and we've never even tried communism. It hasn't been achieved. True. Has there been any examples of corpo nation states? Argentina would probably be your closest we've gotten to it so far. It's not a system that we've developed in its entirety yet. We're working on it, though. I mean, look at America and Argentina. Those are your two closest bets for nation states in which corporations have all of the power and the people have none of it.
The objective of the majority class is to erase class boundaries altogether, to erase the age-old exploiter-exploited social structure once and for all. It's important to note that capitalism produces the conditions for socialism. Capitalism created the workplace as we know it.
That is true. Even Marx says that that socialism grows best under liberal democracy. So that I do agree with.
Large numbers of people regularly work in close proximity with each other. Capitalism needed the production process to occur on a large and highly concentrated scale. Having achieved this, capitalism also created the conditions for socialism to take place. Finding themselves in the same spaces, living very similar experiences, the working people are granted both a means and a reason to produce change.
Miguelto, also, you can think about Panama, because like BlackRock, a corpo nation state, has a state, or rather a corpo, has now bought both ports of the Panama Canal, making those little corpo nation state controlled towns around it, I suppose.
Transnational corporations erase borders and erode the nation state, the possibility of socialist revolution magnifies. Historical
Again, that's kind of what I said, as in through the corpo anarchy that we're getting, there is a higher chance of socialism being attempted, but it would have to end up being through violent revolution at that point, as the corpo nation states will crack down on everything and will make it infinitely more difficult as they militarize. And so that would end up being the only way, which is, by the way, why I told you to vote for Kamala Harris, because under Kamala Harris, we could have gone out and done this without a violent revolution. The U.S. is gone. The U.S. is dead. The U.S. is broken apart. I do agree with you that the U.S. is controlled by corporations. See, I'm not so bad. That's why I didn't ban you, Donnie. If I thought that you were all bad, you would have got kicked out with the rest of the trolls. You believe what you're saying.
Living very similar experiences, the working people are granted.
Is it too difficult to ask not to die? Apparently.
Means and a reason to produce change. As transnational corporations erase borders and erode the nation state, the possibility of socialist revolution magnifies. Historical materialism is a powerful scientific tool. However, it can be misinterpreted and misused. We should be careful in creating a linear or deterministic vision of history. Some people may be tempted to find a linear pattern of progression set in stone by stages that are supposedly predetermined. Such an interpretation of history is not true to the historical materialist method, because it ignores nearly all its fundamental principles. If history is determined...
What's the best way to redistribute wealth and resources? Through a system that is not top-down controlled. It would be bottom-up. The people have access to the wealth and resources. The jobs and the companies are run through worker cooperatives where the workers own the means of production that they work at. Yeah. As I've said, my ideal system would be decentralized city-states with a bureaucratic superstructure above them that connects them, that has no power in and of itself, that exists solely to transfer information between these city-states and keep a kind of efficient system running, but they themselves have no power. The people who are in said bureaucracy are democratically voted in, but their job is just to pass along information, whereas all of the wealth and resources are redistributed to the workers, to the worker cooperatives. I'm a council communist. I believe everything should be decided through lots of councils. I don't believe that at all. I think that councils just create their own kind of bourgeoisie, especially if we still have capital around. To be fair, if you have capital around, then you're not a communist. But if you get rid of capital, even then it creates a class structure. And I don't believe in class structure. And that is what council communism is. Democracy solves a lot of the problems, and therefore I do believe in direct democratization of the working class. Remember, capital owners are actually dog shit at allocating wealth efficiently. Democratic ownership, I believe, is the most efficient. That is also true. It's kind of like how public health care would have saved the government money than Obamacare. Like giving us all free Medicare for all would have saved the government money than Obamacare, but we didn't do that.
Determined to follow a linear and so-called upwards path, then there is no notion of a constant state of change. Change is no longer based on shifting conditions and overlapping causes, but rather on some specific vision that is set in stone. At that point, we are no longer analyzing history scientifically. Instead, we are creating universal and unchangeable characteristics that exist outside of any real observations of the world and are dependent entirely on ideology. Some of the confusion that creates formulaic history can be attributed to Marx himself. His fixation with European history and European modes of production allows some critics to say that Marxism is Eurocentric.
It was written in the 1800s. I feel like a guy living in Europe in the 1800s writing about political theory might naturally default to writing about European political theory.
Historical
Economic theory,
materialism
rather,
describes the
not political
European
theory,
path of
'cause
development.
Marx didn't really write too much about communism or socialism. He wrote about capitalism.
Of course, it should come as no surprise that Marx was focused on Europe as he lived and worked there his whole life, with no exception. Because
That
Marx
is true,
applied
though, Captain
historical
Buggy.
materialism to his study of Europe, much of the analyses he produced were indeed Eurocentric. Did non-European societies experience a different path to the present day? Absolutely. If we use historical materialism to understand the histories of other parts of the world, as Marx did for Europe, we would almost definitely...
Donnie Lama, every single waste, fraud, or abuse that Doge found isn't real. There's been 0 fraud-related arrests by the federal government in relation to anything to do with Doge. 0 arrests for any fraud. Fraud is a felony, might I add. All Doge has taught me is the government is significantly more efficient than I thought it was.
Produce a different variant of what Marx found in his studies. Another area of historical materialism that has been distorted is the idea that social and political structures of a given society are determined by the economic base.
That's
While it
true.
is true.
One more time.
Another area of historical materialism that has been distorted is the idea that social and political structures of a given society are determined by the economic base. While it is true that this is a fundamental relationship in historical
Never mind, beat me
development,
to it.
Marx, Engels, and many others who followed them repeatedly reiterated that that relationship is not one-sided.
Yep.
It is just as likely that social and political structures affect the economic base they are connected to,
And
and
so
many
why do you continue to support the right wing when they are the political class?
times in history we have witnessed precisely this kind of activity. Suggesting otherwise is essentially nothing
Which, by the
more
way, you can see that this is true in that the economic base forced the production, or the art, the religion, the culture, the state, the education, the institutions immediately relate to that production because that's what's being produced. Through the production of commodity, the rest of this is being produced, but the rest of this being produced is producing the production. The right wing is not the American base. Donald Trump didn't win even a third of Americans' votes. 84 million Americans didn't vote that were registered to vote. Donald Trump won the popular vote by 1%. 1%. Lesser evil? Fuck the lesser evil. Fuck both of them.
than vulgar materialism. It is the equivalent of saying that human thought has no impact on the material reality around it, which neither Marx nor any of the other major scholars had ever advocated. In summary, historical materialism is not a philosophy of history. It is not about grand narratives and a perspective that is set in stone. More accurately, it is a scientific tool that we can use to uncover the nature of different historical events and periods. If there's anything to take away from this video, and the videos on dialectics
You know,
and
you don't
materialism,
have to stay in the system, Donnie Lama. You know, the system is built to enslave you, to trap you, to keep you there. That's the point of the system.
it is
Marx
that
is
the
the
world
left wing's Nietzsche. You know Nietzsche's woke, right?
around us is
Oh my god,
incredibly
okay, fine. That's the next video. We were gonna do dialectics, but instead we're watching Nietzsche's Vogue.
complex. Marxism and the materialist dialectic make this assumption going into any analysis of social, political, or economic
Friedrich
phenomena.
Nietzsche
Mao and Lenin insisted on this same assertion regularly, and the idea of complexity is
Oh, also, non-voters are complicit. If you didn't vote, you basically voted for Donald Trump. All right, we're watching Nietzsche. Is woke. Yes, it is the Philosophy 2 video. I've been meaning to watch this. I've been waiting. I wanted to watch it on stream. All right.
Friedrich Nietzsche
It's okay. I don't know too much about Nietzsche either because I don't really read philosophy.
was a 19th century German philosopher.
I know enough,
His
though.
work is often sold as self-help, but he's extremely controversial. So today, we are going to answer
she is
the
dope.
most important question of all. Is this guy woke? I have the answer
Her character in House of the Dragon was amazing.
here. in this envelope. I'm going to open it at the end and reveal it. But for now, let's see if we can figure it out
jacket,
together.
I know.
In super general terms, Nietzsche thought that society has gone wrong. It's all gone bad, we've gone off the rails, and we need to fix it. So his project was to try and diagnose how that happened and recommend some solutions. He was a culture warrior. He wrote a lot of stuff about popular art and music and what they say about society. So he was kind of on some Jordan Peterson shit, which is immediately giving not woke. He lived in Germany and he
now,
died.
Understand really quickly. Nietzsche was a stinky incel. He hated women, he was a misogynist, he was an anti-Semite, he was a stinky incel that didn't shower. But
in 1900, and do you know who was a big fan of Friedrich Nietzsche? That's right. Hitler and Mussolini. That's not good. I mean, I think we can all agree that on the woke, not woke scale, Hitler, not woke. But after the war, a German philosopher called Martin Heidegger said that the Nazis had misinterpreted Nietzsche and that he was actually woke all along.
Which I believe. Wasn't Schopenhauer also a stinky incel? I don't know, but probably.
And in the 1950s, he had a big influence on Michel Foucault and postmodernism. In the 1990s, some right-wing writers like Dinesh D'Souza said that Friedrich Nietzsche was secretly turning college students woke.
He was the 1930s Asmongold. Yes, that is kind of true. But he was a bit smarter than Asmongold.
Via Foucault and postmodernism. At the same time, some other right-wing writers, like Naomi Wolf, said that Nietzsche wasn't woke, but they thought it was a good thing. Nietzsche wrote a lot about resentment and how people can stew on resentment. And writers like Wolf thought that feminism had become too whiny, too focused on victimhood and virtue signaling, and they thought that women should be tough again, and they used Nietzsche in their arguments. Meanwhile, in France, the next generation of French philosophers said that Nietzsche was not woke and they thought it was very bad, but the next generation of British philosophers said that he was secretly woke all along. And then
again, like the reason that we're arguing over whether he's woke or not, Nietzsche's main ideology was kind of just do whatever the fuck you want. You have the power, stop being a whiny little bitch, and get up and do it. It was his entire thing was skill issue. I wonder if she's going to get into the Übermensch. Well, that's kind of what this is about. The Übermensch is what was misunderstood by the Nazis. The Nazis took the meaning of Übermensch as the Nazi way of do whatever you want and oppress all the others. It was the difference between master mentality and slave mentality. The Nazis thought that Nietzsche's point was you should be the master mentality, not the slave mentality. Whereas the point was actually that the slave mentality is weak and the master mentality is insane. And so what you should do is listen to neither and do whatever you want to do. That's what an Übermensch is. To be the top G. No, so not anarchy. Like, Nietzsche was not an anarchist.
Just to put the icing on the cake, in 2017, Martin Heidegger's private notebooks were translated, and we discovered that Heidegger was a Nazi who tried to hide after the war. So his original reevaluation of Nietzsche might have been an attempt to cover his own ass.
Yes, and it's not the irony, that just kind of tracks.
Say that he was woke, even though he was actually a big fan of Hitler. So how come there's been all this debate? Well, because Nietzsche is tricky. Normally, when we learn about a philosopher, their work is framed as an argument, like Socrates says X and therefore Y. But it's kind of hard to do that with Nietzsche because his stuff is so weird. Some of it is written as straightforward essays, some of it is like collections of sayings.
Also, Captain Buggy, not thinking about it, I would also agree with Stirner that if Nietzsche had plagiarized it, I still would approve of it. To be like, I don't believe in copyright and I don't really care about plagiarism. Like, I understand plagiarism in school is important to avoid because, you know, you kind of got to actually put the effort in to learn. So we should care about plagiarism in academia. But once you're out of school, if you have a problem, deal with it personally. I don't think like copyright laws and plagiarism laws are useful. I think we could just democratize that.
Some of it is like its own genre of weird artsy stuff. This book, The Will to Power, has Friedrich Nietzsche's name on it, but it was actually assembled posthumously from all of his various scribblings. It's sometimes pretty unclear what Nietzsche's actually trying to say. This video is deliberately written and performed.
Oh yeah, I
to mirror
forgot. We can't have AI in that equation. Never mind. Now I believe in plagiarism and copyright law, but only for AI.
the experience of reading Nietzsche for the first time, and there's like a lot of stuff suddenly getting thrown at you, and it's a little bit chaotic and weird, and it's kind of visceral in a little bit of a bodily way, but then it all sort of comes together towards the end and starts to make sense. The question also arises,
Sounds
do
like
we
one of my
count
streams.
everything that Nietzsche ever wrote, including his private letters and his notebooks, or do we only count the things that he himself published? Philosophers disagree on that question. For the sake of completeness, I'm just going to count all of it. Nietzsche had a big influence on Sigmund Freud. That's therapy, psychoanalysis. Woke. You see, Nietzsche's solution to the problems of society was that we need to achieve a personal psychological transformation. He wrote a lot of stuff about how society shapes the minds of the people that live under it. He also talked a lot about how our desires get squished down inside us by the rules of civilization. Here's a delicious example.
Captain Bucket?
This is an almond croissant. It's carbs and it's sugar.
Croissant.
Fantastic. I desire this.
I actually don't like croissants because they're flaky. This one looks like I would eat it, but I don't like croissants that flake. Am I pro open source? Yeah, I don't believe in private property, Viewson. I believe in personal property, but not private property.
I want this, but I really, really wish that I didn't. I actually have some problems with disordered eating. I have for years. I value carbs and sugar extremely negatively, and I avoid them as a rule, as a strict rule of how I live my life. That doesn't make me happy. And it also doesn't eliminate my cravings, because when you set something up as a rule of how you live your life, as like a central plank of who you are, then it's always with you. You're carrying that craving all the time.
I did remember that now.
I have guilt.
I know about the eels and Freud. I was just confused for a second. He dissected 400 eels.
I have shame, I have internal conflict, and I'm all torn up inside because I've based my life around a simultaneous rejection of and craving for the almond croissant. So what's the solution here? Well,
it's to eat the
could
croissant.
I start thinking differently?
Sure, Gus.
Why do I value carbs and sugar as a negative thing? Where did I get that idea from? Who told me that? Could I come to value them differently? Like, could I see this as maybe a good thing, like a nice treat? Or could I even just regard it as neutral, as just like food? By doing that, could I undergo a personal psychological transformation? Could I remake myself and become a different kind of person? Well, there's a word for that. The word is genealogy. It means tracing the line of descent, trying to trace where your values and ideas come from. And oh, look at this! It's a book by Friedrich Nietzsche called On the Genealogy of Morals. Society has gone wrong, we've gone off the rails because we value the wrong things. We've all got wrong ideas.
That's why I wanted to watch this, because it's deep, because it's important, because it talks about morals and ethics, and because of the behavior that we exhibit. We don't understand where the thoughts and beliefs and behaviors come from. We don't invest in society because we think everyone outside of our house is an enemy, and so we don't think about the consequences of our actions.
Genealogy of morals. Society has gone wrong, we've gone off the rails because we value the wrong things. We've all got wrong ideas. This is how that happened, this is how we got here, this is what we're gonna do about it. This is like his 12 rules for life, okay? So, okay, let's go. According to Nietzsche,
I love how none of the
three
issues have
kinds of
changed.
people: masters, slaves, and priests. Each group of people has their own morality, their own system of values. The masters are conquerors.
I love the
duelists, commanders. Think like ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, Vikings, warriors, aristocracy. The masters live by instinct. Sometimes that's an instinct for violence. It's true, but you know, that's just natural. The masters, they're authentic, they're dominant, they're driven, they take what they want, they value the here and the now, and they hard. Every living thing has this drive inside it, you see, called the will to power. That's how it's usually translated. A better translation might actually be the will to agency or the will to freedom, but the idea is that
I agree the will to agency probably fits better.
want to feel like we are in control of our lives. We all want to feel like we are powerful and that we are choosing our own destinies. The masters, they know this. They feel like that every single day. On the other hand, we have the slaves. They suck. They're not as strong as the masters. They don't conquer. They don't go out and fight. They're just, you know, betas, losers, incels, conquered peoples. But they still have the will to power.
The will to self-determination and the will to agency kind of are the same thing to me. Self-determination, yeah, no, those are, to me, those are the same thing. Nietzsche argued about supermen, arguing it is worth striving for to make society move forward, which, depending on how you interpret it, is a very progressive idea. And that's kind of what I mean, in that this is woke ideology. The idea of supermen in Nietzsche's ideology is a slave who has overcome slave morality.
Side, and they're frustrated because the Chad masters beat them every time. So what do? They get resentful, they get bitter, they get angry. They tell themselves, oh, it's not nature that put the masters on top. No, they aren't naturally better than us. They're on top because they choose to be evil. Not like us.
Also, sister to all, Department of Education staff in, like, the Fed were told not to come to work. So...
us virtuous slaves, we choose to be good and kind. We're on the bottom because we choose to be nice guys, not like
to an
the
extent
masters
that
who
is
are
true,
wicked.
which is why I constantly talk about how we on the left coddle ourselves with language, how we need to stop doing that, how y'all need to stop getting mad at me for calling a dipshit a retard, how we need to not worry about decorum, how I get mad at the Democrats that are in power every day, scream at them. Hakeem Jeffries makes me want to bash my head into a wall, but that's what that is. The Democratic voter base choosing to not, we gotta bully the bullies. That's why I make videos on bullying the bullies.
Cope. Slave morality is cope. That's what Nietzsche said, and it would have stayed cope too, were it
yes,
not
fuck the thought police. See, Donnie Lama, we can agree every now and again.
For the priests.
Except, you know, thought police is now your side. You do understand that, right? Sorry, I'm going to rewind that bit. You understand that, like, the right wing is trying to make, I don't know, empathy a thought crime, for example, with Elon Musk talking about suicidal empathy, with JD Vance arguing with the Pope about empathy being a sin. They're making empathy a thought crime.
Were it not for the priests. The priests are from the noble master group, but they're not as strong as the other masters. They don't go out.
The priests are the right-wing YouTube content creators, the commentators. Empathy a sin? Yeah, empathy's not a sin, first of all, but they're trying to make it that. They've used that language on Fox News several times. We've watched it. They wanted to hang that, was she a bishop that asked for forgiveness for trans people and for undocumented immigrants and shit? I have said for years the right and left agree on about 80% of the time. I say this too! The real fight is not left versus right, it's up versus down. But you're right. The right wing, though, has consolidated quite a bit to much more of the extreme right wing of the Christian nationalists, the Nazi types. The ones that are not that, I still can often agree with. Sent you an update on the Sam Nordquist case? Oh, cool. Thank you.
And fight and conquer, and they get resentful too. The priests come up with this elaborate system of beliefs according to which the real value of things is in the hereafter. It's not here based in the world. You forget about fighting and conquering and winning. That's bad, actually. You should feel guilty for doing that. You should feel ashamed for doing that stuff.
As in, like, you should feel guilty and ashamed when you attack the right wing on, let's say, a content platform, whether it's a debate in which these people are coming up and, I don't know, talking to you about how trees that have grown for a year are stronger than trees that have grown for 100. And then you make fun of them. You shouldn't feel bad for that. A priest shouldn't say empathy is a sin. No, a priest didn't say empathy is a sin. A bishop begged for mercy from the president and then like JD Vance and Elon Musk started saying empathy is a sin. Jesse Waters on Fox started saying empathy is a sin. Then JD Vance argued with the Pope because the Pope said empathy is not a sin.
Apostle again. The priests say
Yeah, it's
that
all
real
state media, I agree.
is in self-denial. The real virtue is in doing what the priests tell you to do, those experts. The real value of things is in what they say about objective reality. Instead of looking at the world from your perspective, seeing things through your own chadly eyes and obeying your instincts, that's how the priests express their will to power. That's how they keep the stronger masters under their control. And when the priests trick the slaves into taking up their beliefs, they team up against the masters. And what do you get? Jesus. Nietzsche hated Christianity. Christianity makes a virtue out of weakness and meekness and self-denial and sickness. Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, I bet they will, right after they're done sucking the life out of everybody else. Just going on and on about charity and pity and their lies. That's right, he said it. He said it. Lies about heaven. God is dead, Nietzsche said. Nobody
Jesus
believes in him anymore, so why are we all still acting like Christian morality is a good idea? Junk, garbage, get rid of it, get it out of here. Do you know what that stuff does to you? It makes...
When you bully the right, don't let the right gaslight you when they say so much for the tolerant left. Who the fuck said we were tolerant? Yeah, be intolerant of them. Be intolerant of the right. It makes you a degenerate to be tolerant of the right.
Yeah. Junk, garbage, get rid of it, get it out of here. Do you know what that stuff does to you? It makes you degenerate. Technical philosophy term, not a Nazi thing. Maybe? Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. I'm gonna come back to you, Hitler. Nietzsche said that Christianity gives you the feeling of power, like you've got all the right answers, but it doesn't give you any actual power. You're just following a set of resentful slave cope rules that are designed to keep you down and squash all your desires down inside you by calling it sin. So you waste your whole life.
And then we get to sin. Again, sin is quite relevant here. When you bully, the idea of intolerance of intolerance is bad is ridiculous. The idea of, like, sin impacting whether or not you have empathy is ridiculous. The idea of Christianity in America is directly used in this fashion. Americans believe in the type of Christianity that the priests want them to. And while we agree, Visora, I'm pretty far right, just not very religious. Okay, that's pretty fucking sus. If you're that far right but you're not religious, that's even more sus to me, because that means you're not a Christian nationalist. Are you a nationalist? God is Dead is directly inspired by Stirner's work. Oh, yeah, she's good. She's very good. Man has killed God in order to become now sole God on high. The other world outside us is indeed brushed away, and the great undertaking of the men of the Enlightenment completed, but the other world in us has become a new heaven and calls us forth to renew heaven storming. God has had to give place, yet not to us, but to man. How can you believe that the God-man is dead before the man in him, besides the God is dead? I probably read that, like, really, really badly. The priest scammed Jesus' teaching. Well, I mean, to be fair, so did y'all.
Life, suppressing your own childly instincts, all to get into a heaven that isn't even there. And someday soon,
yeah, American Christians worship anti-Christ followings. That's what I was trying to get to. It's kind of hard to be far right in this day without having a foundation in religion or ethno-nationalism, aka just racism. Hence why that's very, very fucking sus to me. I can't do the full quote in Twitch, but I can post in Discord. Please do.
We're gonna realize this. Someday, the ultimate based Chad, the Ubermensch, the Overman, is gonna come and redeem all of society from this bloodless, brainless, hopeless, gutless, spineless, boneless, godless, sexless, loveless waste of my mother time! It's good. Do I have pastry on my face? Yes.
Wet camera ink, true. They're all snowflakes, generally. Be unflinchingly loud and direct regarding up versus down. Calling out capitalism, however, tends to be subtle. Fight that's better to engage with as indirectly as it engages with you, lest you not be taken seriously if you loudly scream about the lingering quiet problems. Hence, why I don't give a shit about that, and I am very loud and direct about it, and I have no issue. I would say I'm a nationalist, but just as a matter of America first, I do love the U.S. even with all its faults. Do you believe in equal and like? Do you believe in equal rights for everybody? Like, answer me honestly. Do you would you have an issue if your child married, I don't know, someone of a different race, someone with different skin color? What about if like your kid ended up being trans and gay at the same time? How much of it? How level of discomfort 1 to 10 for either of those? I need a heat check here. I do hate nationalists. Okay. Scale of 1 to 10, how much does either of those bother you? You get to stay. You've already, like, said the right words. So, as long as you're not, like, insane, then that's fine. I feel like a nationalist that's not insane is, I don't know, 1 in 50 billion, but I'd like to see how they play out.
Did any of that actually happen?
Yeah, I do.
When Nietzsche talks about
long like Homo
masters
sapien.
and slaves and priests, like, is that meant to be history? What time period did that take place in? Nietzsche doesn't provide any citations, like at all. Is the will to power, is that a real thing that psychologists could study and perform experiments on? Again, no citations.
No.
Citations are for slaves. That's slave morality stuff. Objective reality, that's just how the priests trick you. This is a...
By the way, any relation to the thought processes we're seeing now?
Again, no citations. Citations are for slaves. That's slave morality stuff. Objective reality, that's just how the priests trick you. This is a subjective vibes only party. And if you don't like it, then personal psychological transformation. Just become a better subject. Do you know what else is
That's MAGA ideology.
nationalism? Doing what the government tells you to do? Joining a herd instead of asserting yourself as an individual? Nah. Nationalism is just a trick by the rich to sell you more maps.
That's kind of true.
And guns and wars and scapegoating other people for your problems instead of undertaking an individual transformation of your own mind. Honestly,
that is true.
I'm just about ready to call it.
That's pretty fucking woke to me. Donnie Lama, sounds fine. Cool. I'm gonna wait for you to say some insane shit because I still don't believe that a nationalist can be anything other than a front for something worse. But, you know. Question is tomorrow in Twitch gonna be a panel? No. It's gonna be a chill one. Not too much politics. Just gonna hang out with Cosmopolitics. And we're gonna chat about like life, Jersey, because she lives in Jersey and I'm from Jersey and I miss Jersey. And we're gonna watch a movie that I've never seen.
You know?
She's massively mispresenting nationalism. I'm sure you would think that, but no, she's not.
Individual transformation of your own mind. Honestly, I'm just about ready to call it. You know. I think he's woke.
Pretty clearly described nationalism accurately.
I think we can give this guy the Congressional Medal of Wokeness. But let's put it to the test, okay? Because do you know what the absolute epitome of wokeness is? The wokeness...
Oh, I know. When the 20% comes, Donnie Lama, I'm curious to know what it is that you're going to say that's going to be the insane shit.
Par none? What? What's that expression? Par excellence? Par sine qua non? But let's put it to the test, because do you know what the absolute apotheosis of wokeness is? The absolute supreme woke position? That's right. We're gonna go there. Trans. I'm gonna make a Nietzschean argument for transness. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. Let's go. Some people say that being trans is a curse. They think it's weird or bad, that we should just assimilate. There's a lot of focus on victimhood and pain. Catholic Church, they hate that.
I'm curious to see if she can make the like philosophy that Nazis tend to like because they misunderstand it be pro-trans.
But telling the government to call you by a different name? Changing your own body? That's not joining a herd. That's asserting yourself as an individual.
That is
That's
self-determination.
forming a genealogy of your own values. That's a personal psychological transformation, if I've ever seen one.
It would also be a personal physical transformation for a lot of them, I would imagine.
Man, yeah, I'd say I'm pretty over it. For centuries, they've called us weird,
That was a nice
or mad, or perverts. That was the dominant morality. I mean, look at what they're doing now. They're trying to use the entire force of the United States government to stop us, and they still can't do it. But when you transition, you say, all of those people are wrong, and this is sick,
trans rights.
Let me ride the lightning, let me gamble it all, and when I get to heaven, God better call me by she, her pronouns, or I'm not going in. You see?
That's
It
based.
works. He's woke. I'm calling it for woke. Let's go. Let's find
We're
out.
halfway through the video, so clearly there's more to this.
What about the anti-Semitism?
Oh yeah, what about the anti-Semitism?
What?
The anti-Semitism?
Maybe it is my view, biased view of egoism through the lens of Nietzschean radical subjectivity, but I don't believe that we ought to rid ourselves of spooks, quote unquote, fixed ideas, phantasms, for the sole reason that being unspooked is good. Instead, I'd rather die and be reborn under a different combination of spooks to live again. This right there is how you tie Nietzsche to trans people. Like, the fixed ideas and phantasms, you can't get rid of them anyway. Like, do we believe in a thought process of we can get rid of all of these fixed ideas and phantasms? Because my belief is that even if we succeeded to do that, they would just reappear again in a different place and form. I don't think you can even do that. Also, I don't think culture exists in the form of any attachment to ethnicity, and I don't think nationality is real. I have a video on it, Donnie, that you might want to check out on YouTube. Countries aren't based on ethnicity or nationality. Your culture is not related in any way to these, and never has been. Stirner's egoism is where you run into phantasms. It's not about getting rid of them, it's about being aware of them and then choosing what to do with them. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You should be aware of them, we should act accordingly, but you can't get rid of fixed thought patterns or phantasms like Stirner believed.
Okay, so there is a lot of anti-Semitism in Nietzsche. The priests are consistently identified with Jews. The masters are consistently identified with blonde Aryans. Like he literally does call them that.
Watch the video.
Nietzsche criticizes Christianity a lot, but a lot of his criticism
Baldi.
is saying that Christianity is a vehicle for Jewish people to trick everyone and take over the world.
Insane. Literally insane.
That's definitely not woke.
It's definitely not
It's giving
woke.
Hitler. It's giving Hitler? This is where the unpublished stuff is helpful. In his private notes,
Oh, I love
Nietzsche
Abigail Thorne so much.
praises an Indian
much.
book called The Law of Manu, as translated by a French guy called Louis Jacqueliot.
Wait,
That's
so is
not-
this Nietzschean writing?
In his
Unpublished,
private
right.
notes, Nietzsche praises an Indian book called The Law of Manu, as translated by a French guy called Louis Jacqueliot. That's not a bad photo because my printer fucked up. Louis Jacqueliot in real life was just a very low resolution man. In his translation of The Law of Manu, Louis Jacqueliot added a bunch of footnotes that he made up. For example, he says that Jewish people and Chinese people are descendants of an ancient Indian mongrel caste called Chandala, who, because
Good to know that we've always been insane as a society.
they had mixed breeding and mixed blood, they had inferior morals and intellect. Whereas white Europeans are descended from a purer Aryan caste of ancient Indian society.
I mean, she
and so
did
they
pretty
had
well in the first half. The only issue here is addressing the anti-Semitism.
better minds, better morals, better
If
men.
you take
That's-
out all of the anti-Semitism, she did pretty fucking good in the first half. Nietzsche's woke. Now we have to decide whether, like, this makes him unwoke.
It's all gibberish. None of that ever happened. But Nietzsche ate it up. In his private notes, he uses that word, Chandala, to refer to Jewish people. And he also did it in his book, Twilight
Pretty
of the
not
Idols.
woke of him.
If you read the genealogy, he is like constantly bashing Jewish people. Now, some philosophers say that we should take all of that stuff as just a metaphor, that he doesn't really mean Jews when he says the word Jews, but like...
Probably not.
I mean, in this book, he says that the slaves had different skull shapes than the masters.
There is a thing called Nietzschean Zionism. But Nietzsche had nothing to do with it.
He says
From what I can
black people
see.
can't feel pain as much. He uses the word Chinese as a synonym
Phrenology,
for
yeah.
uniform mediocrity. Elsewhere
Look,
in
the
his
only phrenology that I believe in is that you can see evil on someone's face. Like, not always, but generally.
work, he just like explicitly defends eugenics. You can't tell me all of that stuff as a metaphor. Like,
yes,
the clearest bits of Nietzsche's writing are the bits where he's just being a massive
I didn't
racist.
realize he
You see,
died in
Nietzsche is
1900. I thought he at least made it into this, like, that century.
often sold as self-help, like achieving a personal transformation, the Jordan Peterson stuff. But he is very explicit that not everyone can achieve the kind of psychological transformation he prescribes. Only people of certain races. Here's a quote from Nietzsche's book, Beyond Good and Evil. A capacity for philosophy, taking that word in its great sense, one has only by virtue of one's origins. One's ancestors, one's blood, decide here too. Here's a quote from his book, The Gay Science. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution, of individuals or classes,
You know
or
you
even
have
whole
Google.
races. All those bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the question about the value of existence, may always be considered,
He
first of
died
all,
at 55. Sorry.
as the symptoms of certain bodies.
Again, behind the highest value of judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution of individuals or classes or even whole races. All of this is just like eugenics. It's phrenology, it's eugenics, it's bullshit. All those who hold bold insanities in metaphysics, especially to answers to the questions about the value of existence, may always be considered the first of all the symptoms of certain bodies. I agree. Look, I'll tell you the one thing that doesn't fit into this bit. The only actual value of existence comes from improving your existence as well as the existence of those around you.
Always be considered, first of all, as the symptoms of certain bodies. So here, Nietzsche is saying that your values, the things that we are supposed to transform, comes down to what race you are, which he thinks is a biological category. It follows then that if you are a white Aryan, then you can value good things and you can transform yourself, whereas if you are pretty much anybody else, especially Jewish, then you are essentially morally, spiritually, and biologically diseased.
That's pretty novel.
Again, it's
giving Hitler.
It's giving Hitler.
A lot.
It's giving Hitler? And also, not that this...
True. I hate to be the Stirner fanboy who keeps mentioning him anytime Nietzsche's mentioned, but here I am. I mean, to be fair, I haven't read Stirner, so kind of good that you keep mentioning him. So special, I'm thinking Christian nationalism is slave morality because of the state? Absolutely. But just following Christ's principles isn't. I'm more pro-Jesus than Superman. Well, yes. So, like, being actually pro-Jesus and actually believing in Christianity is closer to that of, like, master or priest morality. I would probably go with one of those. It's hard to really distinguish, but Christian nationalism is absolutely a slave morality. And the actual overman, superman, ubermensch morality is, like, no religion. Nietzsche committed gentrification of a Mansuridy based of a bad translation and a, quote, New Age metaphysics of the era. Well, I mean, that kind of tracks. I'm going to turn Viz into a conscious egoist. No, you're not.
This is the worst part of this by any means, but it's also pretty hypocritical. Nietzsche criticized Christianity for giving people a false story that stunts our critical development, and here he is doing the exact same thing. I mean, all that stuff about magic blood and Chandala, that's all too. But,
egoism is bad. I'm a humanist, and that's kind of the point.
The genealogy, Nietzsche also criticizes anti-Semites. Uh-oh! Secretly woke all along? Well, here's where we need some historical context.
Oh, I'm curious
These
now.
days, anti-Semitism means anti-Jewish prejudice generally, but when Nietzsche was alive in Germany at the tail end of the 19th century, anti-Semites referred to a specific group of people. The anti-Semites, capital A, capital S. They were a political movement. They opposed equal rights for Jews. They wanted Jews to
I don't think that was what it was called. Hold on, I'll link it.
be deported, and they hated the German Liberal Party. Nietzsche did hate the anti-Semites, and he did criticize them publicly.
Oh, that is what it's
but
called.
not because of any of that stuff. The real reason was much funnier.
No, you're right.
and
You're right. That is the name. I'm gonna change that though, because pretend is a stupid word. I don't know why I named it that. I'm gonna make it better.
more petty. Nietzsche's publisher was part of the anti-Semite movement, and we know from his private letters that Nietzsche thought his publisher wasn't selling enough of his books because he was spending too much time on that. So that's why he didn't like them. Also,
wait,
Nietzsche,
that's kind of crazy.
The anti-Semite movement, and we know from his private letters that Nietzsche thought his publisher wasn't selling enough of his books because he was spending too much time on that.
That's so funny.
That's why he didn't like them. Also, Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth married a guy named Bernard Forster, who was big in the anti-Semite movement, and Nietzsche didn't like that Bernard was coming between him and his sister, so he criticized them for that. Elizabeth edited and published some of the books that now bear Nietzsche's name. So after World War II, there was a bit of an attempt to pin the anti-Semitic stuff on her. We're opening up a whole new frontier on the board now. Was Elizabeth woke? Elizabeth and her husband Bernard were big into the anti-Semite movement.
You're not
In
wrong,
1887,
Dan Ditso.
they moved to Paraguay to start a racially pure Aryan colony away from Jews. Bernard killed himself. Score one for the Jews.
That's slave morality back, guys. Sorry.
I guess.
Just by like Nietzschean standards. According to Nietzsche, that would be slave morality.
After that, Elizabeth comes back to Germany to take care of her brother, who...
I think egoism doesn't operate on a moral framework and simply works as a tool that can eradicate self-doubt from any kind of idealist. I agree. That's why I'm a humanist. Do you like Monster or Red Bull? I prefer White Monster over Red Bull, but like I'll drink a Red Bull.
By that point, had gone insane.
I
Elizabeth
think it's
lived
good
for
for
another
you.
3 decades managing the Nietzsche archive. She was a big fan of Mussolini and also of Hitler. Hitler's really like tying this whole board together. All roads just lead directly to Hitler. It's like a History Channel documentary. Whilst Elizabeth was managing the Nietzsche archive...
Why does all roads lead to Hitler on my streams as well?
And doing all that editing and publishing, she may have engaged in
No,
some
but
light...
like, you can't disagree back as, according to Nietzsche, that would be slave morality. That's what we've been learning about. We're not talking about like what you believe. We're talking about under Nietzsche's framework, would your belief, what you just laid out, be considered slave morality? And under Nietzsche's framework, especially like so far at least, where we got 10 minutes left in the video, it would be slave morality. Declams, yeah, it would be always a huge stretch tying them together because society at the time as well as science tend to fall victim to presentism. Awful ideas like eugenics can't really be defended, but it's still a product of the time. Well, like, the thing is, you don't understand material, like, historical materialism, which is the video that we watched just before this for that exact reason.
Forgery?
No, any road leads to Hitler if the people do Hitler shit. I don't call people Nazis if they're not Nazis, Donnie Lama. If I did that, I would have called you a Nazi. I call people who are Nazis, Nazis. I call people who are fascists, fascists, and I call people who are authoritarians, authoritarians. If I'm corrected and I'm wrong, I also fix that.
And also prevented the publication of certain materials. So that's where this idea comes from that, oh, actually she was behind all the anti-Semitic stuff. However, the material that Elizabeth forged was more personal than political. Basically, she tried to make it seem like she and her brother were closer towards the end of his career than they really were, and that's about it. At least according to American scholar Robert Hulb and his book Nietzsche's Jewish Problem. So the anti-Semitic stuff,
this is dialectic,
that wasn't invented by somebody else. That's all original. Nietzsche did believe that Jews were racially inferior. He thought they were an immoral and corrupting influence on society, and he saw the Jewish question, i.e., what are we going to do with all these Jews, as a legit political issue. He wavered a bit on his preferred answer to that, but I mean, there's not really a good answer there, is there? It's giving Hitler? 1933, the Nazis get elected. Elizabeth probably voted Hitler, though there's no way of knowing for sure, but...
Almost certainly.
In a letter she wrote from the same year...
No. Okay, Dalai Lama. You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it. We're in the middle of a different video, but every time I hear that, I have to do it. I'm sorry, guys, if you've seen it already. You're gonna have to see it again, but it is one of the best videos of all time. Every time someone says that Nazi is overused, the label Nazi is over, this is what's happening.
Nazi.
It's in German, so.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi.
Raiders. Welcome, Lucy Hayes. Nice little shout out.
Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die alte Nazi-Keule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazi-Keule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber
Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja.
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
So, I had to play that because I have to play this video every time someone talks about the overuse of Nazi. What we were doing otherwise, Lucy Hayes and fellow Raiders, was that we're learning if Nietzsche's woke.
She said that she liked Hitler, but didn't approve of all the anti-Semitism
That's insane.
stuff, which she blamed
No, we didn't skip dialectic. Dialectic's next.
on Joseph Goebbels. Incredible. Well, obviously, I don't approve of all of his extreme rhetoric.
No, I'm not gonna get mad at you. That's Russian, like, that's literal Kremlin talking points. There are Nazis in Ukraine, I'm sure. There's Nazis in every country right now. But Russia is the largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist Nazi propaganda after the United States. Prior to Trump getting elected, they were the first. So, like, Russia has significantly more Nazis.
Issues, but I've got to defend my money against the communists. So yeah, I voted for Hitler. He's going to make Germany strong again. Hitler gave...
All of the Nazis in the Azov battalion died in Mariupol. They're not Nazis anymore. Like, all of the Nazis are confirmed dead in Mariupol.
Elizabeth a whole bunch of money to manage the Nietzsche
Nazis were not
archives.
socialists. Just like how the North Koreans aren't democratic. They use the word socialist, but they're not socialists. The Nazis, when they came into power, did immediately the most anti-socialist thing you can do and break up workers' unions.
Dies of old age in 1935. Hitler came to her funeral, and that colony in Paraguay is still there. According to this New York Times article that I found from 2013, it is now a pretty normal, just normal town of about 6,000 Paraguayan people. Congratulations to
yes,
the
but
Aryan
you like
master race.
deeper theory, Zachap. This was for, like, a lot of people need to get some basics here.
That.
And someone brought up
stunning
Nietzsche.
Achievement.
We were gonna do,
I really don't think it's
you know,
looking
something
good for
else.
Friedrich Nietzsche. I mean, he was really racist. He was really anti-Semitic. He didn't like
Yeah,
women.
like they killed the socialists first. Look up Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg was like a real socialist. In fact, her ideology was probably very close to mine.
He didn't like equality. He didn't like democracy. He openly approved of eugenics.
They killed the
I'm
socialists.
loading the cancel gun. Could we mount a last-minute defense?
And also, they still had money.
For woke Nietzsche? Could we say, it was a different time, you know? People back then, they didn't know racism was bad. Wokeness hadn't been invented yet. Wokeness, as we all know, was invented by the CIA in 2016 to prevent Bernie Sanders from becoming president. But here's the thing.
That's probably true, actually.
Some people back then did know that racism was bad. They were called racial
There's at
minorities.
least a 30% chance that that statement's true.
And they weren't listened
30.
to because of all the racism. Checkmate. I don't know, in all seriousness though, I just don't think we do ourselves any favors by pretending that this stuff isn't in the text. But it's now time to open the envelope and find out the answer. Here we go.
Well, I mean, now it's like, can an anti-Semite be woke?
Oh man, oh geez. It's gonna say he's not woke. It's gonna say not woke. I put so much money on woke. Oh my god. Oh my god. Surprise! I'm not here to cancel Friedrich Nietzsche. He's been dead for like what, 120 years? He's already been cancelled by pneumonia. We can acknowledge all of the wild racist stuff that he said whilst still getting something out of the good bits. I mean, clearly. But the reason I framed things this way is there's this whole genre of content on YouTube now that is dedicated to telling you whether things are woke or unwoke. I mean, like video games and movies and, oh my god. Star Wars, so many grown men
she's
are
in Star Wars, I
angry
forgot.
about woke Star
She
Wars,
was in Baldur's Gate
especially
3.
since I was in it. So much of the media cycle now is this like woke, anti-woke clash. The philosopher Wendy Brown says that this woke versus anti-woke, like DEI moral panic, is a symptom of cultural...
Yeah, she's, if you play a Shadowheart and you get to, like, in Act 3, when you finally get her to the, like, temple where all of the other Shar followers are, that's her childhood best friend.
Nihilism. It's a sign that values are losing their value.
I don't know, I don't watch Star
Everything
Wars.
Has become commercialized. Even ethics, which is just reduced to branding, to content. So how do we fight this? I mean, something's gone wrong with society. We've gone off the rails. We're valuing the wrong
She is in
things.
House
How
of the
do we
Dragon
combat this
in season 2.
cultural nihilism?
She's a
Well,
pirate.
do you know who is actually fighting cultural nihilism? The MAGA movement.
This is true.
They're actually some of the only people who are even
This
talking
is
about it.
also another part of why I want to show this video.
So that's what we are going to talk about. Next time, was Nietzsche MAGA? You can see that video right now.
That's one of the important things that you have to take out of this. That cultural nihilism is a Democrat issue more than it is a MAGA issue. But that doesn't make MAGA good. It is, again, philosophy has nuance to it. Abigail Thorne's IMDb page says she plays Ensign Eurus in The Acolyte. I have no idea. Okay, great. Can I say the wild racist stuff in chat while we appreciate the good stuff? No, because you're not a philosopher from 120 years ago that we're analyzing the writings of because we can't talk to you. And, you know, that would be different. I would say treat people right and fairly. Never force your beliefs or morals on others and help those who need help when you can. You're not going... Like, you're not going far wrong. Exactly, Batcast, you're 100% correct there. That's like the entire point of that video at the very least. You don't have to be racist. I don't care if you're not racist. You still can't say racist shit. All right, so let's get an understanding of what dialectical materialism is now.
This is Richard Wolff from Democracy at Work, responding to another
We learned about
Ask
historical
Prof.
materialism,
Wolff question
and this
from
does
our
still
Patreon
tie in.
community. This question comes from Nicholas Cuevas, and I want to answer his question, which basically asks me to explain the meanings of terms like historical materialism, dialectical materialism, dialectics, and so on. These terms have a long history in philosophy generally, and particularly in Marxian or Marxist-inspired philosophical debates. They aren't quite so frequent these days, but like everything else in the way of socialism and
3 years ago.
Marxism and so on, it's experiencing a renaissance, a reinterest.
I've also not seen this video as a chap sent it to me, so let's find out. But I do like his voice.
A rebirth, a renewal. And I think basically that is a good thing, since there are enormous insights to be recovered from and made use of, developed out of that tradition. Okay, well, let's begin with dialectical
we only really need like the base
materialism.
stuff because we have other videos.
We begin with the materialism part. In this view, the history of human thought, of philosophy, of thinking about what life is, what the world is, there are two broad strains of thought, one the reverse of the other. The way this approach goes, there are two realms, two kinds of reality in the world. One is the hard material reality, the
Your
things
material
you can
conditions.
touch and see and hear and smell, the earth, the air, the food we eat, the people we encounter. These are the material reality. And then there's another kind of reality, what's in our minds, ideas, concepts,
The
thoughts.
trouble that we have as a society is connecting these two things, is being in the middle, is being able to acknowledge both kinds. But by the means of our our means of our existence, through the material conditions in which we exist, we don't. We spend much more time worrying about one versus the other, sometimes both at the same time, but never together, always separately. There is a divide between these two, and that's what dialectics are. It is being able to go back and forth and back and forth.
Spiritual
the middle
meanings, things like that. And the debate,
this
perspective
for nuance.
says, has always been which determines the other. In other words, do the thoughts we have come out of the material reality we are born into, live through, and
that would
die
be like
from?
the pyramid
So that
of
the
needs,
material shapes the ideal. That's the name for the other realm of our reality.
The answer is
That's
both.
called
Spoiler
materialism, if you believe that somehow the hard reality is first and foremost and determines the realm of ideas. The reverse is idealism.
Oh, go. See you later,
And it
Banditso.
holds
Have a lovely night.
that no, in the beginning, notice the language, in the beginning there was the Word. The way the Bible opens. In the beginning is something spiritual, something ideal, maybe a deity, a non-material, godlike something.
Oh, I agree, Batgaz. But like, you're ahead.
This idea then says that idealism comes first.
And your Labour government is not socialist in any way, Batgaz. Hold on. There is no socialism in the UK. None. Zero. Zitch, nada. Zip, nothing. He's yapping a bit, which is why I'm cutting it. Look, the answer is both. Both the material world as well as your internal world affect each other. Not one created by the other. Your material world does not create your internal world, and your internal world does not create your material world. I don't know which one of them came first. Who gives a shit? It would be obviously the material world, but like, it doesn't matter. It is both affect each other constantly. There is a consistent effect from the material world to your internal world, and the way that you behave in the material world is directly related to how you feel in your internal world. Your ideas, your realities, what shapes the chicken or the egg. That's basically the question here. The answer is both, though. Now, to understand why capitalism is killing itself, we have this one. Now, I've been assured this is also a good video. This is like the difference between hardware and software. That's a really good way of putting it. Good, that last one bored me along like Homo sapien. Can we start? There we go.
In a country that declared the end to socialism, a major poll released in January of 2016 revealed
no, you can't text poll. You can DM it to me on Discord. I have it open.
something unexpected. 43% of people under 30 in the US view socialism favorably, compared to only 32% who view capitalism favorably. This shows that despite a concerted effort to smother the ideas of a man who died 133 years ago this March, the analysis put forward by Karl Marx remains extremely relevant today.
Long
Marx
like Homo
is considered
sapien,
the most
I'd rather be the
influential
one
philosopher
yapping.
to ever live. With his co-thinker Friedrich Engels, they developed a way of understanding the world that has not only greatly contributed to the understanding of philosophy and economics.
Again, just so you all remember, just so all the new people, Karl Marx and Engels did not write about socialism or capital or communism. They wrote about capitalism. Mainly. Capital is the main work that we focus on.
Also history, anthropology, political science, biology, and many other fields. As a young man in the mid-19th century, Marx embedded himself in the workers' movements in his home country of Germany, then in France, from where he was exiled to London for his political activity. In addition to dedicating himself to the scientific study of capitalism and social change, Marx was also an organizer and convened the very first international organization of socialists with the goal of overthrowing capitalism, known as the Communist League, whose slogan was "Working men of all countries unite."
Hey, look, you know, when you do some direct action, you can actually make some change. When you come together and you organize and you go outside and you work together, something happens.
His work Capital is regarded as the premier dissection of the economic system we live under. His discovery of dialectical materialism redefined the world of philosophy, and his rallying call, the Communist Manifesto, is considered the most influential political document in the world.
It was like a pamphlet,
As the U.S. empire
man.
thrashes to survive the current global capitalist crisis, and with rejection of capitalism clearly growing among young people, I wanted to find out what it was about Marx's work that has had such a profound impact from peasants in Asia to miners in Africa to workers in the U.S. alike. So I talked to someone who's been
It
teaching...
does, which is why I don't support a violent overthrow or a violent revolution. I also don't think it would be functional to violently overthrow in a revolution. It wouldn't create long-lasting positive change. It would only create, at best, short-lasting positive change, which then more than likely becomes negative later on.
students and the public about Marxism for years. Dr.
Real
Richard Wolff,
socialism is humanitarian, Batgaz. That's what I'm trying to say. Real socialism is humanitarian.
professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst.
You're a Marxist economist.
China, Donnie Lama. China's the closest country to an actual capitalist.
Let's start from the basics. What is Marxism, and what does it mean to have a Marxist lens with which to view the world?
I think the best way
The entire world turned to laissez-faire economics following, like, the 2000s. And laissez-faire economics is not capitalism, even though it's marketed as pure capitalism. It is the next step from capitalism in the wrong direction, not in the right direction. It is the next step towards techno-feudalism, towards oligarchy.
understand it is that the difference between Marxism and other things is that it wants to go to the root. It is radical in that sense. It wants to see these problems, homelessness, inequality, an economy that
China
bounces
is currently the closest thing to like an actual capitalist country.
around having a recession or a depression every 3 to 7 years, a society that concentrates political power in a tiny number. These recurring problems of capitalism, Marxism says, are built into the system. And if you want to solve them, you can't do that.
We didn't even explain dialectical materialism. We should simplify it and ignore the imminent critique. That's a good point. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. You propose an idea, it faces contradictions. Smash the two, you end up with a synthesis that begets improvement. Now apply that to materialism. Progress is driven by the antagonism between classes and different material interests, clashing against each other to resolve to a synthesis, like how contradictions and feudalism led to the Enlightenment. Thank you. I forgot that we didn't actually finish mentioning that. I got distracted, Captain Buggy. You're a G.
Within the framework of the system, you have to face the fact that the system itself is the problem, which is why Marxists tend to be people who abide by the idea we can and we should do better than capitalism. We should reorganize society because that will be a better way to deal with all those problems than dealing with them individually as if you could solve homelessness or solve inequality.
To be fair, we can just solve most of the world's problems like that.
By a quick fix, by a marginal adjustment.
No, but we can.
No, the problem...
We can solve homelessness, for example. Homelessness is rampant in America. There's, what, 700,000 homeless people in America? There are still at least equivalent to, likely more, vacant homes in America. Give those homes to said homeless people. Bam. This benefits the government. Those homeless people, when given a free home, create profit for the government. They go to work. They get a job. They invest in the community. They pay taxes. If you give them money, that's even better. The last study that was done, even drug-addicted homeless people, the only group that did not create a profit from that study was people who were on the street and addicted to drugs for 2 years or more that still benefited and still used that money well. It just didn't profit the government. That was it. It just didn't profit. Every other group, whether it was homeless people that don't use drugs, homeless people that do use drugs for a year, homeless drug addicts that have been on the street for 6 months and have been to rehab versus not been to rehab. These produced profit when you gave them money. So, like, and that's just not true. That's, like, objectively, provably not true. Because when this has been tested, all it has done is improved this person's life. They likely, like, stopped doing drugs as much because the drug use comes from poverty as more than anything else, and got a job, paid taxes, contributed to the system and to the community. If you want to get rid of drug use and crime, you got to get rid of poverty. When people are unhoused, you have to burn your resources sending the police to shoo them around over and over, sometimes arrest them. You have to keep them imprisoned, and which also costs you money. Capital invents the state to defend capital, and China is state capitalist, using the state to uphold owning working class. China perpetuates class distinctions through multiple tiered systems of education and such. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Zachap. I wasn't even going to go for that. But, like, this is provably true. I heard the opposite from folks that have offered help to the homeless. I've had homeless people live in my house for long periods of time. I've allowed several, I've lived in several different states, and I've seen homeless people be like, hey, you need a place to stay? Come crash. I've had a homeless girl live in my house for 6 months, paid nothing, no rent. Some of them don't, like, it's not 100% of the time, but like, statistically, this is beneficial, not harmful.
Problems are systemic, so you have to understand how
I mean systemic drug use, Batgaz. Obviously, the rich use drugs for different reasons. I'm talking about systemic drug use. Systemic. But I lived with them, correct? Not in every case. Like, that's just homeless people I've had live in my house. But I'm talking about, like, actual academic studies, things that have been implemented in foreign countries. The one I'm thinking of, I think it's Denmark, but it might be Norway. I can't remember which country this study's from. It might have been the Netherlands, in fact, actually. I help people Squat on vacant homes IRL. Luckily, the state hasn't cracked down on squatters' rights yet. Based. I never really understood what capitalism means. Capitalism is control of the material conditions the working class has to live under, control over the means of production that the working class uses to create commodities. Who pays for the house? The government does. The state pays for that house. The state profits from doing so. Also, homeless is so much more than just about mentally compromised person. People see on the street, people see the 3 people on the street with untreated mental illness and go, oh, all homeless are a lost cause. And to be fair, even someone who is struggling that bad isn't a lost cause either. True. Also, homeless people also count as, you know, people who live in their cars. They're unhoused. Is China an autocracy or an oligarchy? It's both. It's they crack down on their billionaires a bit more than other oligarchies do, but they are also an oligarchy. Just not to the same extent as other oligarchies. I want the state to pay for your house. I don't want, like, housing to be commodified. I don't think you should be able to buy a house. I think that you should be able to live in a house. I think you should be able to pass a house on to your kids, but I don't think you should be able to buy a house.
Capitalism as a system works.
Might want to begin from the beginning of the chapter again. You're probably right. I thought capitalism was about trading stuff and making stuff. That stuff well, I mean, the making stuff is what I explained. The trade of that commodity comes after. Read Marx. Like, he wrote about capitalism, not about, you know, communism or anything.
Things is that it wants to go to the root. It is radical in that sense. It wants to see these problems, homelessness, inequality, an economy that bounces around, having a recession or a depression every 3 to 7 years, a society that concentrates political power.
I want the government to give everyone universal basic income.
These recurring problems of capitalism, Marxism says, are built into the system. And if you want to solve them, you can't do that within the framework of the system. You have to face the fact that the system itself is the problem, which is why Marxists tend to be people who
You'll learn what
abide by the
capitalism
idea
is through watching this as well.
and we should
many
do
such
better
cases.
than capitalism.
Also, love the name.
We should reorganize society because that will be a better way to deal with all those problems than dealing with them individually as if you could solve homelessness or solve inequality by a quick fix, by a marginal...
Which, by the way, what I laid out to solve homelessness would only be temporary, because under a capitalist system, new homeless people would just emerge. Because the capitalist system will always try and pay as little as it can for your labor while extracting as much as it can from you to sell. And because of this, more people will end up becoming homeless. So he is right that you can't just solve homelessness with a snap of a finger, because the system perpetuates homelessness. People don't realize that Marx and Engels use socialism and communism synonymously. I know, but like I try and not focus too much on the distinction there. It wasn't until Lenin that we had to see a distinction between the two. By the way, I don't believe Marxist-Leninism is real. I think it's just Leninism. And I think that really it's probably much more influenced by Trotskyism, because Marxist-Leninism is a direct contradiction of Marxism.
Adjustment. No, the problems are systemic. So you have to understand how capitalism as a system works in order to begin to work your way
housing as
with
private property / investment is inherently homeless generating.
solution.
Could you give a brief explanation of dialectical materialism?
Marx was a philosopher.
Oh, also, I think AI is devil tech and should never exist, and I would want to throw it into the hole.
So being a rigorous and systematic thinker, he didn't want to jump into economics, which is what he focused on, without grounding it in philosophy. So he begins as a student of Hegel, the great philosopher. When he begins his academic life, Marx began as a professor. He taught philosophy. His doctoral dissertation was on ancient Greek philosophy. He wasn't an economist when he began. He ended up thinking he had to study economics because of how philosophy got him there. And to be quick in a way of an answer to your question, he comes out of a school of thought that believed that ideas were the supreme achievement of human beings. Ideas are what you get from the most refined reflection that the human brain can do. If you're religiously oriented, ideas are what you get from God, from the spiritual realm. And so
pretty
the
much.
world
The
is
abstract.
really shaped by something prior to the world, namely ideas. So
Which
the notion is
this
sometimes
would be part of that dialectic, by the way.
called idealism, that the real world is the product of ideas. And if you want to really understand the real world, go to the ideas that make it what it is. Religiously, in the beginning, there was nothing. Then there was first God, which is a non-material idea, and that creates the world. Remember, in Genesis, 7 days, God, a spirituality, creates the materiality of the world.
And again, you see
Marx
that distinction of the
rejected that.
dialectic.
For him, the material is just as important as the ideal. If you
Again,
want to
both
see
of these create each other. It's a wheel. Well, you need it's a Ouroboros. You need one to have the other. I disagree with everyone here. Marx did make the distinction, socialism and communism and DOTP, 3 stages, and Lenin agreed with Marx. MLs don't pick it up, so no one does. Well, like, the distinction between socialism and communism that Marx has is very minor. And I know that Lenin agreed with Marx. Lenin, in fact, was much closer to my ideology before he took power, which is why I say I like, early Lenin, not Lenin in power, because he ignored all of his own ideology after he took power.
where the material comes from, it's shaped by ideas. But, and here comes his radicalism, it runs the other way too. The ideas don't come from nowhere. They come out of the real world. The ideas we have as people have to do with the real material problems we have as human beings and how we solve them. Where do we get our food? Where do we get our shelter? How do we get protection as little children from the elements, from our parents? All of these real material matters of life.
Yeah, exactly. The higher stages and lower stages of communism in critique of the Goth, but it was worded it funny like that. Exactly. And that's why, like, it's to explain that would end up just creating a stunlock.
Survival are shaping our ideas every bit as much as our ideas shape the reality. Dialectical materialism is the name for a point of view that says if you want to understand the world, you need to look at how ideas shape the material, but the other way too, and the two have interact. That's the way to see the world. And for that reason, when it came to explaining the problems of capitalism, he never could and never did suggest it's all because of the ideas of people about capitalism. It's the real way human beings make their food, solve their clothing problems, their relationship problems.
What you're forgetting is that Marx in his later writing placed great emphasis on what he had observed during his practical work, which is what you need to subscribe to Visora Official for $5.99. For or free with Twitch Prime. Exactly, Fancy Philip Flops. That is what Marx discovered in his later writing. In fact, he died before he can put it on paper. So even Lenin was a grifter. Do you not see the issue with big government and concentrated power? Well, I do. That's exactly what I say. I'm not a communist. I think that is a problem. I don't want big government. I'm closer to an anarchist than I am a communist. I'm a socialist, but also a libertarian socialist, which means socialism is only applied on the economic side, not on the interpersonal side. The libertarianism is applied to you interpersonally. The government has no right to control anything you do with your body. That is all democratized. Whereas the state also doesn't control business or industry. It just controls it. It doesn't actively put in any, decision making. It is the worker cooperatives that control the industries. It is the people. It is democratized. If you read The Conquest of Bread, I think you'll start using anarchist adjectives. You're so close. I try not to on purpose. You like Norway? Yeah, moderately.
Shape their ideas as much, and he was going to analyze capitalism through that lens of the interaction of ideas and concrete material reality back and forth.
Marxists take a particular view of history called historical materialism. How is the current area of capitalism fit into the long history? I think you've mentioned this before, just how this is just the latest chapter in a long history of economic development.
The basic idea is that...
No, it doesn't. Like it doesn't require making the government bigger at all. Socialism requires more taxes. Yeah, I want you to pay taxes. That's the only real job of the government, is to collect taxes and then distribute them not equally, equitably, based on what the bureaucratic superstructure that has no power in and of itself, that just relays information, relays is what's necessary. And then that tax money gets redistributed. Most of the increase of taxes goes to the rich. Your taxes likely go down. If you're making like minimum wage, you're not getting pay more taxes. You're going to pay no taxes. Also, I do want you to have a universal, like, basic income.
System has in it conflicting forces. The language in Marxism is internal.
It's not other people's money. It's your money. Your money's being stolen by billionaires, and I'm saying we should take it back and give it back to you, and you're saying, oh, but it's other people's money. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, they're all stealing from you. That's how they're rich. You can't be a billionaire without stealing from the people, without being literally a demon. That's how you become, like, there is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. There is no such thing as an ethical industry like healthcare, health insurance. Any health insurance CEO is just stealing from you and watching you die while laughing at you. The capitalists are parasites. It's your money. It's always been your money. It's not anyone else's. It's your money.
Contradictions. The system has in it problems it is constantly struggling with because they're built into the system. And for long periods of time, it finds solutions. But in the end, historical materialism says, the internal contradictions become unmanageable, and then there's a kind of explosion, the system dies, and a new one is born. So we had slavery, for example, in various parts of the world. It was born, it evolved, it had its contradictions.
By the way, this is the kind of era that we're in. Capitalism is dying only to be reborn as like fully corporate dictatorships. Can't we just tax the rich people more? We could if we had power of government, but also that would only like fix part of the issue, because the system itself is built to replicate the issues. They're built in.
The contradiction that the only way a slave system can continue is if you replace the slaves that reach old age and die.
By the way, we live in a slave system as well, because we do have slavery. In the United States, slavery is legal if you are in prison. In states like Alabama, prisons rent prisoners out to corporations who then get to leave the prison and then go work at a corporate job. This is a practice that is currently being done in America. I don't get why people don't start with the Neolithic era when explaining historical materialism. When we started building bowls, cups, tools is when we see the emergence of private property leading us to slave society. I do see the point there, but I feel like it might be a bit more abstract. For the average like YouTube video. It's pretty hard to tax the rich with a representative government, especially a non-democratically balanced representative government. True.
That's become a big problem for many slave societies. And so eventually...
What waste from the government? What's the government wasting it on, Donnie? Doge found zero waste. All they did was steal your money even more.
The slavery couldn't solve its problems, and it died.
Also, really quickly, having too much money literally makes you mentally ill. It damages your brain. This has been documented. It's like doing drugs over and over and over again. It reduces the amount of empathy that you're able to feel, that you're able to produce. The more money you have, the less empathy you have. After a certain point, you know, there is a point where you can have more money and then life gets better and it doesn't negatively impact you. And then you pass that point, and then every dollar you make after that takes away your empathy. It kills the human in you. My reasoning against it is that group who decides where to spend it. It's not a person or a group. Spends the tax has more power because they control more money. It's not a person or a group. It's the entire collective that decides where to spend the money. It's the entire collective. It's not a small portion of it. Like, for example, someone brought up that they think that that council communism is the way to go. And I said that I don't believe in that because it creates a class structure of people in power above people that don't have power. I don't want any class structure. A classless society is the goal. Now you can take that a step further as well, but like you don't need to. There is no group controlling the money, it's the collective. Just so you know, my sister is worth hundreds of millions, so I can understand both sides. I mean, lucky you, I guess. Drop a tono. I don't know what, but like, I can understand where you're coming from, Donnie Lama. I just vehemently, fundamentally disagree with you. The dude in YouTube chat who thinks government's waste needs to come to terms with Facebook, a company that has produced nothing in the last 16 years and somehow worth $3 trillion. Yeah, that is definitely receiving subsidies. Elon Musk is receiving subsidies for everything. He's a welfare queen. Elon Musk would be worth like nothing without government money going to SpaceX, for example. The iPhone wouldn't exist without the government giving Apple money as a subsidy for technological innovation, working with DARPA. It's honestly relieving to hear some of the things you say, such as the money goes back to us because it's our money. I've never heard somebody say it out loud before, so it's hearing someone reinforce that idea. I feel more validated too when I share that thought. It's true though, Erratic Cookie. It boggles my mind that you've never heard that said out loud. It has always been your money. Or about how private equity firms whose entire existence is fictitious capital. True, our entire economy is built on grift. That's all it is. All we do is export bullshit. We make up little scams like crypto, and we create media. That's all America is now. It's just give me your money, here's some pictures. Including myself, but like I don't even live in America. 20 bill in government subsidies to blow up SpaceX rockets repeatedly. Oh yeah, that too. The waste is the billionaires.
So eventually, the slavery couldn't solve its problems, and it died, replaced by feudalism in Europe, which went through the parallel process, and then it blew up. It couldn't solve its problems. So historical materialism begins to look at capitalism through the same lens.
Because we don't want to move forward to the next step, which is socialism, we're literally just starting the loop over from the beginning, going back to slavery. We're going to have to develop feudalism again, and then we're going to have to develop capitalism again so we can get to socialism.
What are the internal contradictions? How do they bedevil the system? What solutions for a while have they found? But when and where might we get to a level of internal contradiction that makes the system tremble, makes it vulnerable, and at that point, if
now, Fancy Philip, hold on. That's a good question. Do you think that once your empathy bar has been emptied, can it ever be refilled again? Good question. I think yes, by the way, but like we likely won't survive to that. We're about to reindeer island ourselves, sadly. That is a real chance.
Missionaries can
but
see
some
and
people will likely
understand
survive.
what's going on. They can intervene.
Start the loop over.
To move to the next system, to get beyond this. Just like rebels overthrew slavery, rebels overthrew...
NASA couldn't pull what off? When's the last time a NASA rocket blew up? It was what, the 80s? Elon just blew up 2 back-to-back?
Capitalism, the expectation of Marx was that capitalism would generate the contradictions, then the tensions, then the failed solutions that would then bring into being the rebels with the
That's
ideas
true, coherence
of
screams. I've never met
criticism,
somebody
Marx
that rich,
himself
so I don't
being one
know.
of those who would eventually move to the next system. To illustrate it as concretely as I can, let me give you an example of the kind of contradiction Marx found in capitalism that has been crucial for everybody else. And I pick it because it's so relevant right now in the United States and around the world.
He blew up 2 in 2 months. Sorry, like 20 in 2 years, like 2 in 2 months.
Every capitalist, I think most of the folks watching know this just from their personal life.
Well, like that's the thing, he yaps, but like
Every
it's important.
capitalist is always trying to either make more money or survive competitively by saving on his labor costs. One capitalist does it by substituting machines for working people, automating, getting a computer to do what he used to have 50 people do, etc., etc. Another capitalist does it by trying to get...
Which, by the way, why I hate automation. I think it makes people lazy as a society.
Cheaper workers in place of more...
NASA being outcompeted? You mean their government funding being cut and given to a private company instead, and then that private company is hailed as some like miracle, even though they're doing the work that NASA was doing with NASA's money that they took from NASA, and NASA is now unable to do their work because their money was taken by a private company? Sure, yeah. You know, Elon hasn't found a single bit of waste or fraud, but yeah, absolutely. Sure, 100%. There's not been a single fraud arrest in relation to Doge, but sure, absolutely.
Expensive ones. Higher.
Rocket science. If it was easy, everyone would do it. Motherfucker, you think Elon Musk does rocket science? Does nothing. Nothing. SpaceX, the company that provides that same information to Russia so that the Russians can bomb any Ukrainian that instantly opens their Starlink? Yeah.
Hiring women, if they're less expensive, to do the job that they used to pay men more for. Hiring immigrants rather than native folks. Moving to another part of the world.
These
where
are all
wages
the
much
illnesses,
lower.
like
We all know that.
symptoms
So
of the illness of
capitalists
capitalism.
are always trying to save on labor costs because they can make a better profit if they do that. But here comes the contradiction. If all capitalists are reducing the number of workers they pay or reducing the pay they give to their workers, what will result is that the working people have less and less money. And if they have less and less money, they can't buy what the capitalists are producing to sell. The capitalists, therefore, are destroying themselves, but they have no choice. They have to save on the labor outlay, and then that comes back and bites them in the rear end because there's no demand. If you've been so successful becoming rich as a capitalist, you've killed yourself.
I was definitely
These
simplifying,
kinds of contradictions for Marx are the beginning of the end of a system. It papers it over.
We
For
can
example,
see
when
this
people couldn't
happening
buy
in
the
our reality
1970s,
right now, in our
the
with our
capitalist
eyes.
system kept going anyway. How did it do that? How did it keep going when the people didn't have an...
But the capitalists understand this, and that's why they do things like FDR, which increases the velocity of money and keeps the system comfortable enough to keep working. Though some of the capitalists are too greedy, because they did try to do the business plot under FDR. Remember, I made 2 videos on the subject where they tried to coup FDR and install a fascist dictatorship with Smedley Butler. But yes, the entire reason FDR was ever elected was because the capital class could see that the public was growing in favor of socialism. And so to stop that shift to the left, FDR was put in place, who put in genuinely good policies with the New Deal, which helped Americans and made them much less likely to look to socialism for solutions.
enough money from their wages to buy. The solution was credit. We loaded the world up. House credit, that's your mortgage. Car payment credit, nobody buys a car except by paying out. Credit cards, which didn't exist before the 1970s.
All elections have been stolen for a while, considering the media control by the right has been pretty locked in for a long time. It's gotten worse and worse and worse over time, but I feel like we haven't had a free and fair election in America since, I don't know, my whole lifetime. My first election that I witnessed was Bush Gore. So like, you know, stolen elections from that point forward makes a lot of sense to me. There's a reason all the history books skip over the 1930s. They don't want to admit what almost happened. True. Like, I made 2 videos. So Trump was right, not in the way that he said. He said there was voter fraud. It wasn't rigged because there was voter fraud. It was rigged because the media. And to be fair, it was rigged in his favor. So, beyond that, like, that business plot of 1933 shows how little the capitalist class gives a flying fuck about you. Honestly, if you haven't seen the videos, go watch the 2. It's called the you know, there's nice little cyberpunk-esque thumbnail on that. Thank you, Leftist Leo, for that. But, you'll, like, even in the 30s, these people were not only openly fascists, there was a lot of hypothesis that maybe Prescott Bush, George W. Bush's grandfather, was involved in this, but he wasn't because he was too busy being involved with the actual Nazis in Europe. It was J.P. Morgan, it was Remington Arms, it was DuPont, it was big companies trying to get veterans to help put another veteran in charge of the government above FDR. You think the Hunter Biden laptop, like, meant anything? Matt Gaetz is Hunter Biden times 50. The only thing about the Hunter Biden laptop I care about is Hunter Biden's massive dick. That was pretty fun to see.
for anything but traveling businessmen, and only a small number of them.
Matt Gaetz is
and then
like
when that
everything.
was not enough, we loaded up for the
Everything
first time in
y'all
American
blamed
history
Hunter
an
Biden
entire
for.
generation of students who can't get a degree without loading up with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. We kept the system going. People could buy stuff even though their wages didn't pay for it by
All
borrowing.
right, now you're on thin ice because now you're glazing pedophiles.
And in 2008, the predictable
I'm going to
happened.
allow it that you
turned
might not
out your
know.
fix only lasts
Yeah, straight up trafficking underage women.
for a while. You really have to ask in a way that many of us as Marxists haven't done for most of our lives. The problems of capitalism now are so severe, so systemic, so global, that we're beginning to wonder whether this system is going to find a way out.
3 years
The
ago
Marx-
was this video. The way out is the crumbling of our system. That's why America collapsed. We watched the funeral for American democracy on January 20th or 21st.
Marxists are not the only ones wondering whether this system is coming to an end. The people on the other side of the political fence are very worried too.
This video is
Yeah,
only
you have
3 years
billionaires
old.
writing
Yeah.
op-eds. The
Absolutely.
pitchforks are coming for the plutocrats because they know what's coming. Let's talk about the bubbles. You're
We're
talking
talking to Gates, and we're talking about Gates is a sex trafficker who's trafficked underage women. Joe Biden has not trafficked any underage women, nor is there any evidence of him being a pedophile. I feel like an Abby Martin Wolf discussion could just as easily have been a 12-year-old. Well, it doesn't matter.
about the housing bubble, and I think that this is a really interesting indication. The housing crisis, the crisis of overproduction. The fact that
capitalism
we have
and
more
socialism coexist in a way, or is that impossible? It's impossible in many such cases because socialism requires the lack of capital. And capital is different than money. Capital is money that you use to make more money. It is the means of production. Stocks are capital. A house is capital. A business is capital. And so these things cannot be commodified under socialism. Socialism, like a socialist country, can exist next to a capitalist country, and these two can trade even. That can happen. But the systems themselves cannot coexist in the same country, if that makes sense to you. You need to get rid of all of capital. I've seen nothing that indicates that, but I do believe in your second part of that message, which is like most of the elites are basically all pedophiles anyway. Assets just reinvest in other assets to concrete asset value. It's kind of dumb when you think about it. I disagree. The socialist country will be stomped out. No country can truly do socialism while capitalism exists as a global mode of production. Imperialists will stomp you out. But that was about capitalism, not imperialism. And imperialism will come from capitalism. But I would like to be, maybe I'm naive in thinking, but if you just in a vacuum take a capitalist country and put a socialist country next to it and both are functioning well, the capitalist country would likely start to go further towards the socialist country, not the other way around. But that would require, like in a vacuum, without the rest of what our current world deals with. I do agree with you that like right now, no. But I also don't think that the switch to socialism needs to be like a light switch. I don't think you need to just go one to the other. I think there needs to be a build up. There needs to be systems built first that are foundations for what comes after. And then socialism needs to be built from the bottom up, never from the top down. Because from the top down, control is control. It is oppression. I believe that any system of control, oppression, or ownership or demand should need to justify its own existence, and if it fails to do so, it should be dismantled.
houses than we do homeless people. But because you had this crisis of overproduction, too much of something was produced and people couldn't utilize it. I mean, talk about that concept and why this is an inescapable phenomenon under capitalism.
Starting in the 1970s, American businesses began to have what I like to call a eureka moment. They realized that in the West, North America, Western Europe, and Japan, 200 years of capitalism had built up
Lenin was a market socialist. Look what happened.
Impressive fact.
China tried market, I mean, to be fair, not in the same way, but like Lenin's the better example. Market socialism just creates the same kind of capitalism.
offices, stores. But they were built up in the places where capitalism was born, Western Europe, North America, and Japan. That's where they had concentrated everything. And that's where they had drawn workers in off the countryside to become urban, industrialized working classes. And along the way, the workers, noticing how productive capitalism was since they did the work, demanded for themselves a rising standard of living. So roughly, from 1820 to 1970, particularly in the United States, but elsewhere, wages rose. That's what, over that time, capitalists were doing so well, they could raise the wages of their workers and still make out like bandits. So it was a system in which...
You can't ever forget the graph. Gap between productivity and typical workers' wages increasing dramatically since 1979. This is your pay. This is your productivity. Technology develops over time and always increases productivity. If you look at, I don't know, like the advent of the loom, productivity goes up. The advent of the computer, productivity goes up. Yet, our wages have not gone up in relation to our productivity. Everything in between, do you see how close these lines were in 1963? In 1950, perhaps in 1970 even, perhaps anywhere before 1980, where it entirely diverges. This should follow closely to this in a system that is not stealing from you, at least, at the very least. Every dollar in between this line and this line is money that was stolen from you. If we had worker co-op system that capped all salaries everywhere at 10 times the lowest salary of workers, we would have a much better system with much less suffering. That is true, but it would only be that way temporarily. Like it would degenerate over time. I wonder what series of famous politicians took over in the 1980s. Hey, look, the Sunshine Laws correlated with wealth inequality and wage stagnation, almost like congressional transparency laws opened the floodgate for lobbyists. True. If you add energy per capita to this graph, you would really have something. Productivity versus wages plus energy per capita. Is there one in existence? No, not that I can find. Not on the first page, at least. The 1970s is where the shift actually happened. Yeah. That was when the laissez-faire demons took over. Is between the 70s, the 80s. Reagan came from these demons that took over first. And then they implemented the systems that allowed someone like Reagan to come into power and then do what he did. Wages aren't going to go up when pay folks from countries with much smaller standards of living. Okay, that's not how that works. The wages don't go up anywhere in any system except for the wealthy. That's it. Like they're stealing your money, Donnie. It doesn't matter whether you're from like if you're here on an H-1B visa, sure, you're going to get paid even less. But if I work at, I don't know, a factory that creates canned food. Like my job is to pull the lever that cans the soup. My pay would not have gone up at all, and it will never go up. Meanwhile, the cost of living continues to go up. No, it's not when we left the gold standard. It's when Milton Friedman started yapping, exactly. And Thomas Sowell, like there's a lot of it, but mainly Milton Friedman.
People began to get the idea capitalism works. It delivers the goods.
We tested this stuff with the shock doctrine way back in the 60s, the 70s. We did this in Argentina. We did this in Chile with Perón and Pinochet. Like we implemented these systems in other countries, and then we implemented it here.
Look at what was happening to where most people in the world lived, Asia, Africa, Latin America, because for them
Russia,
the situation was
Iraq.
horrible. But if you concentrated on where capitalism
I keep saying this, Fancy Phillips, what's happening to America right now is exactly what America did to Russia following the fall of the Soviet Union, where we raped their economy and siphoned all of their wealth into the hands of like 4 people. That's it. That's all that's happening.
was born, you could
Thank you for
fool
the
yourself
follow,
into thinking,
GRZ.
wow, this is a system that works. And the capitalists, of course, and the people who liked it celebrated all of that. Then in the 1970s,
The Federal Reserve right now is the only thing keeping it together. Federal Reserve wants to raise interest rates because Trump's tariff policies keep raising inflation, which was at like what 3%, like less than 3% when he took office, and then Trump can't fire him because he's not like he's not appointed by the president. So they want to get rid of the entire Federal Reserve. They're unironically doing an Erdogan. They're unironically doing the Erdogan. You need to cut interest rates when inflation goes up. That's what they're gonna do. I don't believe in blowback. La 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 la. Not listening. I forget about my neoliberalism book from school, but man, that resources the USA put into stomping out any and all sources of socialism, communism around the world is psychotic. True. Have a good night,
had
chat.
this eureka
Thank
moment.
you. And they
said
did.
to themselves, wait a minute, we're in North America, Western Europe, and Japan, where the wages are now very high. Workers are very happy. But why are we here? In the rest of the world, which
I got
has
a
been
really important
savaged
video
by the
after
growth
this
of
one.
capitalism in those privileged
Look.
areas, wages are very low. So in this eureka moment, capitalists said,
Are you guys enjoying this? Because the next video I have, I really want to watch, and this is important and directly applies to today and to our modern problems of Yanis Varoufakis. So, guys decide. No, I don't like wolf. Negative. All right. Well, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna leave this on until I come back then, and then we can jump to Giannis, because I'm getting bored too, and I think the points that needed to be made were already made. You know, we covered the important stuff that I really wanted to drill down on what class structures are, why the system is the way that it is. All right, I'll be right back.
what are we doing here in Western Europe, North America, and Japan?
Hold on. You want to say hi, buddy? Oh, big stretch. Everyone, this is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. My boy. Yes, I know. You don't like being held like this. It's okay. We gotta get used to, you gotta get you used to being upside down. I wish I could just... Alright, I'll be right back. Now, this time.
It's much more profitable if we produce in China, in India, in Brazil,
Wrong thing.
anywhere
I needed
else.
water. God damn it.
And there begins what we're still in the middle of, the exodus, the abandonment of the places of origin of capitalism by the capitalists. So there's a massive move to China, India, Brazil, and all those places, producing what? Well, what every capitalist wants, which is to make a bundle. So they build big factories, imagining that they can sell all of this stuff like they used to. But they forgot something. If you go from high wages in the United States to low wages in China, the bottom line is that the people earning wages are earning a lot less than they used to. It's not just that they're not Americans, they're Chinese, but they can't buy back what you're building. They can't manage to consume what you have the capacity to produce. Right now, China is slowing down, scaring the whole world. But it's not China that's slowing down. It's the inability of China to sell to the world because the wages of the world's workers have been depressed now for years as we move out of Western Europe, North America, and Japan into these lower. And the system totters as it encounters a very old contradiction in its current form for which they have no solution. And right now, when it's happening on a global scale, Europe is having it, North America is having it, Japan. These are the centers of capitalism. They're in the most trouble right now, and they don't see a way.
All right, missed the opportunity to start the next video, then immediately... No, see, I left this on because I didn't want to miss the start of the next video. Left like Hassan does. How rude. The lack of respect I am constantly insulted on this platform. I'd be very interested in your opinion on principles for dealing with changing the world order by Ray Dalio. I think you would like it. If I ever had the chance to actually read, I might actually read it. Unfortunately, I tend to not. I went to my small local butcher today. I'm super lucky to have one of the few remaining ones around. Got some small sliced leg bones for my dog from the freezer because I love my doggies. Went to pay and nearly passed out. The price like doubled, about 3.5 pounds for bones for $32. Jesus. The store says they get like $1 per pound of that, and I feel like we're about to be hit by a financial tsunami. Oh, yes, you are. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Guys, I hope you save some, you know, money for food going forward. It's a video, not a book? Oh, cool. Then if you link it, I might have a look at it sometime. You can link it in the Discord as well. I do really want to watch the Giannis video today, so... Sorry, I got cat hair all over my face. Not so, just chicken, but beef is going up too. Well, like, chicken, beef, poultry... to be fair, I wouldn't even eat poultry these days. Pork kind of is probably the only thing that you produce in-house, so at least to the extent of it won't be as hit as hard with the price increases as beef. Pork is nasty, though. That's true. All right, let's get into it. So, what the fuck happened to Europe?
Friends, fellow travelers, comrades, we once had a dream of what Europe could have been. A Europe of shared prosperity, of dignity, of freedom. A Europe of peace with hope. Alas, that dream is now dead. It's gone, it's lost.
I'm going to disagree with him here, by the way.
Why? What the hell happened to Europe? Well, we know what happened to Europe. We know why politicians from all over are descending upon this splendid city as we speak, like manic drones.
My dad said he saw eggs at like $26 for a carton, but they were the free-range ones.
Determined to blow up, to bomb to smithereens what is left of the dream of Europe. We know what happened in Europe. On the 9th of February 2016, we were at the Volksbühne Theater in Berlin. And that was the day, the night, when DiEM25 was born. And in that meeting, we said, in no uncertain terms, Europe will either democratize or it will disintegrate. In the last 9 years, Europe refused to democratize, and therefore today it is disintegrating. It is degenerating.
This, I think, still applies, by the way. Europe still has a chance to democratize. In fact, the current geopolitical context gives Europe significant incentive to quickly democratize. Euro defense stocks are going up crazy. Yep, and the U.S. market crashes out. I wonder how the USA military-industrial complex is letting Trump ruin them. They're only doing that temporarily, Coherent screams. Again, the crashing of the market is good for the wealthy. Just one more time, just because, like, this is really clear. Especially when you look at defense industry stocks, because they want to privatize everything. Thankfully, you brought it up before we got deeper into the video. This is true.
To recession is because when a recession happens, the economy plummets, a bunch of companies go bankrupt, and only the oligarchs have the money left over to buy up everything when it's being sold for a fraction of its actual worth. If the whole economy goes under, only a small group of people are wealthy enough, not only to be okay, but to start buying and accumulating. They take advantage of people's desperation by buying up all these properties that are being liquidated so that when the economy rebounds, before maybe they own, let's just say 1% of the economy, but then when everything gets cheap, they have less money in an absolute sense, but everything else is dirt cheap. So they buy.
As I've said before, would you rather be a trillionaire in a world where there are thousands of billionaires, or would you rather have $10 billion in a world where nobody will ever have $1 billion other than you?
And then when the economy goes back up, now they own 2% of the economy.
That's the way
recessions are good for
think.
people who, have the hunger and who are, willing to buy.
And steal your shit. So, remember that.
Into a totalitarian war union. You can see that, you can smell it.
It won't go back up if we do what I want us to do. If Europe, Mexico, Canada, everyone else does what I want them to do, then no, it won't go back up. I want it to not go back up. I want it to crash entirely. You guys want the Federal Reserve gone. I hope that you get it. Donnie, I hope they get rid of the Federal Reserve. Please let them get rid of the Federal Reserve, because then it'll never go back up. Ever.
This is what happens when you have austerity for the many and money printing as if there's no tomorrow.
I want the US economy to crash and burn so that America cannot have the war effort that they want to do and then go and start killing folks in other countries.
Mixed with this austerity, you have mind-numbing surges of inequality. Every time capitalism stagnates and inequality surges, while the official left joins the center in a futile attempt to bail out the bankrupt liberal establishment. Do you know what is around the corner every time that happens? Fascism and war. Just like
again, this is true. This is true in the current context as well. Look at Europe. Europe has its defense industry growing. Where is the money for Europe's defense coming from? Is it coming from the wealthy? No. It's coming from cuts to social spending. It's coming from you. You have to pay for the war effort in its entirety, while the wealthy do not have to pay at all. It is taking from your social services that you need. They're not printing it. There's no evidence of that. Well, I've covered how they're getting the money. Merz is cutting programs. UK is cutting programs. France is cutting programs. No one's printing money. They're cutting social programs. They're using that money to fund defense. Those programs benefit you. Where they should be getting that money from is from the rich, from the defense industry itself, which receives subsidies, which receives tax breaks, which is there's plenty of rich people to tax. Also, I am totally in favor of all of the frozen Russian assets that are in Europe to be used for this. Fuck the Russians. They don't get their money back. What, they can steal from you, but they can't steal from Russia? Fuck that. Funny how with all this going on, not a single news station has mentioned the Fed other than, say, GDP is going down. That's because the Republicans want to get rid of the Fed. They keep talking about wanting to get rid of the Fed. Donald Trump hates the Fed because he can't fire the guy who's in charge of the Fed.
Like in the 1930s. Two varieties of totalitarianism began to tussle for power.
Captain Buggy.
The radicalized neo-fascist right promises to make us great again. Not through ending austerity.
That's austerity for weapons, exactly.
Or exploitation. But through a moral reckoning.
No, he can't. That's why they need to get rid of the Federal Reserve. Donald Trump cannot fire the head of the Federal Reserve. He's not able to, which is why they want to get rid of the entire Federal Reserve. The only guy holding the economy together is the guy who runs the Federal Reserve.
A kind of cultural cleansing that targets the impure foreign bodies in the pure body of the nation, or at least the Christian, white, patriarchal Europe. Foreigners, trans people, lesbians, Muslims, and Jews, particularly those who don't support genocide, are proclaimed the enemy within.
It's true.
On the other side, you have the radicalized totalitarian centrists who succeeded in retaining their relevance as the only bulwark against the fascists. How do they do that?
Got 'em.
With policies that deepen the crisis that fuels fascism. And thus their claim.
Even if he could appoint his own Fed chair, he wouldn't have the kind of loyalist control over the reserve like he does over his agencies, therefore get Congress to abolish it. Exactly, that's what's happening. That's literally the entire thing.
Claim to be the only bulwark against fascism. This is
Again, pay attention, because this is about the Democrats.
Totalitarian centrists who succeeded in retaining their relevance as the only bulwark against the fascists. How do they do that? With policies that deepen the crisis that fuels fascism. And thus their own claim to be the only bulwark against fascism. This is the definition of a perfect vicious cycle that fuels totalitarianism.
That's the system we're in. This is the liberal left versus the totalitarian right, which is why I constantly shit on the liberal left. Proppy BG, I definitely did. I covered it yesterday, and we watched the white nationalist one again today, the Christian nationalist one again today. Donnie, I hope they get rid of the Fed chair. I am on your side in what I want to happen. I do not in any way believe that what you think is real. But fuck it, you know, it'll crash the US economy, so let's go for it. Do it faster.
Tweedledum and Tweedledee, the radicalized totalitarian centrists and the radicalized neo-fascists, they are sucking the air out of democracy, making totalitarianism great again. Every variety of it. Lest we forget, we did not have to wait for fascists to win government before our Greek referendum of July 2015 was banned because they didn't like the outcome. We didn't have to wait for the fascists to win government before they fired Melanie Schwarzer from her job at the German civil service for failing to support genocide. We didn't have to wait for the fascists to win government before they banned me from entering Germany, even via Zoom. We didn't have to wait for the fascists to win government before the Romanian presidential elections were cancelled.
Okay, to be fair, I do agree with canceling the Romanian presidential election. Fuck that guy. He's an absolute Russian asset, and the Russians are the enemy. Europe is in a war state, so yeah, ban him from the Romanian presidential election. Fuck that. To be honest, being banned from Germany basically means you're anti-Ziophile, yeah.
Because the radicalized totalitarian centrists didn't like the outcome.
I do believe in democracy. I think that getting rid of anti-democratic parties and censoring the speech that is anti-democratic is pro-democracy.
The only substantive difference between the 1930s and our times today, do you know what it is? Tweedledum, that is the radicalized totalitarian centrists, and Tweedledee, the radicalized...
They voted for the guy after they were influenced by... what was it, 60 million bots on TikTok? Or was it 60 million views that were attributed to a bot network? One or the other. It's Russian bots, it's Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation. They voted for him, but they didn't know what they were voting for because of the anti-democratic people that were allowed their speech. Putting those people in prison is not anti-democracy, it's pro-democracy. Taking Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the entire Republican Party and putting them in prison is a pro-democracy thing to do. Because they're anti-democracy. Every election in a Russian border state is manipulated as fuck. I mean, true, but even more so than that. Georgia, another one. Like, they're the most anti-democratic country in the world, and they're influencing democratic countries into anti-democracy. Therefore, they should be banned from being able to do so. It's really that simple. They are anti-democracy. Why would they be allowed to engage in the democratic system if their goal is to destroy the democratic system?
Neo-fascist parties, they have traded places when it comes to war. Somehow, confusingly, Tweedledum, the radicalized totalitarian centrists, who are
the left,
weaponizing...
or rather, the liberal left.
Military Keynesianism, are crying out for more war, for an endless war. And the
You're putting words in my mouth and being contrarian there. You know that's not what I said, Donnie. You know that's not what I said.
The part of the equation, the radicalized neo-fascists, they are advocating for peace. Well, a very steely, very ruthless, very chilling form of peace.
You can come on and debate me on this, but I'm not going to debate you from, like, we're going to watch the video. This is the last time I'm going to talk about this. But if you'd like to talk about it, I'd be willing to have you on and debate you.
In 2015, 2016, we foretold all that at the Volksbühne Theater. But that didn't stop us from failing to stop it. A cruel reminder that being right is not everything. Why did we fail? Why did we miss the popular wave, which 10 years ago was on our side of politics? And why, therefore, did we allow the fascists to exploit their revived thirst for radicalism? Yes, it is true, we were ruthlessly squeezed between Tweedledum, the radicalized totalitarian centrists, and Tweedledum.
Long leg Homo sapien, I agree with you, though I don't think the Russians were fucking with the actual ballot count. The closest thing the Russians would do to that is call in fake bomb threats to Democrat polling centers.
be the radicalized neo-fascist right. But we have to
Good luck,
confess
Donnie.
that we made some unforced
Obviously not today, but like, let me know. You're in the Discord, aren't you?
errors ourselves.
Sorry.
Fascist right. But we have to confess that we made some unforced errors ourselves. We invested, and this is a personal criticism too, too much on green Keynesianism, forgetting the timeless lesson that even when the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, adopts Keynesianism as a last resort to save themselves, the ruling class will always stop it, withdraw from it the moment their bottom line improves, well before the many taste any of the fruits of Keynesianism, green or not so green. Our Green New Deal was, after all, never adopted, except in name. They even dropped the new. They just made it a Green Deal.
I just hadn't
Totally
verified you.
vacuous program, which now, of course, is dead in the water. So our Green New Deal contributed in the mind of people out there who are not particularly political. Every time they hear the word green, they immediately think, you know
Every election is manipulated as fuck. 2025 hardcore. I agree. But I said this before. Every election has been manipulated, at least in my lifetime, just through the media apparatus. There is one group that has full control of all of the media, including social media and mainstream media, and it is the bourgeoisie. If the elite capital class have full control of all of the media, then they get to control what you think, what the median voter believes. As we saw earlier, the median fucking voter believes shit like this.
I think I'm talking.
Like, that's what they believe. And that's a function of the propaganda. Captain Buggy, this is why commies always isolate their people from information to avoid propagandists infiltrating their country. See, I just think that, like, we could have free and fair information and just only get rid of information that is anti-democracy. Because we like democracy. That's it. I don't care if it's anti-socialism. They can bring in whatever fucking ideology they want. I just don't want anti-democratic beliefs. That's it. That's all I care about. Anti-democracy does not fit into the mold of a democracy. Seems difficult, but I won't say it's impossible. It's not like it's not a system of like, oh, they said something anti-democratic. Oh, off you go. There needs to be a concerted effort for that to be an issue. You can say anti-democratic shit. It's not personal, like one-to-one. It's you are doing a concerted effort to erode democracy. And so you are no longer allowed to do this, period. If he doesn't believe in government agencies being funded by the government, then where does he believe the government agencies are funded from? I don't know, tax cuts and DEI, I guess.
Translated to, it's like the Iraqis in Baghdad when they hear the word democracy with an American accent.
We've seen the median voter meme from The Onion, right, during the election?
They hide under the table because they know they will be bombed. The people of Europe, the stragglers of Europe, when they hear the word green policy, they think, oh my God, they will tax me again. Higher cost of living for me.
He is correct about
that. Had to shoulder the banking crisis, the bailouts. We also proved unable to liberate people from exploitation. What we gave them as the M25 was the freedom to choose their pronouns on our website, which would have been fine if it wasn't so pathetically inadequate in the grander scheme of things. We ended up, instead of organizing auto workers, the precariat, nurses, we organized signifiers, appearing to many people, to the vast majority, as an intellectual vanguard.
As in not actually doing anything, but just virtue signaling.
That is really enjoying the self-styled subversive thrills from an imagined revolution.
It's intellectual masturbation.
With all the comforts and trappings of a bourgeois soirée. And last but not least, we thought we could mobilize and radicalize the existing left, center-left, green parties, only to discover 2 or 3 years later that they didn't care. They were not interested. What must we do now? Let's begin by acknowledging that we are at the end of a 40-year-long cycle.
Fox News was saying 2 days ago that Canada has been overrun by the Mexican drug cartels.
Of a vicious class war waged against working people. And we're at the beginning of another cycle, this time of military Keynesianism.
How is it stolen from your paycheck if you fund the government? That's the point of you paying taxes, is to fund the government. Oh, you just don't want to pay any taxes, Donnie. You're what, like, the modern day libertarian. You're the exact opposite of me. The classical libertarian.
Weaponized xenophobia of totalitarianism within and techno-feudalism all around us. So,
One more time?
another cycle, this time of military Keynesianism, of weaponized xenophobia, of totalitarianism within and techno-feudalism all around us. So,
This
it's
is
time
what
to
we
be
live
bold,
in now.
time to be clear on 7 crucial issues that must become 7 crucial campaigns.
Hard
on
to disagree,
security
Donnie.
and peace, or peace with security. And how to end the
I just got my passport and they misspelled my last name. Wait, really? Because you have to get that fixed. If you try and enter a country with your last name misspelled and you have a different like ID, like you need to get that fixed. I gave them my name change papers. You got to tell them to fix it. Via sucks. I'm sorry. I know that's a pain in the ass, but you can't have a passport with your name misspelled. It's kind of crucial that it has your correct information on it. It's kind of like, yeah, critical. Yeah, you are. Good. But I'm glad you got a passport back.
The carnage on the killing fields of Ukraine, where lives are being devoured by a ruthless mechanical precision. Let us reject outright Donald Trump's predatory seizure of Ukraine's natural resources. Let us campaign to get the whole of Europe, not just one country or another, out of NATO immediately.
Actually based. I would rather a European alliance not formed on the basis of NATO. Like, I feel like today we could have European leaders form a better system if we do. Because America's leaving NATO, right? America's leaving NATO. We might as well just overhaul all of it. Like, you can just create a new system for you all to go into, all of the European countries in NATO, plus new ones, but make it better. Make it better, improve it. There are, like, several things wrong. America funding NATO? Yeah, okay, so? NATO funding is, like, not only America. Europe is raising their defense spending. They can fund NATO without you. Fuck America. America's the enemy. The UK wants to kick America out of the Five Eyes. They're forming the Four Eyes. I also stand by this because I'm in Australia, another Five Eyes country. Fuck that. Fuck America, they're the enemy. Any information, any intel we capture that's given to America is just instantly given to Russia. Oh no, they can't? Yeah, good luck with that. You're the enemy. When Britain is leading NATO and won't get any better, or Germany or France or whatever, I don't think that's what I mean by create a new system. I don't think that they need to have a leader of NATO. They could add a revolving leadership like the EU does, for example. And I feel like the pressure of war stepping on them from Russia and America does tend to get you to work a little bit harder on that. So they could do it well, hypothetically. But at the same time, remember that the entire defense effort is being funded with austerity. They're taking your social services, cutting them to fund Europe's defense, whereas they could be taking money from the wealthy. Europe is more, you're funny. Europe is more broke than the US. Western society is done without drastic measures. You're the one killing it.
There is no point in NATO.
Also, to be fair, I fucked the Western society as well. Like, it's not like I think this is good.
It's been proven. Donald Trump has proven it. We should have proven it before Donald Trump. But we need to get out of NATO. Brussels needs to throw NATO into the sea. Let us plot a course to a non-aligned but never neutral Europe. A non-aligned but never neutral Europe.
I like that idea. Not aligned but never neutral. I like that idea.
Offering to relax sanctions as a carrot and return to Russia its $300 billion of frozen assets. We should immediately commence negotiations with the Kremlin.
You're right, long like Homo sapien, but who actually cares?
Beijing on a comprehensive strategic arrangement between Europe, Russia, and China. An arrangement within which Ukraine becomes, in the next 100 years, what Austria was during the Cold War. What was Austria during the Cold War? It was sovereign, it was neutral, democratic, and as integrated with the rest of Europe as its citizens needed and desired. That's what the plan for Ukraine should be. On green prosperity, we must fiercely oppose military...
I'm not against that, and The idea of having to work with Russia and China is uncomfortable, but I think he's right in that, like, in a way that doesn't create war, that would be great. But the thing is, you can't work with the Russians because they don't want to. The thing, like, this wouldn't work because Russia has zero intention of negotiating. Russia would just fifth column the Kremlin. I wish Russia would just fifth column the Kremlin's ass. True. Like, this wouldn't work. That's the thing. Russia has no interest in this. They don't care. They would take the carrot and then they would beat you with the stick.
Keynesianism. It is unsustainable.
Just in case you missed it, a nuclear attack subsurfaced in the harbor of Fairfax in Nova Scotia, France, stepping up big, implying France will protect Canada from the USA. Yeah, actually, France has said they will nuke anyone who invades Canada. So, do I think they actually will? No. But was it based for them to say? Yeah. Halifax. Cool. I'll have a look at that, though. That's pretty interesting. Nuclear sub. The Kremlin's the root problem of all this. Take those guys out and normal, regular Russians would be able to speak up without fear. Yeah. Like, I wish we could just bring back one demon from the depths of hell for one day with a necromancy spell. Just let me have full control over Henry Kissinger for one day.
The only thing it can produce is poverty, debt, and more crisis, not to mention war. We must fiercely oppose military Keynesianism, and we must replace it with a massive green investment program that combines development with degrowth.
Look, I do agree with this, but I don't think that Russia has, like, any belief in reality to the point where you can work with them. Ew, Kissinger. Oh, I know, that's why. But it's Kissinger to get rid of the Kremlin that I get to drive him like a car for a day so we can get rid of the Kremlin and also probably the Knesset. And maybe if we have some time, the White House too, if I have it in me. It seems the picture is in question. I got off Reddit. My bad. Might have jumped the gun without to verify it. Fair enough. Thank you for letting me know. He has a cute Hamel and sickle pin on his shirt. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That is cute. Like, but you know what I mean? I like the idea of the democratized, neutral, like, Ukraine that is fully integrated with Russia. I like the idea of leaving NATO. I like the idea of dropping US alliances entirely. I like the idea of trying to negotiate with China. China owns Russia. So, like, MKTAR, that sounds pretty conspiracy pilled. I'm not sure there's any evidence for that. But at the same time, I'm not sure there would be any evidence for that if it was true, so who the fuck knows. I feel like working with China might be a good decision for Europe, or at least trying to, you know, convince them to pressure the Russians by making it incentivized for China to do so. But I don't think any negotiations with Russia is useful at this point.
On dignity, let us campaign for a new monetary commons.
Yeah, China is why Russia can still get access to specific Western products like real Coca-Cola, not their... Exactly. Work with China, not with Russia. You can probably get some more done there. They don't need sleeper cells. They have wide-awake casual cells sneaking into office buildings. That's also true. Didn't, again, like TASS, state media, Russian state media was in the fucking White House. Thank you for this sub via Sucks. I really appreciate that.
Private banks, offers a trust fund for everyone, and guarantees a universal dividend, call it a universal basic income, to each.
Thanks. For the Russia part, so far I'm on board.
On the big thorny issue of migration, let us turn the accusation of us being soft on foreigners into a virtue. Let us shout it from the rooftops that Europe without mass migration...
Donnie, I agree with you. You're like I've said that for years. That's becoming less true by the minute with the people in charge, though. Hegseth literally said we would lose to the Russian Navy 2 weeks ago when Russia's like Black Sea fleet got taken out by Ukraine, who doesn't have a navy. So,
will die. It will perish. It will not be.
Oh, also you fired like half of IT, cybersecurity, engineering. You fired, like, you've kind of fucked America's military strength. you've also gotten rid of every American ally. So, no, I don't. I don't. Pete Hegseth said this. Pete Hegseth said, first of all, Russia could not beat Ukraine. Ukraine is winning. But Pete Hegseth said that America's Navy would lose to Russia's when Russia's Navy lost to Ukraine, who doesn't have a Navy, is what I said. DOD hasn't been touched yet? That's what you think.
Viable.
The whole point is to privatize everything, including the DOD. Why do you think that Blackwater took the Panama Canal? Blackwater, our own Wagner group, took the Panama Canal. They own both ports. The DOD is being cut and being transferred to privatized private military companies as well. Yeah, Captain Buggy. Yeah, you're right. BlackRock, not Blackwater. Sorry, my apologies. BlackRock. But like, our military was like this. But every minute that passes by, our military is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Our Secretary of Defense is a drunk moron. No, it was BlackRock. Yeah. BlackRock. JD Pondon strikes again. I guess so, yeah.
Let us proclaim that we want migrants, not out of solidarity, but out of self-interest. On combating techno-feudalism, let us sanction immediately the cloudless tech lords. Not just Musk,
please,
but Jeff Bezos, Peter Thiel, Google. Let's restrict immediately the access to the European markets of Amazon, of Uber, of Airbnb.
Yes. It's almost like the capitalist class is selling the rope, yeah.
Instead of the Luxembourg, Ireland, Holland means by which they pay no tax, let us tax them to extinction.
Yes.
Let's impose.
Yes.
Holland means by which they pay no tax. Let us tax them to extinction. Let's
Maybe
impose.
Not extinction, but like, you know what I mean. You know what he means.
Can't we create our own apps in this continent of ours?
Yes! How about one of you makes a fucking streaming service so in 2 weeks when they declare leftists a terrorist organization, I don't get banned from YouTube and Twitter instantly out of nowhere to stream. The Freedom Caucus said that they would never vote for another CR. Voted for a CR today. Government has been 100% captured. Absolutely coherent screams.
Why do we need them? Let us impose interoperability. That would really cut them off at the knees.
Please! Streaming services cost a shit ton of money on the server hardware. I'm well aware. I'm well aware. Oh, I'll be fine? Yeah, sure. You know, the people who've been saying, oh, there's no concentration camps. There's no death camps. They're not genociding trans people. They're not taking away women's rights. They're not taking away women's bodily autonomy. They're not grooming children. It's every accusation is a confession from the right. We need to find a billionaire class trader to fund us. JB Pritzker is one. You can take his money and make him no longer a billionaire. He seems to still have a soul in him, so maybe he's one that we can, I don't know, rehabilitate. He did a speech about how, like, Nazis are bad, and it was a good speech. He still has some semblance of a soul. Thank you, Via
Let's
Sucks.
end the ban on companies that, like the Dutch company ASML, to export tech to China. And above all else, let us develop our own socialized cloud capital, the stirrings of a magnificent future techno-socialism.
Techno-socialism is a new one, but like I do like the idea. We've talked about what cloud capital is before, and if we're not going to, you know, like we can't snap our fingers, this is a better idea. I like everything that he has said, bar trying to negotiate with Russia, I'm on board with. I checked, by the way, like if I tried to run this stream on my own, it would cost me $100 per hour of 35 of you in here. The only way we know for sure if the billionaire like willingly gives up 90% of his wealth to the community goals. Exactly. Try and convince Pritzker to do it for Europe. For the good of all Europe.
On freedom, shall we dismantle totalitarianism now in each one of our countries? Shall we not benefit enormously from fighting for everyone's freedom to vote and for their vote to be counted? for the freedom of expression of our enemies as well, not just the...
I think you might be right, Donnie, in that Europe doesn't have the sauce for this, unfortunately. But I like everything he says. I just don't see Europe having the sauce. But we might give them the sauce. If America scares them enough, we might give them the sauce. And I don't mean the people, the governments. Yeah, but the governments in Europe are more afraid of the people. Unlike in America, where the people are terrified of the government.
The people we agree with. Unlike J.D. Vance, who rightly spoke out in Munich, if you remember, a few weeks ago, against Europe's descent into censoriousness. He did say that. He was right. Except, of course, that he was a bloody hypocrite, because he would never defend Julian Assange's right to journalism or our right to freedom of speech in favor of Palestine.
Thanks.
Speaking of
Palestine, like this is tech that Europe needs. Europe needs to build this tech. They need it anyway.
Palestine and free speech. It is clear now, is it not?
None of this happens without new European leftist propaganda tools.
That what started in Gaza cannot stay in Gaza. Such brutality could not be contained within Gaza. To keep it from our media, from our cultural institutions, from the streets and the squares where
Israel literally invaded the West Bank and is annexing it as we speak.
We demonstrate. The powers that be had to dissolve basic civil liberties in Germany, in Holland, in France, in the United States.
True.
That's why our seventh campaign must be stop genocide, get the whole of Europe to boycott, divest and sanction Israel, the last apartheid state, in the same way
boycott, divest America and sanction America.
We sanctioned, divested and boycotted.
Israel couldn't exist without us paying for them right now. Without American defense guarantee, Israel would be wiped off the map by every one of their pissed off neighbors. The IDF only knows how to fight against children.
South Africa under apartheid.
Just like we did it to South Africa. Boycott, divest, and sanction the United States. It will stop the genocide in Palestine. It will stop the genocide in America. It will stop the genocides that we are going to do in Mexico, Canada, Greenland, in likely even Western Europe if you listen to Alexander Dugin and you believe that he has any control over what happens. And considering he's called Putin's brain by Russian state media, yeah.
Friends, fellow travelers, comrades, we have much to do. The European dream is dead. Long live the dream that we are dreaming tonight.
Coherent screams, fuck the fluoride. They made trans people, they're making trans people a felony in Texas. The EPA just got rid of rules that made it so that in your water, there can't be shit. They got rid of the rule that prevents shit from getting in your water.
Together, carpe diem.
Europe depends much less on America than Israel does, Donnie.
Thank you.
So, again, like, I tend to agree with Giannis here, with pretty much everything, barring just... You can't work with Europe, not with Europe, with Russia. It won't help you. And I just want to say it one more time. This is the median voter. Oh, well, you don't want shit in your water? Sorry, your government did that. Here, I'll get you the link for it.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County.
Is my connection bad?
Up here, this is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now, I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, Let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more, right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So
not
this
only
is
the median American, but sorry, not only the median voter, but also the median American.
Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out.
It's
Let's
whatever
go
the last
past
thought
the
these
lungs,
people have.
past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where
we're
all
watching the news, Captain Buggy.
of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can...
The frontal cortex is where, like, it is associated with human social interaction. And so that's this is the point. It's whatever part of your brain lit up last is what you're going to vote for, because I'm scared. Regarding the shit water, U.S. Supreme Court has weakened rules on the discharge of raw sewage into water supplies in a 5-4 ruling that undermines the 1972 Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act is the principal law governing pollution control and water quality of the nation's waterways. So this is what I mean. This is the shit water, the sewage that you're going to get, because it comes from Lee Zeldin. I was just briefed that Mexico is dumping large amounts of raw sewage into the Tijuana River, and it's now sweeping into the U.S. Okay, whether or not Mexico is doing that, regardless, we did this. Take all of that away for a second. We did this while knowing that they're doing that. To be fair, I also don't believe Lee Zeldin at his words, so like it doesn't really even matter. But yeah, you got shit water. You got nothing protecting your water. There is some thought it is bolted on and decides nothing, merely makes things up after our core or ancient dino brain makes the decisions. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. And while getting brown water, record it. Be sure to also check your pipes if there's a leak. If they're old, big plants and trees can destroy it. That's also true. Thank you, Camel. Now this is because of black water. Yeah, no, I believe that. Q's ad, shit water, brought to you by the GOP. It's true. It's objectively true. What's this video about Sam Cedar on Jubilee?
Sam Cedar wants to come on, but I think he's one of the most disingenuous human beings in the space, so...
Would you ever debate Sam Cedar?
I didn't know what it was, I had to.
No, he's a hard...
Define woke. Name one thing Sam Cedar's full of shit on, or would you like to talk to him? He is the final boss. Michael would love this. Was that supposed to be a challenge?
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
Uh, 10 out of 10. So nothing in specific then? You can't name one thing that he was wrong on, that he lied about, anything? Not a single one? What's up, Cosmopolitics? Yeah, that was a very funny video. I'm sure you would agree on 80%. Name one. Name one thing. No, Sam is not shit on Gaza. He's excellent on Gaza. Sam is like with Hassan on that. Sam is one of the only people that's like in the media that's an old Jewish man that you can every time take a look at him and say, nah, that man is definitely pro Palestine. So you don't watch him, but you say that everything he says is full of shit. This is the right wing, guys. Doesn't watch him, but says everything that he says is full of shit. Can't name one thing that's a lie. Sorry, I know it's kind of mean to put you on the spot like that, but if you're gonna make a claim of everything this guy says is full of shit, then you have to have something. And the fact that you don't even watch him, come on. It's embarrassing. To you, that is. That was kind of tongue-in-cheek. It wasn't really tongue-in-cheek. The critiques of Sam come from the far left. You have to really, really be critical about it, like his support for soft power, I guess. I mean, to be fair, under our current system, I support soft power. Oh, we would agree on 80% of what he says. I thought you said I would agree with you on 80% of the bullshit. Thank you for the bits, Oxpecker. Could you raid Levelhead after stream? Yes, I absolutely can. I was actually just looking for who I should raid. So, just so y'all know, tomorrow, there will be no YouTube stream. It will only be on Twitch. I will be streaming for about like an hour, normal time, maybe half an hour. Then we will have Cosmopolitics coming to join us, and we're going to have a hangout stream. Chill, not too much politics. We're going to talk about culture, society, media, social issues, New Jersey, and we're going to watch The Breakfast Club, which is a movie that I have never seen because I don't watch old movies. Thank you for the bits as well, Long Leg Homo Sapien. Don't forget to join the Discord. Oh yes, and since Cosmopolitics is here, really quickly, dropping a shout out, please go and drop a follow to Cosmopolitics. She is awesome. Hold on, I need to find you on Twitch while you are live. Well, I mean, sure, yeah, I mean, you can just look at the link in the YouTube description. I do link my Twitch to it. Yeah, we're gonna have so much fun. Sorry, Tyler, I know, Twitch only, but it's terms of service for movies. The Breakfast Club is an old movie, I guess. Well, I mean, it's old for me in the movie space, all right? I'm not great with movies. At all, really. Old or new. Alright, getting ready to raid now. I will see y'all tomorrow, and I hope you all have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. 4, 3, 2, 1. See you later.